Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, my brother Kala Genesis. Towards Nationhood, build a Black business pipeline. Yes, my brother Kala Genesis.
You got playback, Bomani.
Unfortunately.
Yes, my brother Kala Genesis. You got playback, Bomani.
There we go. All right, greetings, family. Bomani Tyehimba here and Kala Genesis. Greetings, my brother Kala. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. Feeling great. It's been a week, man.
Yes, it's been a week. Are you ready for one of our famous topics as we continue to talk about the world of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood? Because we keep on telling people that we need to really build this global Black business pipeline.
Yep. And like I said, we're gonna light it up tonight, folks. You know, some of this topic may not be for everybody tonight and everything like that. We don't want to hear nothing, about your conspiracy theories about capitalism and business and everything. Let me tell you something, folks. I was ignorant to it one time. I when I first started doing Blog Talk Radio, and I realized, 15 years ago when I became an insurance agent, I got into the professional world. Instead of doing club security and all those jobs I used to do and everything, and I got into the professional world and the business world, I learned how things work. And I became a believer in how things work, the proper way. Okay? Now, that is something that the Black man in the world seems to keep trying to buck against. Okay? We keep trying to buck against things like logic, reason, achievable goals, being practical, and also managing expectations. Okay, we want all the things in the modern world. Black people don't want to give up their cars, they don't want to give up their cell phones, they don't want to give up their homes, their electricity, all stuff like this. But we don't want to discipline ourselves to make sure that we are the ones providing that, and we're the ones benefiting and producing that and for the people. Right now, the Black man in the world do not have any global supply chains of his own. Okay? Everything that we consume comes from other races. Everything from electricity through internet service, through even goddamn YouTube. Everything we do is controlled by other races. Other races benefit from everything we do, everything we purchase, and all this. And so with that being said is, when you start talking about doing business overseas, you as a Black person in America have to be able to step up your game and see where can we contribute. Because right now, I think we got another 10 years, okay, before it's too late. And we'll say, what do you mean by that? And I'm going to visit that in a minute. Right now, the Africans, the brothers and sisters Africans, are making deals, long-term contracts and deals and treaties with foreign countries, okay? They're doing what's best interest of them. And so therefore, if these foreign countries are offering education, everything in exchange for mineral rights or exchange for building, have access to a port or low trade tariffs and everything, they're going to do it because that's how the game is played. No country in the world is going to give you a square deal without force. The Black people in America are the only group of people that could put a man in the White House and get nothing out of it in return. Okay? And the reason why we get nothing out of return is because we don't know who we are and we don't know what we're asking for. Right now, there's a great debate talking about reparations. That's not going to happen, folks. Reparations is not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable. It's not practical politically. Okay? So I don't like the people basically attacking Raphael Warnock in Georgia, talk about, he did reparations. Reparations is a political dead-end move, So therefore, it's disingenuous for you to talk about reparations, but ignore things that can really benefit from Black America, which is Pan-African, a global pipeline, okay? And what we're talking about. This tells me that there's no real thing, because people get online, they got their little bit of money secured and everything. They don't have any interest building in the community. They call themselves AFPA, but they build nothing in the community. They're not building up banks. They're not building anything. They're not building up anything in America, right? But then when someone comes along and says, okay, we need to vote, what are you going to do for black people? Well, what were you doing the whole time organizing? I remember when Barack Obama got elected. Remember that? And my state got some, we got Virginia Beach got several roads, Wichita widened for stimulus money. There was a cash for clunkers and everything. And there was shovel-ready jobs that contractors picked up on. But there was no Black Contractors Association ready to engage what was there until to this day. There are also government programs in America that you could tap into, but you have to be organized. We say we got lawyers in the Black community. We say we have all these people, these big mouths, these spokesmouths and everything. No one's organized how to get overseas loans to do business overseas. No one knows how to engage a small business administration to get loans and stuff like that and carry them through. We don't have grant writers. So what this tells me is the community is completely disorganized, fractured and everything. And all the stuff you see online is just nothing but a bunch of internet babble. In other words, folks, I'm saying nobody's really serious about doing anything, but running their mouth, flapping their gums, and see how many clicks and likes they can get on YouTube or whatever thing you're trying to peddle, And that's my belief. And somebody going to come here and tell me something different, you're walking there. But I don't believe anything anybody I see. I believe very little of what I see and nothing of what I hear. Okay. And so, like I said, I'm with my brother Bomani here because I watched him over the years. And this brother is basically doing all the things that I believe that's going to lead, if it scale to the right level and we get the right momentum and the right people behind us and everything, the right connection, everything, Bomani could be the next billionaire, Black billionaire, and doing what he's doing because he's organized and he's to the point. We need to build our own global pipeline. And I'm going to talk about how to do that, okay? I'm going to talk about what we need to do in a community to be financially secure in this global world. No matter where we live, we should have our financial house in order, okay? That's not just some get-rich-quick scheme. That's not about looking flashy and everything. That's about your financial future. Everything from life insurance to rolling your 401k, your pension funds, or your investment or retirement account. All those things are very, very important. Also, investment clubs. We're going to talk about that tonight, investment clubs. In the 80s and 90s, we used to have those things in the Black community, investment clubs, where Black professionals got together, usually fraternities and sororities and everything. And the average Black portfolio was between $25,000 and $250,000 face value. And so when you have an investment club and everything, you have vehicles to access capital markets and everything and expand. You could take out loans. You could borrow business loans, okay? You can get what they call a Duns and Bradstreet report. A Duns and Bradstreet report basically looks at your portfolio, looks at your liabilities, looks at how much money you take in, and gives you a business credit rating, okay? And when you have a good credit rating, right, you can get capital to buy anything you want. I suggest that you build your wealth here in America, flipping homes, flipping properties, buying into all different types of, there's tons of businesses that you can get into in America, right? Where it takes a little bit of capital, but it takes you working together with others to achieve this. And once you have that sort of fight, and I also always say, do not quit your job. Work on as a project how to build wealth collectively. Find about 20 people, right? 20 people that you trust and everything. And you can't do this online. It has to be people family members, work, people that for years, right? People who their character, and you form the bond. And that's a hard part about this, right? There's a lot of people who get into the movement, whether it's FBA, ADOS, Pan-Africans, and they get into movements with people they do not know, and you cannot fake this. You can't fake this. When it comes down to doing business and money, you have to have a track record of doing business. You have to know the person. You have to know the person beyond turning on your computer. Okay, you have to know people, and people have to know you, and you have to build that thing, and that's a culture of investment. Okay, a culture of investment. Now, the Caribbean community for years have basically had things called susus. Okay, they're like a lottery. All people use these things and everything as a way of when they come to the country, they have a pool they put their money into that they basically could access to when people reach a certain amount. You get a loan for a business and everything like that, and it keeps moving like that. After you put a certain amount in, you're qualified to get a loan, stuff like this. This how other groups of people do it. Okay. Now I was part of a susu 2 years ago and everything. I did pretty well. The flowers and everything. It was really good. We was at one time we had almost $1 million coming in. Okay, that's Black African American money. Okay. And so I don't know what's going on with Susan. I had a falling out with some of the people and everything like that over some business that non-related and everything. But I made a little bit of money before I got out of it. I made like $1,500 like within like 3 weeks. I made like $1,500 back. Okay. And you're supposed to keep putting it in, bringing people in and stuff like that. Sometimes, there's all different types of susus. Now, the whole problem about that is now these things are done online and people, I'm still not convinced about online business. I'm still not convinced about WhatsApp businesses and everything like that. I still believe businesses, for the most part, have to be localized. Okay, if you're going to have a national thing online, it should be localized. You should encourage the people in the city to work together, to have local meetings, stuff like that, because they're going to be able to do local meet and greets. Susus, money collecting, everything. These things, Black people, we have. Okay. We have, but I just think that we use money. We don't have a money problem in Black America, right? We have a mind problem, okay? A mind problem, a mind of foolishness, a mind of unseriousness, and a mind of not taking anything in account or taking responsibility. Okay, now this is what I'm talking about to the Pan African community, right? In order for you to live overseas, you're going to have to be in groups. You're going to have to, unless you're really well off, whatever. And then if you are well off, you should work with other people. I don't understand how people could talk 24 hours a day about Black this, Black that, but yet when they go to the African continent, they don't speak to each other. They have nothing to say to each other. They much less doing business together. And everybody's about themselves. And like I said, Black people, we could talk all the unity we want. The fact of the matter that the Black bank situation in America is so abysmal shows that everything we do is all about talk. We don't have the Black banks and everything. You look at the amount of money Black people earn every year. We should have Black banks the size of Bank America and Black America. That's what the Italians did. The Italians formed the Bank of America decades ago. Why? Because they couldn't get loans from the Lords of London and all these other institutions and everything, and these major banks. So they formed Bank of America. The guy who found Bank of America was a Sicilian, from Italy, and he formed Bank of America, now the largest, one of the largest banks in the world. And so what I'm trying to say is this: Black banking is essential. Black banks, people who talk about Black banking and financial institutions are not evil, and we've been bamboozled to think that, if you talk about Black banks, you're a capitalist, and also get rid of those words. Those words don't apply to us, okay? Socialism, capitalism has nothing to do with our situation in America. We need Black banks. We need Black industrialists. We need Black shippers. We need Black people in logistics. We need all these things to pull our community the way out of the situation, the economic quagmire and social quagmire what it is. Because one of the problems we have in Black America is this. Okay, Black people I know are looking at the fact that the very worst of us seem like they got a lot of money. The rappers, how these drill rappers and everything got all this money. You think that's any accident? No. Every group of people should have a what they call upward mobility. In other words, if you were working class, right, your kids should be upper class. You should always move up. If you are coming from poverty, your mother was poor, your grandmother's poor, but something is wrong. Either there's something wrong with your situation, or there's something wrong with the society you live in where you accept that. You should not have 3 and 4 generations of people who don't own a home. 3 and 4 generations of people who live on Section 8. 3 and 4 generations of people who basically still can't get a rise above working at the post office. Yeah, okay. And credit unions could be another thing. I don't know anything. I don't know much about banking. I know about finance, but I don't really know much about banking, what's better and everything. Some people say banks is better. because banks can perform more services. Okay, banks could basically give lines of credit. If you, let's say we set up our own bank, right? A banking has several departments, right? For example, shipping, manufacturing, right? A factory should be able to use your bank. Why? Because a bank can have different mechanisms of money transfer. That means you can put money into accounts for this and everything to make sure this account. Let's say you have an account for building maintenance, right? A certain amount of money, your revenue goes into that, right? It's earning interest, right? And let's say you get in all these different accounts, right? Okay, payroll security, right? You have another account for that. God forbid if you can't make payroll, and then there's insurance on that. You can get insurance on that to meet payroll. Let's know when payroll's done. You ever notice people never ask, how is it that you work at a job, it seems slow, but your boss is still able to pay you? That's because they have things called key insurance, key business insurance, and stuff like that, that basically makes sure that the accounts are paid and everything like that. There's business insurance for that. All these things that we have not been privy to, right? Because our businesses, they said most black businesses in America are sole proprietorships, and black businesses, particularly black female businesses, have the highest rate of failure, right? Because they're not properly insured, they're not properly underwritten, they don't have permanent supply chain, they're not negotiating prices and stuff like this and everything. And also they don't use proper payroll, and also workman's comp insurance. That's very expensive. That's an overhead. So when you don't have all these mechanisms in place and everything, and your employer, your employer gets injured on a job and everything, and he comes to sue you because you didn't have workman's comp and everything, then your business got shut down. I've seen it happen all the time, and so therefore we have to make the change from having a black business, right, to having real black enterprise, and that takes tapping into our educated black people and do it. That's good. That'll be a business idea right this. Organize a bit. Now I've had people, right? I'll tell you a story, right? One of my clients, right? He bought my book, man. He bought my book, Journey to the Promised Land. He loved it, right? He was one of my clients, right? Well, I'm trying to think, what year was this? This is 2000 and this is 2015. Okay, and he lived with his mother. His older brother, right? He's from Brooklyn. And him and I just clicked and everything. He's retired and everything. He wanted a Medicare plan, so I got him an Medicare plan and everything, right? No, actually, he wasn't retired. Like, I got his mother into a Medicare plan. He wasn't old enough yet, right? So I got his mother, 9 years old, to a Medicare plan that I gave her better doctors and everything like this, right? And so basically, he's a printer by trade, okay? And he's a real good businessman, right? And so he told me that one time he went to the guy that does his cars, a black guy, owns a mechanic shop, right? And he said he had a part-time job, right? And he was delivering parts to this guy, right? And the guy, listen to this very carefully, right? The guy, every time he would order a part, he would have to pay for the part by cash, right? And he was working at, I think it was Advanced Auto, AutoZone, I can't remember which one, right? He told him, you can get an account, right? And also you can get a credit card, right? And he said, look, so when a customer comes in, you could buy the part right here for much less, make money off the part for much less, and then get the stuff running. You don't have to wait until the person comes up with half the money and everything. You can go ahead and get the order parts and get the stuff started where it seamlessly. Nah. I just, I've been doing the way I do it. So the guy had a business. He said, I can help you grow your business where you could clientele. But the brother didn't want to have anything to do with it. He didn't trust it. He said, I just paid for cash. They come deliver the parts and I go pick it up and everything. Then I go do that. So he goes, all the time you spend chasing the part and everything, getting cash and going to their ATM, getting the money out and everything. You could have a business where you just pick up the phone and the parts ordered for you right there because you have an account, And he didn't want to hear that. He said a lot of the black mechanic shops, the same thing. They didn't want to do this. He's older. I don't. So therefore, we have a problem in our community with people. Once they get a business and everything, if they're making a little bit of money, you can't tell them anything. Okay. And when you look up and whatnot, the white guy who does all things, he's next, he's moving on to a bigger shop or he's remodeling his business and he got more bays than you and he's thriving and your mechanic that you had working for you part-time and everything, he now has a uniform. He's working for the white guy or whoever, the Asian guy, and he's basically making more money than you. So why is a black mechanic, and the black mechanics relying on, most of my clients are people I know. I know you're Mr. Charlie. Everybody bring their car to you. You're trustworthy and everything. But when are you going to get to a point where you're going to start competing for the general public dollar? In other words, basically, if you have a mechanic shop and everything, you want to basically compete with other people in the area. You want to compete with all these other people. You don't want to look at, I just got money from the black community. You want all the dollars. You want that white guy that said, you know something? I got a towing truck business. I like your business. You're going to have all my tow truck business right here, but I'm going to have an account. And so how you do it? The tow truck guy will okay, this is what we call billing. We call billing system. And he said, I'll show you how to set up a billing system for your clients, right? Where they they come in, they got like 5 trucks, one that they want oil change, everything like that, right there. And then you bill them, right? Which means the billing date is on this date, and the money is going to be in the account. In the meantime, you can get a line of credit to cover the expenses and everything, and then you charge above that to the account, right? That's how you grow your business. And all that activity, right? The bank looks at and says, you know something? You're doing a lot of business. The bank goes by business transaction, money coming in, money coming out. We can expand that because your business is growing. We're looking at the numbers. But if all your stuff is done under the table, right? The bank has no. And then we hear black people say, banks don't give us no money. Black people are least likely because we're not doing business properly. Everything is not about race and all that, I know probably people are shocked to hear a Pan-African say this, right? But I got to tell you the truth. Everything is not about race. A lot of it has to do with the fact that we don't do things properly. Now, with times we do things properly and we cross our T's, and then we can make the case for discrimination and racism. But when we don't want to do things the right way, okay, have your taxes, all that stuff like that, your paperwork, all that stuff in order, we cannot go to the world and say, why are our businesses not growing? Why are black businesses such a failure? Why black businesses need help and everything, If we basically change our mindset, and I hope the younger generation look at this and say, yo, I want to do business differently. I want a real business. I want to have a payroll. I want people, when I pay people or not, every Friday that check is ready or it's going direct deposit. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, we don't got it this week. You gotta rob Peter to pay Paul and everything. So therefore, running businesses properly. And so what I'm saying is because if you don't have that mentality, how are you going to go to a developing country where there's less resources and everything and expect to operate a business? You see what I mean? If you're going to go to a country that don't have the services, don't have the infrastructure, and you don't. Like one thing you said about foreigners, the reason why they succeed because one, their businesses are top notch before they get to that development. They make allowances and expect that things are not going to go as smoothly as they do, and they got backups from the governments, to make sure that if they run short or whatever like that or supply chain. Perfect example was Nigeria, right? Germany wanted to build a electrical power plant in central Nigeria. Well, Nigerians wanted 40% of all contracts, subcontract out to local Nigerians. And the Germans looked over the books, said, let's see your books of whether you could do it. None of these Nigerians had a track record of maintaining anything, paying payroll, supplying, warehousing, logistics, and everything. And the Germans said, look, until you guys get to the point, that you can manage this, then we'll outsource it. Nigerians, no, forget the deal. So the deal fell through. And the Germans had a point. You guys haven't shown that you guys could do from point A to point B and have a track record. Okay? So this is why when people, the president of Ghana said, oh, yeah, Africa is seen by the world as a risk. And we dumb Pan-Africans said, yeah, it's racism. And no, it's not. Because we as a black community don't think that doing things properly is right. And we want people to take a risk. And bottom line, when somebody invests in your country or invests in your community or invests in your business, they want a return on their investment. Okay, that's the way business works. You don't. Oh yeah, we got all the investment coming in, but no money's being made back. Money is being there's capital outflow, there's fraud, waste, and abuse. All these things hamper business and productivity. Okay, where people saying we're taking a loss, kickbacks, all these things like this. People not properly being properly vetted and or getting the best deal for parts and supplies and everything. You're taking a payment, but somebody's going to give you an inferior part at a higher price because you have control over procurements, in the supply chain. So all these things right here has to be discussed when we talk about building a global pipeline. We have to expect the people that want to be business people with us and do business on our behalf and everything come with their A game. Okay, it has to be that. That's why I believe that you have to bring the top people in business and everything, and not only just top business, because a lot of times top black businesses, right? They think they could just do anything, and we're just so impressed. No, what's your track record? What do you think about this? How does that go? Show us your break-even analysis. Show us all these things that you say that you can do and everything. And then when you see all that, say, look, this is how I run my business. This is how we do it and everything. This is how we operate and everything. Then you say, okay, this person's qualified, to lead us and as far as business, and we have to be that strong on every course. I do believe the Pan African movement. If we adopt this posture, right, people start looking at the Pan Africans more as the alternative to business in the world. As a business world, because we're setting a new standard and everything. We're not just taking half-ass crumbs, for or doing things half-ass. So these are some of the things. But getting back to a global supply chain, right? We have to have more black to black business connections. Okay. What I mean, but what does it mean by that? Black business connections. That means that if you are a black business person, right? You have a business, right? All your inventory, everything from your cleaning supplies that you clean your toilet with and everything should come from somewhere procured somewhere. Every expense, right? Your except for things you can't control. You have to get your power in your business from your local power company. You have to get your water from your local water supply company. Those are things you cannot control. Those are intangible things that you cannot control or you have no control over, right? But you do have control over, okay, where you get your ink from in your for your printers, okay? A lot of us, my business, I'll be honest with you, right? I was ordering from this one company and everything like that, right? And it was good and everything. My printer broke and everything. I actually buy a new printer. I went to a laser printer and another printer a couple of months ago, right? And I just paying the high prices going to Office Depot and everything. But what if I found that there was a black-owned printing supply? I use a lot of ink for my business, okay? If I found a black-owned ink supply company that could supply me, see, it says, like, it's not just black-owned, right? You got to say, okay, I'm a black-owned business and everything. I can give you top-notch service, right? Every couple of months, right? I'm going to ship you so many ink cartridges and everything. How many do you think? Okay, like this. Okay, you're going to have an account, right? And then I'll bill you, okay? So therefore, that's business to business relationship, okay? And if things go good, I'll tell another business, right? I'll even refer you to a white business. They don't have to know you're black. I'll say, hey, look, I use this guy right here. Order from him, right? They get online, go to his website, they're signed up and everything like that. That's black business to business connections. I know that I need ink, right? I spend a lot of, ink cartridges now, brother, goes for like because of the pandemic and everything. Ink cartridges, that, right? Go for like $90. How much is it down in your area?
Down in my area, depends on it's one of those things where it's the same everywhere, because no matter where you order it from, it's the same price. Example, if you order it on Best Buy, Amazon, or HP website, you get it for the same price. But what I have, let me flip this over. What I have is my unique office HP office setup, and it's just set up with instant ink. So as soon as your ink is getting low,
Right, I had that.
you have a box of ink here. So and people like myself, who you do like real technical and business work, you need to have all these things. And that's another thing as you're talking. And brother, I was listening to you this clearly, man. I appreciate all the advice that you're giving all of us, and a lot of us have to just look in the mirror and understand that we all have not been doing business correctly like we should. And I know we have to break that barrier, because you mentioned, a great example. You know, the track record you mentioned about a group of business people in Nigeria, and the Germans are working with them. Unfortunately, when we're working with this established corporate companies and business companies, they're going to look at these track records. So we're going to have to get our taxes in order. We're going to have to get our business administration, our office, and every aspect of business, incorporations, and so on. So that's what I'm telling people, that we provide technical and business services here. And these are things, if someone was looking to deliver a start in our corporation, or looking to this connect their, build their relative website to their corporation. These are the things that, we help people with at Bomani Technology. And I've been doing that from 2005. And it's a situation where you have to build these skills if you want to compete. We as a people are so far behind. And while I'm here talking about this, I just want to show people practically what we've been able to build. And I always want to show people that, it's something that we are contributing to a movement. And our goal is to take it to another level. And the key thing that you mentioned, brother, payroll. I realize that the payroll part is very important. Say, example, you're a small business and you're trying to build your business credit or your individual credit. You just connect with a payroll company, and they'll work out your taxes and things like that, and give you real documented paperwork, whether you are a small business or a medium-sized business. So these are the things that people really want to learn and talk about business. We can get into these discussion. I do have my post on here about Africa tourism investment, but
Right.
one of those serial entrepreneurs and one of those real Jamaican business people who believe in having multiple business, or just the visionary Black people who believe in creating multiple streams of income, and also using that money to recirculate to where we can do business with our own people. So let me show you what I'm talking about, family, because we like to also just not just be here talking, but we also want to make sure that we practically show you what we're dealing with. So let me close on this. And that's what we're operating with, family, right there. That is our Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment. And what you see right there, family, is a beautiful schedule that we have all set to where, and also, as Kala was talking about your business work and it being organized, our website, africafortheafricans.org, or Bomani IT Services, these websites are connected to the work that we're talking about. And also their social pages connected to what we're talking about. So beyond just the website information, you have access to pictures, videos, and this information that you can process. Because one of the most important things is, like, we're trying to do business with our own people. But then we don't have our business information organized. Like, sometimes I'm looking at other people's trips to see what other countries that they have. And I was like, do I got to give you an arm and a leg, or something for me to see what the itinerary look like before I give you all my personal information? Maybe I don't want you to email me or call me and things like that. So, family, that's what we have set up, because we understand that sometimes someone wants to look at information and you may want to process it and just reach back out later, which is absolutely fine. So that's what we have set here. So the next journey that we're doing is going to be Tanzania, which is November 17th to the 28th. This itinerary of flyer layout, I should say, this have dates for several journeys. But the journey that we're on right now, we still have room if anyone is still interested in coming to Tanzania. Tanzania is a beautiful itinerary. This is our third time doing it, and it's something that it gives you a connection of just beyond just roots, culture, business, nightlife, shopping, and network. It just connects you into a beautiful East African country. You're literally just on the other side of the world. And the goal is just to take you to different parts of Africa to where you can feel the different energy. Now, so from there, we're going to take you to Ghana, and that is going to be our 22nd Ghana journey of a lifetime. And that journey to Ghana is it connects you to our Black Pan African community. It connects you to business and investment conference. It connects you to this a whole lot of networking. So if you're looking to live, do business in these different countries, this is a portal connection to connect you to elements of good people that can connect with you. And one of the things we always encourage is those who that are repatriating or connecting to different African countries, look out for your people in African diaspora and connect, because that's the difference maker for us on the African continent. You know, the more organized we can be, having communities, having, you know, this connection where we know we just look out for each other. It'll help us work better with our own people there locally, and also help us work better with our own people to compete against, you know, the big multinational corporations and the big you know, the big countries that are coming in and just literally taking up opportunities that those of us here in the African diaspora can take advantage of it. But then we'd have to step our game up on a level of this cooperative economics, which is the title of what we're talking about. So even in this business right here, you just have to partner and connect with a lot of different people, since it's different countries, and you have to literally work it out. But you know, the goal is to try to get more and more of us connected to Africa properly. So when you're on the site and you're looking at the information, is just laid out and organized. And if you need to talk with me, of course, I have a conference or a video call, you know, available for those things. And also we have public video calls on a regular basis, at least once a month. And then we just have a whole lot of live conversation. But family, as you go down to the schedule, we continue on to Senegal and Gambia. So that's the only two country setup that we have. That's 4 days in Senegal, 5 days in the Gambia. And that's just a nice tropical getaway. And you're able to just drive from Senegal all the way to the Gambia and back. So you're able to see the countryside of both countries. Then the next journey that we're doing, we continue back to Ghana, and we'll be using these Ghana dates in May and June for our annual Ghana journey. And the December dates will go to South Africa, which will be the end of next year. Now, but the journey that we have for our new summer schedule is Rwanda. That's July 20th to the 30th. And I'm working to this finalize itinerary and add more things, but the information is up on the website. Then you have Tanzania again, South Africa, and we're gonna kick it off, Brother Kala, with Liberia, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So what you see, family, we'll swap the Liberia and the Rwanda dates based on the seasons in East Africa and West Africa. Liberia tends to rain a whole lot during the summertime, and you're more flexible in Rwanda in July. So that's what we do, and that's based on this having conversation with our crew for both countries. So these are the things that we have set up, family, and these are full package, which include flights, and we also do a whole lot of preparation. So check out the social pages that we have here. Facebook, YouTube represent this documentation that goes all the way back from 2007 and then continue on nonstop. So yes, Kala, I hope you're ready for the Liberia journey of a
So
life.
yeah, I'll definitely. I cannot wait for that and everything like that. In fact, bumping up to March gives me more time. You know, more time. You know, say because I say that was just coming up, man. It's like, wait a minute. You told me, yo, man, when soon July hit, you say, man, okay, Kyle's a year. I'm like, yo, man, year goes by real quick, man. You know, and so this gives me a little more breathing room and everything like that. I got a hold to my guy Ross in Liberia, right? I'm gonna get him back on his feet and everything. I got people in Liberia that I pay, you know, to do errands for me and stuff like that. And I'm incorporated in Liberia and everything. I hope to bring major investment to Liberia one day and stuff like that. All the time, like I said, the bottom line is like I'd rather wait and do it properly than do it the wrong way, you know. And so, like I said, to me, the priority is Brother Bomani and the how you say the name, the Gibbers, the community over there in Ghana, you know, and the Gahazi community in Ghana, right? That community right there is going to be a prototype of the communities that we want to build. They're not going to be all the same, but we're creating something that's really in the modern in our time period never been done before. Self-sustained African diaspora, Pan-African, African American diaspora communities on the African continent that can sustain themselves, and we hope we will build our own industrial parks, warehousing zones, our own shipping ports, and all the stuff like this. Right when the governments of these countries meet us halfway, you know,
Absolutely,
and
brother. Glad you're pointing that out.
and the
The Africa
government
point is very
meet us halfway.
important.
So like I said, when we know that there's people that want to live on the continent and everything, you don't have to live. You could basically buy a house, right? And you could rent it out Airbnb for somebody to go over there that want to do tours. And then when you get ready to move in or stay there, you could stay there and everything. It's an investment, It's an investment. And so therefore, I urge more Black people in America to get your credit score right and get into real estate in America and start learning about owning property and building your portfolio up, so it's easier to port over to the African continent. Use our advantage here in America, right, to get your credit, your business thing together. Build your network, your network up. Just don't rely on people you really online. There's people, there's cousins and everything you haven't talked to in years, and you don't see until there's a funeral and everything. Start getting with your people in your families. Going out to lunch, going out to dinner, and building your business as family based and friend based and associate based, and start holding each other accountable, and that's basically what it is. If we start doing that, not only will we be doing business, but you'll start seeing the love and the compassion and the kinship come back in our community once again. You can't just get online, right, and talk Black stuff like that, and in your real life, you don't even say hello to the average Black person when you see him in the street, or you really don't have any Black friends other than just to sit around talking nonsense every day. We have to basically talk about business together. As a community in Black America, we haven't really done that. We've always been like the type where we're good. Now, I'm not saying quit your job, but I am saying that there's all types of things you could do, right, in small groups, small groups. And so therefore, and the more people we doing this, right, there's going to be somebody saying, something, I know we got this thing, we're flipping houses over here, we're making money, but I got an opportunity over in Ghana. I got an opportunity in Tanzania. Let's go look at this. Let's take a trip. Well, okay, we all got money, we're making money and everything. We was going to go on a cruise next year. Everything. Why don't we go on one of these tours with Bomani to Tanzania or South Africa? Oh, that's a good idea. See, that's how things do. And also the bonding that you have when you're doing these sort of tours and trips and coming together is lifetime, And also we have to start building it. Like I said, you cannot save everybody, right? But what we can do in the Pan-African program, when people start looking at us like, well, these guys are taking trips, they're investing together, they're pulling their money together. They're not worried about what's going on. We care what's going on in America, but we're becoming more and more like the other people around the world. You ever notice that? I've noticed that when you look at Indian people, do you think they care about who's in the White House? No. America can be falling down, but they got that gas station, they got that hotel, or whatever like that. They're just doing their business. Do you think they're worrying about the Proud Boys, the skinheads, and all that? No. They're going to keep doing what they're going to do. We have to start becoming that sort of people where we have to basically start doing business. And it's not going to happen with everybody. It has to be with serious people, that we get with, serious people we get with,
Absolutely, brother Kala. Let me know if you had something else to add to that. And I do have the link that I'm sharing. We have one person that mentioned they have some questions. So
yeah.
And we just have to just remind everyone you can join, but we want you to get right to the point with your question, and then you can ask one or two more questions, and then it's time for someone else. Because what we're doing is more just going into our conversation, and in order for anyone to get the full aspect of what we're talking about, it's more listening than anything else. But so that's the link, family. You can join us, and family. What I'm gonna do also is I'm gonna share the information. Like, we talk about this community and we talk about all the tours we do, but we have ridiculous amount of videos relative to all the tours and all of the land projects. So let me just scroll down a little bit on this one, and then so this is really for you to just get access to taking a look at the website, also just to have access to our information, which is right below the email address, the phone number, so you can text if you're interested, and we can talk, because it's one of those things where we have to build dialogue. So what I'm going to do now, family, I'm going to just, while we're waiting for the next person want to join.
Yeah, beautiful. Like I said, it's all about basically is this. We have to take our Pan-Africanism has to be a business, okay? You and I, we got to go work our businesses, work our jobs, and everything like this. But this Pan-African thing is something that we can build together, okay? Don't worry about if the crowd. You know, there's this thing called, I learned in marketing, called the bandwagon effect. Okay, the bandwagon effect has been used effectively against Black people. You know, in other words, basically, everybody's on the bandwagon, come join everything, and so people get discouraged about Pan Africanism because they don't see the bandwagon. You know, it's not a bandwagon. For example, look at. Do you think they just announced who's going to be running the Super Bowl? It's going to be Dr. Dre, Snoop, and Rihanna. Okay.
What?
Now, why is that? Right? Why is that? Because they know that they have to keep. They're just selling you on this America thing. You know, they're selling you on America. Look. I know everybody's gonna be watching the Super Bowl. I get that. You know, but what they want to do is make sure that your mind is not anyplace else. Okay. See, the whole thing about us is this: the Chinese people. I remember this guy Johnny. I used to he owned a Chinese martial arts supply store. I used to go in and get equipment, headgear, stuff like that from there. You know, I used to practice iron palm and iron fist training. I used to get stuff from him and whatnot. But every time I go in there right now, I want to talk to him about kung fu, martial arts. He had a football game on. He was so deep into football. I'm like, Johnny, man, if I wish I was Chinese, I would. Oh, he's like, oh yeah, right over there. You know, you want a kung fu gi? Go right over there. He's so into. He knows he got his Chinese culture and everything down pat, right? So he can sit back and enjoy the Super Bowl and football. He knows everything about. He knew everything about football. You know, he was a few years older than me. He knew everything about football. Everything. Oh man, the Redskins, this, that, and the other thing. You know, and so therefore I said, yeah, but your Chinese culture. You know, oh, man, I know about it, but I'm into football. Black people in America, right? We have nothing to fall back on. You know, we're so we got our head so far of America's ass, we can see out of his eyes. You know, we have nothing building. You know, so therefore, when you basically build these in Africa and everything, you could still basically okay, yeah, I went to go see this movie. That's nothing, but you got to have something else besides America. And that's what gets Black people so frustrated because they're like, I like this. So because why? Other people, I look at other people. I look at my Liberian partners and friends and everything. They're enjoying. They're having the time of their life. Why? Because they're worried about what they got over in Liberia. The Black person in America, he's just angry all the time. You know, we want this. What do you want? You want white people to get down on their knees and say, Black people, we love you, and start kissing you on the head. That's not going to happen. You know, no one gives a damn about us and what happened to us in slavery and all this kind of nonsense. It's not going to happen, right? So therefore, like I said, so let me say, therefore, you know, do what you got to do in life and everything, and then get yourself, you know, a Pan-African plan. That's all as simple as that. And be quiet about it. Do business about it. You know, don't be loud and boisterous and everything. Get yourself a Pan-African plan, and then you'll start feeling happy again. Because when it all comes down to it, it's all about happiness. Whatever you do, if you can't bring happiness to your life, then you need to give it up. Whether it's Christianity, Islam, everything. You got people that say they're this religion, that religion, and they're still miserable. People say they're Pan-Africans, they're still unhappy. People say they're ADOS FBA, they're still miserable. You know, that's because they're not doing the things in life that's supposed to make you happy and make you fulfilled. Okay, once you have that fulfillment in life and everything, what you do will bring you joy and happiness.
All right, brother Kala, appreciate it. Appreciate you breaking it down. A few people had questions. It was actually Prince Ayoko at first. Mr. IC3 Black, if you can give us, let me just get him in first, because IC3 Black, I wanted, you made a few comments. I want to make sure I post them up, and then, we can dialogue about those comments. Prince Ayoko, greetings, brother. Just unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and let us know what the questions you have, and let us know if you want anything you want to dialogue about.
All right, brother. Greetings to you, Brother Bomani, and Brother Kala Genesis.
Greetings.
As well as Brother IC3 and all family in the chat. Blessings to you all. Yeah. So, yeah. This conversation is very, very important. It's not just important, but it's very, very important. It is important because, you know, in life, wherever you're going, that's the direction you ask for, right? You see, you can't be going to America and you asking for directions to go, like, for China. You see what I mean? If you go into America and you asking for directions to go to China, you'll be lost. That I always talks with, you know, I always talk with proverbs and parables. The whole thing is that, see, this is the problem about we Black people. I'm gonna just make it short. We Black people have a problem. And the only solution to the problem is for us to understand where we're coming from and where we're going. Definitely, you can never be having a mission without knowing what the purpose of the mission. When you start a mission, when you start a journey, you have to know where you're going. That's the mission. But one thing about we Black people is that sometimes we bite more than what we can chew. That's the problem about we Black people. Sometimes we bite more than what we can do what chew. Definitely, you have to vomit some of it out and then swallow the rest. That's the thing. As Black people, we have come a long way with all of these struggles. We have never tried to find a solution as to how we can do what we can do to be able to accomplish this journey together, this mission together. The reality is that this is one thing about we Black people. We don't support each other at all. Sorry to say, out of 100%, it's like 5% of Black people who support each other. All the rest is about selfish gains. But then how do we accomplish a journey without being supportive? Just like when your brother or your sister is falling, how do you raise the person up? That's the thing. We don't support Black-owned businesses. We don't support each other to grow. All we think about is the downfall, the downfall, the downfall. But we should know that something has already created, you know, some situations has already created our downfalls. See, the human being is just like a tree. When a tree is growing and the roots is not strong, the little bit of wind that comes will blow the tree away, right? That's the bare fact of this story. The story that you're having, or the conversation that you're having tonight, is very good. It's very, very, very good. In a sense that, see, in life, even when you are up to support somebody, you should be able to have something that can be able to know the person, know that, okay, this person have this and this person can support me. It's not all about the money, but it's about the plans and whatever you have in your head. Even sometimes when you don't have money to support somebody, you have a little bit of idea that can help the person. When you, like we as Black people, to we those who are on the African continent, born and bred on African continent, first of all, our brother Bomani said I should introduce myself. I just jump into the conversation. Okay, so this is me. I'm Prince Ayoko. Formerly,
Yeah,
I
we
was
know who
Prince
you are. We know who
Ayoko.
you are.
Yeah.
We know you.
Formerly, I was.
Introduce himself.
Formally, no, I have to introduce myself in the midst of this conversation. In the middle of this conversation, I have to introduce myself. I was Prince Ayoko. I'm still Prince Ayoko, but I'm been given a chieftaincy title from last year from my paternal lineage. So I'm Chief Lamashegu Yepasi Wulana. Lamashegu is located in a suburb of Tamale, northern Ghana. And Lamashegu is one of the oldest communities in Tamale. It's among the oldest communities in Tamale. So with regards to royalty and everything, I put that aside. Like when we talk about this kind of conversations, it doesn't have to do anything with royalty. It has to do with the African, right? So this is the reality. See, when someone is blind and you kind of helping the person to embark on a journey, you have to take the lead. Else the person cannot go to wherever he or she is going. So the point is that this is one thing that I have to tell you, my brothers and sisters in the diaspora. We know that we, those who are at home, and you all are one people. We are all one people. But this is the point. See, there's a whole lot of African Americans. When they come to the African continent, they don't take things step by step. They just want to kind of like do everything at once. They just want to kind of like stand at one point, just like the bird. Stand at one point, grow feathers and fly. But even a bird, when a bird is hatched, it takes them for some time to be on the nest, to grow feathers, grow wings before they fly. But sometimes this is the problem about our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Sometimes when they come to Africa, thinking that it is so much easier to do everything that they can do with regards to their mission, they don't take it slowly. Most of the people are rushing, like rushing. But it doesn't work like that. In any part of the world, it doesn't work like that. First of all, when you have a mission that you want to accomplish, definitely you have to know that it's not gonna be easy. It's never going to be easy. It's a gradual process. It's a step-by-step process. So what you do is that when you do this, you move into this. When you do this, you move into this. When you do this, you move into this. Before you realize, you are on top of the mountain. You are on top of your mission. But you see, as humans, it is said that when you dream big. But when you have big dreams and the effort is small, like this, it's hard for it to be accomplished. This is the problem. Marcus Garvey, Bob Marley, Martin Luther King, Elder Malik El Shabazz, that's Malcolm X. All of these people, they did whatever they can, to make us have all of what we are talking about right now. But the reality is that in everything that we do in life as Black people, we're all gonna do our part and go. We can't be able to just finish everything or just accomplish everything for the Black people, for our brothers and sisters. But the reality is that, you see, as a human, if you are going to be okay with your accomplishment after you leave this world, you are it's something that will be tough for you, but then you have to do your part and go. All of these kind of conversations that we're talking about, a lot of people has tried it, did whatever they can, but in those days, whatever they were doing, people are being using what they were doing or follow what they were doing, and it's helping them. You see what I mean? So the whole point is that this conversation is good, but in order to put on all this kind of establishments as one person or as a group of people, how do you do to establish it? Like Brother Kala was saying that there's something in Africa called the susu. Yeah, susu is like when you have one city, like let's say when 10 people have to contribute one city each daily for a week, that would be like 10 cities, 10 Ghanaian cities. Or let's say if everybody has to contribute like $1 a week, that would be like each person will have $7 times 10, and one person will take. The next week, the contribution that comes, the other person will take the next week. But you see, the reality is that sometimes this kind of things, there are some people among the group, among the group of people that is doing the contributions. When it gets to their 10, after they take from the other people, when it gets to their 10, they would say, no, I'm not going to contribute. They have to even chase them to pay it. Meanwhile, they've already taken monies from the other people. That's the point. You see, this particular conversation that we're having, it seems like a joke, but it's very important and serious. As people, when we grow, we should grow with our mind and not our body. We have to always grow with our mind, but not our body. But then there's one thing I was saying, that I have a couple of questions to ask. See, first of all, when you come out with an initiative, you have to have the resources to back up the initiative. You have to have the finances to back up the resources. You have to have everything that it takes, for people to really see what you're doing. So whoever is contributing into that will not have any fears. Like, let's say, for instance, like if people have to buy land from a diasporan in Africa, if I was if I was like you, if I was a diasporan coming to Africa to invest, for my fellow diasporans to come and benefit from it, like in a kind of like land issues, I would just come and use my money, buy the lands, and then do what? Sell it out to people. If you want to help the people, you make a very big discount, or you give it out for free, depending on your finances and whatever. I'm just citing an example, like I'm just making an example as to whatever we have to do. See, bank, for instance, depositing money on a bank account is good. Making kind of like insurance is good. But the biggest investment in life is either you putting it into building or into agriculture. These are the two kind of biggest investments all over the world, not only in Africa.
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
And I appreciate
And I
you.
appreciate you. You see what I mean? So the whole thing is that when we come out with initiatives, we should be able to take the lead. You see, to use what we have to prove to people that we can do it. So when people see what we are doing, it will even inspire them to come and do much more than what we are doing, and not even follow us or contribute into whatever we are doing, but on their own way. You see what I mean?
Absolutely, brother.
Absolutely, brother.
So appreciate you.
Yeah.
But let me mute you.
Let me meet you.
It was supposed to be a quick question. I didn't want to keep cutting you off, but it was supposed to be a quick question, and then we needed to get to where Kala respond back, and I want to let Mr. IC3 Black in. But I'm not sure if you asked the question that you asked because it's more.
Well, I think I heard him.
Appreciate,
what he was saying was beautiful.
The appreciate
what he was
encouragement.
saying was beautiful.
And
like you said, a lot of us go with these big ideas and stuff like this, and we don't know how to start from the scratch and the source and say, hey, look, let's take it one step at a time. That's what I think what he was trying to say. We just have these big ideas and we expect everything to flow like it does in America and stuff like this. And to me, the biggest thing is building the relationship and the trust, both with the people you're coming to Africa with and the people on the ground. There has to be trust. And you gotta do that through what? Socialization. You have to be like that. And the whole thing is we have to get to the point where the people that's managing money and stuff like this are in a position of trust. That's why you think you have a trust fund. It's a trust, And the thing that the black people around the world never had, right? And anywhere I can see is right. This idea where people lead us or govern us is this idea called public trust, or people who manage our money, public trust. How many times people, pastors, whatever, like get our money and he takes it and buys all this stuff for himself and everything, and then when you try to say something about, oh, you just hating, like this. So I said that mentality has to stop. That mentality where people thinking about themselves and their individuality, that has to stop and everything. And the public trust. The people are, we're not the people, right? When people come in and say we want to build this and we're contributing our money and everything, and the person that's insured to do that, it's a public trust. The problem is we don't have any mechanism or punishment or whatever. Like I said, it shouldn't have to come to that, but we don't have that sort of mechanism. We're the type of people, we just forgive and move on, right? And we hold that bitterness inside of us and when the next person comes along that's really want to do things, nah, man, I did all that. Instead of dealing with the situation where, we've seen how many charlatans we've seen in the Black America, right? We had Daddy Grace, Father Divine. We had all these people come, Malachi York. I mean, they did good things, everything. But in the end, Black America is still the same way it is. We had all kinds of people came through our community, and the bottom line, it became about them, them. And we forget about the mission and stuff like this. And so like I said, in building in the future and building the future, we have to have real business thing. It means legal documentation. It means basically whatever the host country is, we have to have lawyers. We have to basically say, if you mess up or whatnot, we got the authorities, we got the magistrate and everything. This is the way it has to be, And we've always been on the thing, well, we let people in our community rob us blind and everything. We won't call the police. We won't turn them in. We won't sue them and everything like that because we don't trust the system. Well, the people know that you won't do that, right? And said, we'll deal with ourselves. Y'all say y'all niggas ain't dealing with nothing, All y'all do is sit back and do nothing, Yeah, I found a guy. I remember the guy's name finally, brother, in Liberia. The guy's name, his name was Lafayette Diggs. He robbed the people in Mount Zion Church for money. Supposed to be going to money buy land in Liberia. He took the money and left, right? And he became a government official with the former Liberian President Sirleaf. He became one of her advisors, whatever. Lafayette Diggs. And we was like, man, I was like, and Apostle Roger, I was like, well, we just forgive him. Well, he took 50,000 of your church money. Those poor people paid $50,000 because they thought they were going to get like 1,000 acres of land in Liberia and everything. This guy took the money and bounced on y'all, you know? And so, you know, that these things right here, not doing proper business and not, you know, vetting people and stuff like this and getting real signed contracts and agreements and stuff like this. These are things got to be a thing of the past, you know? So, Mr. IC3 Black, you know, you're up, brother.
Yeah, so I just have a few questions to ask. And could you please give us a yes or no answer? I just want to understand if we are all agree on some basic things. You want to go through the ones written down, or shall I just ask them live?
Yeah,
Would you like to do that?
You can ask me.
Go ahead and ask him. I'm just reposting some of the ones that you have on here.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So going back to even what Prince Ayoko was saying, and even what you're saying, I keep hearing the words "we" or "us" and "our." We need to unify. We need to get together. So I want to find out if we on this panel here, if we all have the same viewpoint of what is a black person, definition of a black person, and if we all have the same viewpoint on what the definition of an African is. So I know it seems a bit basic, but I think you will understand in a moment. Okay. So I'm asking you, Kala Genesis.
And then once you finish, Kala, brother Prince Ayoko, if you can just answer this question also, so we can just
exactly. That's right.
Okay.
So,
well, when I say we, I'm talking about the descendants of transatlantic slave trade, right? That's a people. If you're a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade, right, that excludes white people. You know, you're not African from the transatlantic the black race. Black people were descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. The people who are in captivity in America, stolen Africans in the West, and these people who have been laboring in America and everything, also known as African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro thing. I said, and also not just by race, but the mindset. There's some so-called Black Americans, African Americans who don't want anything to do with Africa. We're not talking about them. They're not part of the we. Those of us who basically understand that if we as a race, right, don't do something for the next generation, then we're lost. We're finished. You know, okay? I'm saying as the black men, right? We have to as men have to stand up, right? And say, look, what are we tired of being humiliated? I look at the Ghanaian president and before the UN make a humiliating speech, you know, complaining and crying about that. He should be up there with victory in his breath. Yeah, I'm pleased to report you that Ghana's GDP and the CD's on par with the dollar. We got this coming in, and boom, boom, boom. We're taking ass and kicking names. You know how we go. You know what I'm saying? We're basically doing this, and we're standing up right here. We're doing this. The year of return was a success, and all stuff like this. But yet he's up there trying to get sympathy from the thing, and that's why the Ghanaian youth booed him. You know, and they call the Ghanaian youth ignorant because they don't like what they see. If you can't do anything for your people, you got to give them pride. And what's pride, right? If you're a black man, I'm a black man. I want to see a black nation rise. I want to see somebody that represents me as a race, man, stand up and say, yeah, we got this. You know, we got this. We got your back. And we're standing here unified. Now, if you don't feel in your heart that you're black or you're part of Africa, hey, so be it. You know? But those of us who consider ourselves Africans, right, in our blood and our soul Africans or not, I say that's the we, you know. Some people really don't care, you know. They're more concerned about the halftime show at the football. They're concerned about what's going to be playing in the movies. Some people care about basketball. Some people care about just going chasing white women. Some people go do this, you know. But those of us who basically say that we are Africans, we're black Africans and everything, and we got to put ourselves together. Now, we understand that we live in America. We live in the industrialized world. We got to keep doing what we're doing. I understand that, right? I'm not going to say like this. But the bottom line is this. They can have your body, but they don't have to have your mind and your soul. You know, my mind and my soul is on my mother continent. My body's here in America. I have to do what I have to do to survive in America. That's fine, you know. But my mind and my soul is on the African continent, you know, and that's what I mean by the we. Some people, a lot of black people in America, really don't care. They don't care about the state of Black America and everything like that. How we give $1.4 trillion to America and we get nothing in return. You know, the fact that we give our votes for the Democrats, right? But Joe Biden got $80 billion to give the Ukrainians, right? But don't have a dime to give to Africa, our mother continent. And we put these people in office. That's what I mean by we. You know, if you go out there and vote for a party, right? And the state of Israel gets $33 billion from the so-called first black president, right? If that makes you angry, you're part of the we I'm talking about, right? When the first black president extended sanctions on Zimbabwe, right? And you're angry about that, right? You're part of the we. You know what's in your heart and your soul, right? So the we comes from just being conscious and knowing who you are and everything. Now, if some people don't care about that, oh, I love Barack Obama. Barack Obama tried to push homosexuality and all this stuff like that on Africa. His first trip to Africa outside of Ghana, right? And I thought that I was dreaming. I think it was his second term. He goes there, and I thought, yeah, his second term, man, he's going to really pour on the Pan-Africanism. Yeah, here it comes. This nigga gets up there and starts talking about the LGBTQ and transgender and stuff. And we're saying, what the hell? We elected you twice, and that's what it is. And then because you wanted to give a favor to Britain, you extended sanctions on Mugabe and locked up 2 black men from Chicago for lobbying for Mugabe's government. That's the thing that get me angry, you know? So we elected this man and everything. So now Black Americans, we're very clear about a couple things. Just because you're black don't mean you're down with us. You know, what's in the best interest of Africa and everything? We know the truth, right? Black people in America, we came together, right? And shut down all South Africa was a world reserve currency. We brought them to their knees with those sanctions and everything and the boycotts in the 80s. I remember that. I was a teenager. I remember that, right? We stopped all planes from flying to South Africa. We stopped all businesses, all cities that we control in America. We made sure South Africa couldn't get engine parts. We made sure we did everything we could to stranglehold the apartheid government. So you're not going to benefit from brutalizing our people over there. Why? Because we said those were our people. They were black. You know, that's the African American mind. You got to excuse me. You know, we see black people as one. We don't see any difference between black people. You know, some people say, you know, why is he talking about Nigerians? They don't care about us. They don't care about you and everything. I don't care about that tribalism stuff. Way I could see it, if you're black and we're still living under a global white supremacy world, as far as I'm concerned, if you're black and you're being mistreated and oppressed, you're part of the we.
Well, we appreciate that, Kala. IC3, I don't know if you want to respond to that or you want to wait for Prince Ayoko to...
Yeah, I'll wait for Prince Ayoko to know and just hear him, what he means by we or our, us. And if he agrees with what he just heard from Kala.
All right, so okay, so this is the point. This is the whole point about what we're talking about. See, politicians are the major controllers of our system, right? It is politicians who are controlling the system in this time of the universe. See, politicians are controlling our system, but they can only control our system if we allow them to do that. When we put our mindsets to politicians, when we put our hope into politicians,
who are the we you're talking about?
I'm talking about me and you. That's the we.
Oh, you mean on this panel, you mean?
Not this panel. I'm talking about the black race and the whole world as in general.
Yeah, posted the link right up front.
Right? Listen, when I say we, I'm not just talking about brother ICT Tree, brother Kala, or brother Bomani. No, I'm talking about, we black people as in general.
Okay.
That's what I mean by we. I'm not just talking about the the four of us. No, it's a general thing when I say we, right? And this is the reason. See, Brother Kala has talked so much about this, but this is one thing I want all of us to understand. See, there is some basic things that we can do if only we have the opportunity to do it, because it's not everybody who got this kind of opportunity. But look, when we have, like, when we are able to have the kind of resources, like when we have the land to do our farming, when we have the land to use, or the resources to use it on ourselves, or to make good use of it, no politician will play games with us. See, as I'm here, either the dollar goes up or it comes down, I don't care. Either the president of Ghana do whatever or whatever, I don't care. Because you know what? I don't have problem with food. I don't have problem with my basic needs. I don't have problem with anything that has to do with the government. The only problem that I have is the increment of gas. See, it's just the increment of petroleum. That's the only problem I will have with the government. Either it is light, either there's light or it's dark, I can still go to sleep. See the point?
Prince Ayoko, do you agree with the African Union's definition of what an African is? I understand that the African Union, this must be the African Union, their definition of what an African is anybody who's born in Africa with an African passport. So a white person born in Africa with a citizenship, a passport, or even a mixed race person can be an African. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. You might.
I'm not muted.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead and repeat.
Yeah, I don't believe with a person has to be, have an identity about Africa with the use of paper.
Yeah, I don't. Yes or no?
No.
You want to ask me that question?
Come again?
No, I want to ask brothers.
Yes, Brother Kala can answer the same question as well.
Listen, this is what people don't understand. Like, this problem has started from the Genesis. It has started from the beginning. The whole point that I'm making is that if it takes me, like, to have a paper to show myself as a Ghanaian, then no, I'm not going in for that. If it takes me to have any kind of documentation to show myself as a Ghanaian, I'm not going into that. The reason is that, see, I was born here in Ghana. My ancestors were from Ghana. Not only in Ghana, from different parts. See, my ancestors came all the way from the Songhai Empire. That was the Mali Empire. all the way to Nigeria. You know, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Mali, Senegal, all of these West African countries, they were all from, you know, in the past, they were all from the same empire. It is this same thing that we're talking about that splitted us and just scattered us. So that's what I said in the beginning of this conversation, that sometimes before you find a solution to a problem, you have to know the cause of the problem, and you have to have a way to solve it. We'll all do whatever we can do, but listen, it will come a very long way in solving these problems. Trust me or not, that's how it's going to be. The reality is that politics has spoiled everything in Africa. Politics has just destroyed the entire African continent.
Modern politics.
That's the problem. That's the problem. It's
Hey,
a very
Prince,
big problem.
let me get the point here. We're echoing. You know, so I
Yeah, Prince Ayoko. Yeah, the issue is Prince Ayoko Mike.
Yeah, your mic.
Maybe we just roll out the meter on top when we talk. I realize yeah, hold on for a second. Let me just mute you. Yeah, so that's the only way we're gonna avoid the feedback. So
okay,
when you're not talking, just mute yourself. Me and you are usually fine, but it's the other two mics.
Okay, let me say this. Okay, now about the idea of African Union, I don't see the African Union. People don't really understand this. Like we said, broke it down with Great African was on here. The African Union, I call the African Union, you know, is nothing but an extension of the European Union, right? And the Chinese and everybody else. The original OAU charter, right? Recognized African as being part of the black race, and Liberia was the head of that, you know, in the 1979 OAU conference, right? And that conference, right, it was agreed upon that sanctions against South Africa, the handing over of Southwest Africa to the black majority, the Lancaster Agreement in Zimbabwe, right? All those things were brokered, right? Also, the Lagos Plan of Action, all these things were based on race. The original OAU was founded in Saniquelli, Liberia, right? From this brother named Stewart. He was a Garveyite, right? And he met with he got President Tubman, Sekou Touré, and Kwame Nkrumah, who was visiting Guinea, to come to the hills of Nimba County in Liberia. And these brothers formed the basis of the OAU, the organization to unite the continent, right? And it was based on the black race, okay? Now, this idea over the years, right? Let me say this, right? You can be born, you know, there's white people that live in China, right, for generations of Polish descent, you know, with their whatever, they're still never going to be Chinese, okay? You got Chinese people that lived in Japan, right, for 400 years. They're still never going to be Japanese, okay, even though they're both Asian, right? The white people that were born in Shanghai, the British enclaves, were never called Chinese. They were called Taipans. Okay, the African, the black race, right? Because we don't love ourselves and we don't think our posterity, our race, and our land is something to protect. Well, anybody could come in and say, "I feel like an African now," and they get invited to the cookout. Oh, you're African now and everything. I seen a short story that was on HBO. I think it was Cinemax one time a couple of years ago, where this white lady walked into an elevator, right, and a black man walked behind her, right, and they get stuck, and she gets all nervous and everything. And then also he says something in Zulu, right, and then she responded to him back in Zulu, and then they started singing, "Oh, you're from, oh my God," with this having this rainbow kumbaya thing and everything. And they'll say, anyway, he actually called her, "What are you doing in America as an African woman?" I mean, now they're going around telling us that Jeff Bezos Elon Musk is a African American. No, he's a white man in Africa, right? He's not African. So the term African American got so popular and so hot, right? Well, you know, white people born in America outside African American, they don't want us having anything. Even though they used to tell me when I was a kid, you black, go back to Africa, go back to Africa. Then we said, you know something? I'm gonna rep that shit. I'm an African. You know what I'm saying? When we started getting into it, yo, our African stuff, whatnot. Oh man, Africa, you ain't African. You're American. You're American. You know. Now you got some Negroes out here calling out the foundational Black Americans, all kind of nonsense. We start saying, you know something, man? I'm African, man. I really feel this thing, man. I'm African American, man. I'm from the motherland. I'm African, right? We start taking that and empowering ourselves with that shit. So therefore, what's African is mine, right? And we start saying, you know something, man? Let's go to the continent, man. Let's go hook up here. Let's do some business and everything. Suddenly, oh no. See, you're only African when they're putting you down. You're not African.
You're not African
when you are trying to
benefit
or
what's yours.
Yeah, what's yours.
Yeah.
You're only African when they're trying to degrade
you.
You know? So that's the whole thing. No Africans, white people in Africa are not Africans, you know? When we say Africans, we mean Black African people, right? You may be born on the continent. You may be a South African national, right? You may be a Namibian, right? Or you may even be a Ghanaian, right? But when you say African, right? You say Black African or Black African, that's the whole thing. And that's what people, oh, color doesn't matter. Like Navigate sitting there, Navigate about color. Color absolutely matters because it was a color of us that was the reason why for our enslavement. When you enslave somebody, say you're an inferior race, they have every right to rally around that identity to say, look, this is since we were enslaved by race and everything, race is now an identity. Now we're weaponizing race for our benefit. Suddenly, oh no, I never forget this. I'll never forget this as long as I live. Back at Time magazine, right? When Mandela got out of became president, right? A couple of years later, right? And I went to my lawyer's office, right? And I looked over and I saw a Time magazine article, right? Just when this is back in the late, it is like 98, 99, right? Just when I'm in my Pan-African Black Power speech. I look over the magazine and said, what scientists now agree that race is a farce. I said, what? They said Mandela may not even be a full African and all. I said, now when the things are changing and we're starting to get involved, suddenly now let's get rid of this race thing. And you got Negroes in America falling for it. You know, it's like look, if they beat us down, if we fall and beat down, then we'll be African again, right? Now that we're going to the continent, now we're investing, now we're meddling in affairs. There's a racist forum called AfroForum. Do you guys remember that? AfroForum? You know, and those races for several race forums. I got tricked into it. I thought it was a Pan-African forum, but it was a spy thing. They gathered all the names of us who were inter-African. They said the problem that white people, they had this big plan of race mixing and all stuff in South Africa. But they said the whole thing is what's stopping it is this the influx of African Americans on social media and African discussions. They blame us for the racial. No, what you did to them in South Africa is why they're mad. They blame Black America for all the radicalization of Africans and everything. They think we're a poison, we're cancer, and they're trying to use Africans to fight against us, everything. Because the bottom line, this is not all this. The diaspora war you see, it's orchestrated. They got a hidden hand behind throwing darts and everything. I tell Black people all the time, if somebody on the internet, Nigerian, he's a Negro, say something, just ignore it. You know, that's not how all Nigerians and Ghanaians think. You know, just ignore it. You know, because I know the bigger picture. The bigger picture is they don't want Black people in the West, right? And Black people in Africa thinking on the same page. That's all it is, because it's a threat to their plans. Their plans would keep Black. Did they really think they were going to keep Black America locked up in America and not looking at Africa? There's an old philosophy, a philosophy in South Africa, Oman, called Amma Malinka. Amma Malinka is a belief that Black people from North America are one day going to descend on the African continent in massive hordes. And is all-out race war, the prelude to Armageddon. That's in South Africa. That was during the Garvey era, you know, in the 1920s. It's called Amma Malinka. These guys were fanatics, right? They believed that we were coming with ships, planes, and machine guns and whatnot to wage a holy race war in Southern Africa, you know? That was called Amma Malinka. And so the bottom line is this idea of a Huru and the uprising and everything, They're terrified of that. They're terrified. Right now, the Chinese and all these trying to get Hunter Biden, right? With Joe Biden is trying to get cobalt out of Africa, right? So they said, let's go to fossil fuels. So you're going to basically enslave the Congolese, right? To dig cobalt out of the ground and leave a big hole in the earth because you want to build electric cars? The hell with you. You ain't going to get your electric cars. If I have anything to do with it, we're going to shut down all these friggin' these mines and everything, and go. They can go someplace else for it, and then we'll monetize it and make the money off of it on a slow pace. But we're never gonna let them friggin' come to Africa again and just start doing what the hell they want to do under the guise of all the friggin' nonsense and everything. So,
all right. So my brothers, I'm about to start my day.
Yeah, 1 second, Prince Oyoko. I want to ask you a question. Are you from Nigeria or Ghana or where?
Born
Prince
and bred in
Oyoko.
Ghana.
You don't know who Prince Oyoko?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Born and bred in Ghana. I'm a Ghanaian. I live in northern Ghana. Okay, so this is one thing that I have to share with you, my brothers and sisters, not only on this panel and on this chat.
Prince Oyoko, this is very important. Please, one second.
Okay.
I understand that there's white people go to Africa and then they can get initiated and become chiefs. So that there are some white chiefs in Africa. I was doing some research, yes? So there's people that go to Africa, white people go to Africa, and they get initiated into certain tribes. Do you classify them as African? You, Prince Oyoko.
Never and ever on earth. Right? When I say never and ever, it means no. No. See, this is one thing people doesn't understand about African royalty. It's not everyone who can just become a chief. And people doesn't understand much about African chieftaincy. In Africa, before they give chieftaincy title to a person, the person has to deserve the title. And see, the beginning of every chieftaincy title is the origination. That's how it starts. But in Africa, I can attest that we have never had a white chief in Africa in the beginning, right from the beginning, right? Okay, so this is the point. People are doing that for their own selfish gains. That's up to them. Especially in this modern day, people are doing all kind of things that when you look at it, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. But there's a proverb that says that you reap what you sow. When you sell out your community to a white man, give him a very prominent title in the community with regards to the chieftaincy. Look, never forget that one day the title that you give the person is going to use that title against you. No matter how long it will take, but it will still come back. But there's one important conversation or message that I'm going to share with you. I'm going to share with you all who are there in this panel and to people who are listening in the chat. I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to share this message with you all. Both our brothers and sisters in the diaspora and our brothers and sisters on the African continent. I'm going to tell you that, look, this is what I'm telling you. Charity always begins at home. Charity begins at home because if you are not able to settle the problems at your home, You can never go and settle the problems with someone else. See, this is the thing that we lack to understand as Black people.
Does that
Our
include mixed race
problem-
people?
Our
Prince Oyoko,
problem-
does that include mixed race people?
I'm talking about all Black people who has originated from this trans-African slave trade.
So you include mixed race people.
We are all Black people. I'm talking about
Jason,
we.
this is what I would say, right?
What I'm
Take a DNA test.
What I'm saying is that,
you're not
listen.
60% Black.
So this is the point. What I'm saying is that, see, we people in Africa, we those in Africa, and you those in, the diaspora. I'm talking about people in America, Black people in America, Black people in South America, Black people in North America, Black people in the Caribbean, Black people in Europe. All of us are considered to be what? One people under one umbrella. But then I'm going to share this important message with you. See, don't put boundaries among yourselves. I'm talking about, our brothers and sisters who are living over there. Please don't put boundaries among yourselves. Consider yourself to be one people. No matter what the difference is, no matter whatever kind of, difference that you have over there, please don't try to make boundaries among yourselves. Else we'll always remain in this same problem. The white man is he's not the only problem that the Black man has. Though we know we have come a long way and there's a causes of all this kind of divisions and all of that. But, when there's a problem, there's always a solution to the problem. So something that has occurred over 400 years ago and everything, yes, we all know that this was what occurred. This was what separated us. But how can we do to bring back ourselves together? Our ancestors are not there anymore, but we are still alive. So what we can do is to just bring back ourselves together and not try to, make divisions or put boundaries among ourselves. Even when we live, like, let's say, like people from the Caribbean, when they travel to America, when they travel to Europe, and see yourselves as brothers and sisters. And don't try to see yourselves as, kind of like different people. We are all one people. If only we understand this simple thing. It's not simple, but to me, I feel like it's simple. If only we understand this simple thing. Look, everything is going to come into conclusion with a very easy way, in a very easy way. But if we keep focused so much on the past and try to put boundaries among ourselves, this person is not an American. Let's say like when somebody from Jamaica, when somebody from let's say like Haiti, or when somebody from any part of the Caribbean comes to America, see the person as your brother. And likewise, people who are from the Caribbean, when you come to America, or when they go to America, people who are from Europe as Black people, look, from all walks of life, we should all consider ourselves to be one people. Even when we have problems, we should still do what? Bury our differences and move forward. Either we talk to each other or not, we should all move forward in a very positive way. This is one thing that can help us. We have to always look at the situations and the problems in hand before, going into, fixing any other things else. If we are not able to kind of like bury our differences take each other's as one, keep one keepers and just keep being on the same path, we're gonna be on the same path to the next generations, and we're gonna pass it to the next generations. So let's all kind of like get that unity that we're talking about. We all know what is happening in Africa. So many different kind of problems. You hear this country have a problem in Africa, the next day you hear this country have a problem. It is what it is. But it takes some kind of positive energy to understand this. It takes some kind of positive thoughts to understand this. All what we have to do is to move forward as one people. Regardless of our differences and whatever, we should all move forward. Either we talk to each other or not, we should all consider each other to be moving forward. And then we have to be what? A little bit considerate in whatever we do in life as Africans, as Black people all over the world. So thank you all for your time. And give it a thought. Just give it a thought. Yeah, just give it a thought. Then you understand what I mean. Okay, so I wish you all very wonderful weekends. I'm about to start my day. Peace and blessings to you all. Love you all, brothers and sisters. Stay blessed and stay focused. Okay?
Absolutely,
brother. Always walk on your feet and don't walk on your head. Right? Walk on your feet and don't walk on your head. Use your head to think and use your feet to walk. Right? Stay blessed. All right. Peace and blessings. Absolutely. Stay strong. Everything is going to be all right. It will take time, but it will be all right. Walk in a positive path and on the right path. Love you all. Peace.
At family, so family, positive energy from our brother, positive energy from our brother, and that's what I'm talking about, family. Let's keep up the positive energy and encourage the rest of us to work together and to do better as a people. We understand our flaws, our faults, our struggles, but let's get it together and let's get organized. We have two new people on the panel, Navigate Freely and then Uenzi. Navigate, introduce yourself, and then once you're finished and you just communicate with the IC3 Black, because he's looking for direct answers to his questions, and then Uenzi, you can just go after that. So Navigate, the floor is yours, brother.
Greetings, Bomani, and greetings, Kala, and greetings, IMC Black, and greetings, Unwed. It's nice to be here, and I just wanted to say that everyone with black skin is not Black people's friend. So even the Europeans don't consider themselves as one people. Even today, we have Europeans that great war with one another. Idealism is wonderful. Idealism has its place. But our historical record, puts us in a position where we can't afford that much idealism. We got to be pretty much pragmatic and realize, that we can't not just because ethnicity, race can be ambiguous. It can be ambiguous, and leads to our demise, and it just allows people to easily infiltrate our programs. As we got our guard down because you got melanin in your skin, then the infiltration is simple and easy. So we got to be about more than just skin color. To me, being Black is primarily a political a thing. And even today here in Ghana, lots of chiefs are making, they make some white people and Chinese people, they make them sub chiefs. But just like Prince Yodo said, they have to earn that. They have to come in, invest, money in to build up the community and the infrastructure. They gotta, even Black, Americans coming here, they have to, to become a chief, they have to, some chiefs, will allow chiefdom, for little or nothing. But they have Pacific chiefdoms, they sub chiefs, because we have a wife and a husband here today that was just made chiefs in a small village. They're the development chiefs of this small village. Only thing that does is, that means they have a responsibility, they made a commitment, and the people made a commitment to them by making them development chiefs. So me myself, I'm not gonna willingly accept a chiefdom, because I'm gonna do what I can do, and that's all I can do. So I'm not gonna make a promise that I might not be able to totally keep. But when you accept a chiefdom, you're making a promise, and that chiefdom, has a Pacific title, and a Pacific avenue that you must roll down. Whether they make it a white chief or a black chief, or a Chinese chief. So being, that don't make you an African, but genetically, because genetics and ethnicity is going to take care of itself. That's scientifically, that can be scientifically demised, and you can see melanin in people's skin, but just because they have melanin in their skin, you see it, don't mean that they're your friend. We cannot fall for that okie doke again. What are the chiefs going to do? You got this Chinese guy, who has no melanin in his skin, but he's willing to come to your village and invest a couple $1 million, directly into your community because he got love for your people. What are you going to say? No, and you don't have no black Americans.
No, you don't say no. You don't say no. You say hell.
I'm speaking. No. You can speak after I speak. Well, you can speak what I say. According to Kala, you'll say hell no. Keep your $2 million. We'll just sit here and hope and pray that somebody like Kala, will come to our village with that $2 million because your skin color ain't right. So we ain't.
Right,
so
we don't call it.
You got love and for our people. We're not gonna take your money because you ain't the right color.
So
that's
in other words, when
ignorant.
those be funneling little African girls and whatnot, impregnating them and
that's ignorant.
Huh?
Even the Europeans don't just go, you white, so you gotta, we're gonna trust you, to be in our mix, because you're the right color. The slave trade wasn't about color because there was plenty of people, with melanin in their skin was right directly assisting in the slave trade. There was enslaving black people and assisting the Europeans. It was about Lord, it is right now. It's about power and economics. That's what the slave trade was about, and being, it was about power and economics. Even white people were enslaved, as indentured servants for, it wasn't the same type of slavery. No.
OMG.
Black people
I don't believe
being,
what I just heard, man. This is the president of the Plotters Association of Ghana, man. I don't
well,
believe
I'm just telling the truth. I know you got a problem with the truth. You can't deal with it. You want to be idealistic, and everybody bury their heads in the sand and don't stand up and face the reality of life. I'm not going to do that. You can do it, but there were people, there were Europeans. I'm speaking. There were Europeans. I'm speaking. I wasn't even on here when you were speaking and you ran off. Nobody interrupted you. Stop being rude. You think you know everything. Stop being rude. You'll get an opportunity to speak. There was Europeans that came, that was brought from Europe, poor Europeans, and they were indentured as servants, for many years to buy off. They had that option, and skin color gave them that option. Yes. I'm not saying that skin color is not, important. It's just not primarily important. It's not the primary thing that we should focus all of our attention on, and try to protect ourselves just with skin color, because it's not going to work. It's never worked, and it ain't going to work. If that's our primary focus, we're going to be infiltrated, by those, who will gladly sell us out. Black people has always sold black people out. Skin ain't never, kept everybody, in harmony, and protected them against the Europeans. So, skin is a factor, you know, but it's not the primary factor. What's the primary factor is how the mechanism works between your ears. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, just because, you know, you're African, you be made, I mean, you're a white person, you've been made a chief, that makes you ethnically, you know, an African. No, it doesn't. That just makes you Africans friends. That's all. You know, and we need training.
Well, perfect navigate. Mr. IC3 Black, did he answer the question based on what we was talking about?
Black is primary
I heard his
political.
view. I heard his view. That's all. I'd like to hear the other guy's view as well.
Wenzi, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Jumbo. Everybody, glad to be on the program. Thanks for giving me
Jumbo.
Please, Jumbo.
Yes, Jumbo and Ndugu.
Please, Jumbo.
Thanks for giving me an opportunity to ask a few questions. I would like to gain insight and learn a little bit. And the questions I have are going to be kind of directed at Mr. Kala Genesis, but certainly it will help if everybody could participate if you like. Okay, so as I listened on the program, it seems like for the most part, many people see the term African as a race. So therefore it gets into you know, whether a white person or Mzungu can be an African. So let me sort of engage Kala in this for a minute. So let's say you have the country of, I think you had mentioned Namibia earlier, but any of them, Angola, Namibia, whatever. Let's say Namibia. So would you say that being Namibian is a nationality, so that a person who is of Afrikaner background or British, whatever, who is born in that country can be a Namibian, but they are not an African, even though they might be a citizen of a country in Africa? Let me ask you that.
You want me to answer now?
And then I have a few other questions depending on how you.
Now, if you read, you go to my website, BAIO Afrikstan 5 and everything like that, right? I wrote an article a couple of years ago called "The Nation and the State." Okay. Now, there's people in. Have you ever read Plato's book, The Republic, written like 2,500 years, The Republic? Have you read that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. See, this is what I'm talking about. The idea of the republic, they said Egypt was the first nation state, right? But it's actually no nation state was Greece and Athens and stuff like that, right? The city states, nation state, right? The republic, right?
It was a simple question.
Oh no. Let me get to that. Let me get to that because we're gonna be talking all night. Let me clear this up, right? I think that the black race, right, don't have any concept of what a republic, a nation, a nationality is. We don't. We don't understand the response. We don't understand the responsibility of what a citizen is, what a republic, what the social contract is. Okay, a nation is not a land. It's not a republic. It's a people. People with a common heritage, common race, common religion, common background, common lineage. Right. That's in the common heritage and also a common future. Right. They are a people. That's a nation. Okay. Now, the ideal situation in the world is when you are the majority in that nation, right? You have to absorb people into that nation as assimilate into one culture, a fused culture as a majority. You cannot fuse white people and black people together under one nation because they don't mix. You can fuse two Africans, right? And no matter how different they are, right? Through education, right? And also literacy is a cornerstone of a democracy. People have to be taught to see themselves as one people. And you can't see yourself as one people when you look to different way. You have to have a common origin. Two African people are coming from the continent, right? They are the same origin. They're Black Africans. You can make a nation out of any Black people. You can make a nation with Hutus and Tutsis. Perfect example. Paul Kagame read the Republic. He looked at Singapore, and the bottom line said, "Look, for now on, we're Rwandans. We're all Black Africans and everything like that. Yeah, we have differences and everything, but we're Black Africans. Don't mention Hutu or Tutsi anymore, right? You cannot do that with a white person. White people in Africa are interlopers. They're invaders. They're interlopers. They're not Africans. You can never like that. White people in Africa don't even bother, right? Because they practice racism in Africa. In Namibia, they don't let Black people in certain areas, right? Certain like Ludacris and thing and Swakopmund. White people are down there and whatnot. They look at Black. How you on the continent, right? And you got Black people barred from some of your best spots and everything. These people, it's time for the Black race. That's why I said we asked about the African American mind. The Black race will just basically say, okay, we got these white people here. They're playing this let's be Namibian game and everything. But the true thing is Namibia is never going to be an Afrikstan, what we call it Afrikstan. It's never going to be a Black state, because they got white people there, And Afrikstan is a Black African state, whether you put the bill under one idea that we're all one race. I believe in the idea of race, okay? Race. Race is real. The Europeans use that, right? Look at Great Britain. Look at France. France is French, all French? No. Because of the Parisian culture, right? You had Lombards, Celts, Gauls, and all these other people, Calvins, and all these people became what? Frenchmen, under one language, everything. Italy, you got Cabricians, you got Romanos, you got Milanos, you have Sicilianos, you have all these other people in Sicily, Sardinians. All these people became what? Italian, Italy, okay? You could do that when you have the people are the same race, okay? You can't bring two races of people together and call it a nation. They become a nation. In other words, Italy is now a nation. Okay, we recognize our differences, right? But we're the Italian nation. We're the British nation, We're the Irish nation, You got different Irish people, everything, but we're Irish. You got the Spanish nation. Now, Spain has a problem, right? You have the Baptists in Spain, right? For a long time, they assimilate everything. Now there's a Baptist separatist movement. These people were always outside the realm of Spain. So the Baptists want their own separate nation in Spain. And you got the Barcelonians saying, something, we really want to do our own thing down here in Barcelona. We want to secede from Spain. A couple of years ago, the Scottish had a vote. They voted for succession, right? And they
what about Germany and Belgium? You have to tell us about Germany and Belgium and Scotland and all of these places too.
Hold on. You didn't understand. You're so ignorant. You don't even understand what I'm talking. Let me get to that, right? Germany and Belgium are two different people. They have a different language, right? The Belgian people live in Belgium, right? German people live in Germany. There's no need for them to come together and become a German. The Belgian people have a language. A nation is borders, language, and culture, right? It's common language and race. Race, culture, language, and borders makes a nation, a nation state. Now, the republic is the other part. Once you understand what the nation is, right? Now is, okay, we agree that we're a people. Now, let's just find what's the borders. Now, in certain nations, right, you have what we call minority groups, people who don't fit in, like the Kurds, okay? They are living in Turkey, but they're not Turks. They're Kurds. They can't assimilate into the Turkish population. They want their own Kurdistan language, right? And so, therefore, the Turks oppress them. The Kurds are in Syria, they're in Iraq, and they're Iran, and these countries, and the Turks pursue them. Why? Because they can never assimilate with the Turkish. They're not going to learn the Turkish language. They're not going to give up their Kurdish identity. Okay, they're oppressed people. They're landless people. Same thing with the Gypsies. And so, therefore, when the people have a land, right, and they're the majority, right, and inside that majority, right, you could do two things. The people could try to assimilate into the majority, learn the language, and blend into the culture, but through marriage, through business, and everything. Or they're going to be a permanent underclass or a marginalized group in that culture. And that's where you have nations. Black people in America are a minority group. When did we become Americans? I have no idea. Whoever told us that. We are still a minority group in a white country. America is a white country, okay? It's a white nationalist country, right? Black people have always been a separate nation inside America. Black America is a nation, right? A people. common culture, common language, kind of a homogeneous, pretty much nation inside another country that's dominated by Europeans, Euro-Americans, white people. That's the truth. Okay, I don't want like I'm a candy coated no more. We're a minority group. We're not Americans like anybody else. We gave up that thing about being a minority group to fit into, assimilate into America, which was a big mistake. Had we stayed as just a minority group in America, right, we could have got friends. We could have got UN protection. We could have got all kinds of stuff. But they killed all our leaders that thought like that. And now we try to be Americans. And we look at our community. Our communities are all on fire right now because we basically tried to assimilate into American society. And the bottom line is America is always going to be white and white-minded, white ruled and everything. Now, we could benefit from the society and everything, but we still have a yearning for what? Nationhood. That's why we do the show, Nationhood. Nationhood means those of us who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade and those of us who are with us and who assimilate with us, like our Jamaicans and Haitians, they're part of our Black African nation in America. Now, we're saying that in the future is we're going to build that nation on the African continent. That's what we want to do. You know, a nation. A nation basically is a group of people with the common ideas.
That wasn't the second question. You answered the question already. Let's get to the next question. Good.
Well, I know you was moderating Navigate, you know.
You talking, you talk all night. If nobody shuts you up.
Well, look at you talking. You talking and say nothing. All right. Well,
I'm not like you. You won't stop.
Talking and say nothing. You know. Go ahead.
Well,
go ahead, bro.
Actually, okay. So let me
just see you next time. See you.
Let me just sort of
yeah, I see Three Black. I wanted to see if you can finish up before you leave.
Would you like him to go before I finish?
Yes, because he's about to leave. Finish up on anything that, especially what Navigate was saying.
No, it was wonderful, but Bomani, you've organized a wonderful space where we have really good quality discussions on intense subjects and important subjects. So keep up the good work, and thank you all for being here. I'll see you again soon. I've got to shoot off now. Take care.
All right, bro.
Take care.
Okay, so let me go back to the Namibia thing, if I can engage you on that again. Okay, so you mentioned that you felt like in the case of Namibia and these African countries, because there are white people who live there and not only just live there, reside, but are citizens. I'm taking it that you would say you've mentioned that the space is somewhat compromised. So that being a Namibian does not necessarily mean that you're a Black, or does not mean that you're an African necessarily if you say Black means African. So would you say that if we were to make Namibia as an example, an Afrikstan, as you say, then would it be that if someone were a Namibian, that would make them an African, but a white person who lives in Namibia or who is a citizen simply is just that, a citizen of Namibia, but they're not a Namibian? Would that make sense?
This is the way I see it, right? And this is the whole thing about the Black. We've been getting our ass kicked for 500 years, right? We've never fought back. You know, all this stuff is imposed upon us, right? You got white people walking freely, owning most of the land in Southern Africa, right? They do whatever they please and everything. They walk around like they own the continent and everything. Cecil Rhodes and everything. It's basically we've been conquered, right? Let me tell you something, folks. Once they lay settlement down in your land, right, and build the infrastructure, you have to hold that L. I don't know what now Southern Africa, we could just basically write that off as far as like this. We can go there, we could build and everything. We just have to realize that those are multiracial societies, okay? And there's nothing we can do about it, right? I have a lot of Black South Africans and everything. I like Julius Malema, but he's just fighting a losing battle. He wants South Africa to be an Afrikstan, but the bottom line, white people control most of the key essential things that make South Africa work. So that's never going to happen. Okay. Same thing with Namibia. Namibia's whites control all the game parks. They control all the restricted diamond areas and everything like that. The black Namibians can't even go on restricted diamond areas like the Skeleton Coast and all that. That's restricted areas, right? Because there's diamonds there, you know. And even when the Namibia got its independence, right, it was agreed that that area won't be touched. And so you got Namibians right now saying, you know, they have nothing. I have my brother Pandini Sandala. He's from Namibia, right? He's been listening to me for years, you know. He said, Kyle, I've been listening to you. He knows a lot of Namibians, a lot of Zambians have been listening to me for years. And they said, man, what we need is a black nationalist movement in this country, right? Because the blacks in Southern and Namibia, they think so white and they so have such an inferiority complex and everything. And so this is what I'm saying. You got a lot, and also because of that, Namibians have a high number of drunkenness, a high number of waywardness and everything. Now look at Botswana on the other hand, right? Botswana is pretty much a country devoid of white people, right? Because it was a barren land. White people didn't settle there really, you know. And Botswana has a homogeneous population. Seretse Khama built the Botswana Debswana Corporation, diamond mining, diamond polishing, diamond cutting, and he used the revenue to make Botswana a country. Botswana, most of the population lives in the south, and Gaborone, the capital, right? And so therefore, most of the people have a middle income lifestyle, a modern lifestyle and everything. And Botswanans are very, very happy people, but they're homogeneous. They're a success story. They did it without white people and white settlement and everything like that. There was small white pockets of whites, but they were so small, it was a thing. Look at Zimbabwe, right? Zimbabwe basically was once southern Rhodesia, northern Rhodesia, and stuff like that, and southwest Rhodesia. And so therefore, Zimbabwe had actual white settlers there, right? And to this day, Zimbabwe is suffering because of the presence of whites. Now, these same whites got British passports, British citizenships, right? They still call themselves Rhodesians, right? So you built a country called Zimbabwe based on the ancient kingdom of Zimbabwe, but the whites still call themselves this, and they're enjoying the best life and everything. And so they basically laugh at any sort of nationalism of black people because they control the means of wealth and productivity. And so the black nationalists in Zimbabwe basically are defeated people because they can't do nothing about the number one problem, which is the white presence in their country. Same thing with South Africa. They can never become a real nation because of the presence of white people and Indians and all these other people in the continent. So you basically have to say, you know something, that's what they have to do. Other than that, just unless there's some war that happens and millions of whites and Indians are killed and they leave, well, then again, that would incur the sanctions of the United States. And the black people in America are so weak, we couldn't help them. We used to be strong in Black America, but we're so politically weak and sick that we couldn't come to their aid and say like this. Everybody knows it's wrong what's going on in Zimbabwe. It's wrong that so many whites control all the land. They said whites good farmers. These whites are old. The black people actually do the farming. Black people do all the work. And this myth that they put out there that black people can't farm. Black people, look at Rwanda, successful in farming, animal husbandry and everything. Look what's going on in Botswana. Look what's going on in these countries. But black people are running successful farms. Only in Zimbabwe and South Africa do they make it seem like black people can't enter commercial farming. Look at these young Ugandans, right, who are basically doing coffee and tea and competing on the international stage with their branded products. They don't want you to see that part of Africa. They want you to make it seem like you need white people or the Africans starve. I hear comments all the time. If white people leave, the Africans will starve. They couldn't feed themselves. And the Africans, instead of joining with Black America, because we got the best farmers over here, you know, and saying like this, let's prove them wrong. They basically are engaging in the same back and forth who's better or who's more of a fuck up between Black America and all this kind of nonsense. They don't see the problem is the whites who came there in the last century. The white people didn't send their best and brightest to the continent. They sent their criminals, the thieves, the cutthroats to the continent. And their descendants are living there in the lap of luxury while the Africans are suffering, you know? And so I know I don't believe white people in Africa are Africans. No, they're not. They're invaders. And there's nothing you can tell me like this. I know for a fact and whatnot in Angola, right? Angolans really hate them. They hate the whites and everything. They hate the white Brazilians that come over there try to use the Portuguese thing. And a lot of Angolans tell me they are waiting for Black America to liberate them. They're waiting for this connection. They said only connection differences is of language barriers. They say they want to get rid of Portuguese as a language. They want to connect with Black America. There's so many opportunities. Black people in America don't know how many people love them and looking out for them in the world. How many people admire them around the world. But I'm in contact with these people, and they tell me all the time, man, say, wow, man, you guys, man, you come over here, man, you can build whatever you want to build. You can be free. We got everything over here that we can get into and everything. And so no, I do not believe, like I said, we talk about Afrikstan, we're going to have a particular territory that's carved out, that's going to be a Black African state. Will white people be allowed to visit? Yes. Will white people be allowed to seek residency if they need it? Yes. That's fine. But would a white person be able to say, look, I'm a citizen of the said Afrikstan of this country right here? No, it's not going to happen. The Afrikstan is like you say, if you could have a caliphate or whatever Islamic state, if you could have a Zionist Jewish state, then God damn that we can have an African state based on the fact that we are now Africans based on our lineage and based on historical trauma that happened to us. We can have a Black African state, which is an Afrikstan, And so those who don't think that that's necessary and everything, you think that color doesn't matter. Hey, look, man, you're not part of the we. You think like
we already have many Black African states. Yeah. We have a number of them already.
What are you talking about, navigate?
The way
there's 53 nations on the continent.
No, they're not nations. Those are countries. You don't listen to the damn thing I said. Those are countries. We don't have real nations on the continent.
Well, here's my thought.
The African state. Those are African states.
No, what we have is countries, right, that are propped up by Europeans and everybody else. We don't have any. There's not one African country that basically the major decisions in Africa, like Patrice Lumumba says, are made in Europe. Africans just given, okay, you can do this, boys, you can do this and everything. We'll give you a line of credit and everything. Every last single
African. That's the key. It ain't about blackness, it's about power. They don't have the power to make all of their decisions.
The power, doofus, is not in the Black person's hand. It's not in it's not in
and it's not in their skin color either. So the power is
the fact that the Brussels and the Hague and all these other places down in Africa them being white has nothing to do with it. That's what you're trying to say?
Them being Black has nothing to do with it either, because it's all about power. So now you're coming around to the real crux of the matter.
Navigate's drunk, man. He's drunk. He's drunk. You go to the next question.
Well, let me respond to something, Kala. I think you did a great job in breaking down across the continent who owns what, sociopolitically, economically, but I was really talking about like race to delineate that. So let me give you my thoughts, and I hope everybody can just kind of jump in and react. So the way I would see it at this point about, let's say, Namibia, I'm just using that as an example. So I would say that what you really have is in Namibia, you've basically got Bantu, and you've got some pockets of people who would be Mzungu. And I'm going to use those two as races. So I'm using Bantu, because that is a linguistic term that does hook into what I would say the ethno-lingua cultural context in general across the continent, just because the word means people or humans, and it does intersect from a language perspective. But I would say that is kind of an ethno-racial term that everybody knows who is in that group. So to me, you would have a country, if you wanted, Namibia, and since, as you say, it's compromised because they are Mzungu people who live there, then the races of people in the country might be Bantu, if you want to say ethno-racially. and then
The
also
Bantu
Mzungu people.
and San,
But,
but Namibians are, I would say Namibians are very black conscious. You look at the war they Wepo, they're
I
very
got you.
very black conscious. You know, so you got people, Bantu people, they're all
Right.
mixed together.
Right. I got you. But what I'm saying is to delineate on race as opposed to the nation. So in South Africa, if you have Afrikaner people that we know that are of Dutch descent, automatically white, then if they are citizens, then they just call themselves South African. But if we're talking about race, what we're talking about is Mzungu people who are there and also Bantu people who are there. So if we're going to delineate on race, it seems like we need a term that identifies our ethno-racial context that intersects culture, language, all kinds of
Hey,
things.
yo, bro, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. We say black African. Let me give you an example, right?
Well, we don't need to say black African if you
Why not?
say black is
Why
African.
say in the
But
whole thing? When I say black, I spell Africa with a K. That means
right,
to me,
right, right,
that
right. I
means
know.
that means black African. That means you're black African. You know what I'm talking about, right? So a white person can
Right.
say, I'm an African. You can say all you want, but I'm an African with the K
Okay.
on it. And that
I
means
can
black African slave descendant, you know? And
I can go
let me
right.
say
I
this.
can
Let me say this, brother. I was watching this one program where these in Durban, it was the Durban police, right? And they was like making arrests, right? And they basically was Afrikaners, right? And they was like, yeah, we have 3 African men. They were talking about the black South African race. There were 3 African men. They called black people in South Africa are called Africans, you know, and the white people are called Europeans or Afrikaners or Boers, you know. So they South Africa, the white South Africans really will tell you, even to this day, they'll, even though they call them Afrikaners, they say, look, we're not Africans. We're white people. We're Europeans. They pride themselves on their European heritage, you know. But so they call black people the Africans or Aboriginals or Bantus or whatever like that, right, to distinguish themselves from things. So what you're seeing right now with this African identity is something they're doing online and on TikTok and all this kind of nonsense and everything that cause trouble. Everybody knows when you say an African, right? You're talking about the people. You cannot be an African and get all the benefits, right? If you're not an African, as far, let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? In Rwanda, when the Rwandan massacre happened, right? There are whites who lived in Rwanda for generations, French and Belgium, and everything. But when the UN came in there, right, and there was Rwandans that were just happened to be there on vacation that lived in Europe, they took all the people with white skin out. They said the only people we're evacuating are the people who are not indigenous to Africa. So you could speak perfect Rwandan, Hutu, Tutsi, everything. If you were white, you got on the ship, you were saved. If you were black, right, you could be African American at the time, you were going to be left behind. So in other words, basically, yes, this thing of race is real. They're saying, okay, you're indigenous, or you're indigenous. We can't let you go because all the whites and Indians are not indigenous to Africa. So they could get, the UN said, we only have enough people. So only people who are not African can get pulled out and get the protection of the UN. And they left the rest of the people to sit there and die. The Africans sitting there and die. That taught the Africans, the Hutus and Tutsis, one thing. We're friggin' black and we're fighting each other over tribe and ethnicity. We have to do better. That's what Paul Kagami's talking about. The race is real. You know, it's not a fairy tale. It's not philosophical, whatever. Race is real.
Okay, so that's fine. I have no problem with that. I guess what I'm saying is, even in the case of South Africa, then based on listening to what you're saying, then I think the best thing for they should have done would have been just to change the name of the country to Azania already, instead of having the country as a name that the Mzungu
See,
people
like I
gave
said,
it.
let me say
South
something.
Africa.
Let me
So
say something, right?
let me
First of
let me
all, when Mandela got out, right, that wasn't his mandate. They basically told, when Mandela came out, he was a black nationalist. But over the years, he became a South African leader one now, a father figure to all the blacks and whites. And he talked about a rainbow nation. That's what they sold it as, right? And to be perfectly honest with you, right? Whites had control of the military. They had nuclear weapons, right? South Africa is not a banana republic. South Africa is a highly industrialized nation, right? You cannot basically, they understood one thing. Black people made up the labor force and all stuff like this, and they were consumer based. White people made all the what made South Africa unique was it was a technology advanced country in Africa. South African two ports, Cape Town and Durban, control the sub-region, right? So basically, Mandela had to negotiate thing like the whites were just here to stay. They negotiated for the end of apartheid. Now there was some black nationalists who didn't like this. They said whites should just get the hell out and everything, like the Pan-African Congress and all that. But they basically, between the majority of whites and the majority of blacks, said we have to learn to live together, and that's what they did, you know. And I'm not going to begrudge them for that, because any other way basically is like this. Black people were not ready to handle a country. Now, if it was a country like Namibia, different country. Because a smaller country, blacks could do without whites. Same thing with Botswana. But South Africa is the engine behind the whole entire sovereign. It generates, up until recently, South Africa generated half the continent's electricity, right? It basically was the engine behind the whole entire continent, right? Nigeria never got to the level of South Africa as far as development and stuff. Ghana never got to that level, you know? Kenya never got to that level. Kenya's catching up. Some people say Tanzania might be there in 20 years. But South Africa is still the main engine of the continent. Whites, Indians, coloreds, and all these other people are a strategic and vital part of Southern Africa. While black people going over there talking about, I love South Africa, doing that Hakuna Matata, and I love South Africa. They really love that advanced infrastructure, you know, that advanced infrastructure. That's why a lot of black Americans like it, you know. And the bottom line is this, and we don't have that in Afrikstan. You can go to South Africa, enjoy yourself. There's a majority black country like that. But if you want an Afrikstan, that's not the country for you. It's a multicultural country. It's a multiracial country. I'm just giving, but Bomani and I are just giving you the reality of the situation. I'm not selling nobody no Pan-African fantasies anymore. Get South Africa off your mind. You know, it is what it is. Start with someplace else.
Right. I got you on that. Only thing I'm saying is I was just trying to make a clarification simply. So the idea that you're saying, and maybe I agree if you're saying you agree with this, is that no matter what the name of the African country, it could be Kenya, Namibia, wherever it is, Zambia, wherever, no matter what the name of the African country in terms of race in the country, it ought to just be African. And then if they're white people are Mzungu.
No, I don't believe in all that term, like with Mzungu. Just say white people, man.
Well,
I mean, you remind me of when you sound like Phil Scott when you say that. Hey,
no. I have deep reasons why I'm saying the word Mzungu versus white. But okay, we can take out the word Mzungu.
Mean white. Mzungu just means foreigner or outsider. It doesn't necessarily mean white.
It is attributed to a white person. And
yeah, but,
I know it's not the real meaning to go into the linguistics of it.
The term Mzungu just means outsider, foreigner. It doesn't mean white.
Yes, it means a wanderer, but attached.
Yeah, but the bottom line, so it's not. But
okay.
Now, when we say white devil, we're talking about white people. You know.
Okay. Fine.
You know, when white people say. When people say Mzungu, they're talking about foreigners. They're talking about whites as just a foreigner. They're not talking white people. They're not saying white devil like we do. You know?
No, I'm not saying devils or anything like that. But I mean, I'm capable of going
so if you're not saying white devil, you're not saying if you just say white, either say white devil or just say white people. You know, but Mzungu does not necessarily mean like we have contempt.
It has. Well, we can get into that later. There's all kind of variations of word Mzungu, and I can certainly go into it from various languages.
But to answer your question, right?
But let me finish my content to you if I can respectfully.
Good.
All right. So we'll take all African countries, and then we'll just say in the country. In terms of race, there's African and there's white people. All right, but now let's go to the U.S. See, I see it as an oxymoron to say the term African American.
Well, how's that oxymoron? We've been saying.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, and I'll give you my narrative.
Hold up. You've been talking a lot. We've been using
No,
the term
I
African.
haven't gotten a chance to really
Hold
explain,
on.
and I'll be very candid to make sure.
No, it's not gonna let you finish. He got to
Let
dominate
me
everything.
finish this and
He
why.
ain't gonna listen to nobody.
Let me finish this and why.
Okay.
So first of all, the term American was a term that white people use as an ethno-cultural definition for themselves as a colonial people. That's the first thing. So what I would be happy with would be, from the U.S. perspective, I think, because
you gotta hurry it up, bro. Come on.
I think the country should just be the United States.
That's
and black people in it should define their ethnic group as a linguistic structure from Africa, and let the white people be American if they want.
Bro,
but we're gonna make
finish,
it clear.
Kala. You keep interrupting the train of thought. I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
He's rambling on several different things. Let me respond.
No, he's not.
Not at all. Not at all. See, when you say African American, first of all, the term American was already established by white people as their ethnic cultural group. So Cherokee people, Navajo, Arapaho, they weren't an American. So when you asked a question earlier, Kala, in the program, you say you
got to keep. Sure. You asked me like 4 different questions, man. You know, this is like your 4th question.
Let him finish, please.
No, I can't keep going on like this. You
no,
said
you can't listen to nobody.
Let me respond one to the other, and let me answer. You keep going on and you going.
Then you're gonna go on and on and on. You ain't gonna give us an answer.
Sit down, man. Sit down.
You're gonna dominate. You're gonna talk for the next 20 minutes.
I'll let you answer, because I don't want to get into a negative dialogue with you when I'm trying to learn and dialogue as well. I write as well. I read. I travel, but I gain insight from other people. So I want to gain from your insight. So first of all, let me just ask one question.
Well, you asked several questions.
American used as a colonial term by white people.
What?
Is not the term American, was it not already?
No, not necessarily
used for white people.
Oh, hold on. Let me put it to you like this. First of all, black people, African Americans, were born in this country, right? We helped build this country, right? And most black people, I thought the
country was the United States.
Hold on. The country is the United States, but the people from the English colonies, right, are called Americans, right? It's a culture. English-speaking people are called Americans, right?
That's what they call themselves.
Hold on. People call Americans. Black people early on, right, call themselves Americans, right? And then in 1887, there was a pamphlet in the Philadelphia Inquirer that said, "I'm a proud African American." We have the African, and you look at Black American Church, right? There's no such thing as an American church. It's the African Methodist Episcopal Church. The African
African. Right.
Hold on. It's African American. Just like you have.
No, it's not African Americans.
No, are you gonna let me finish? You gonna let me answer this?
It's African.
Hold on. You gonna let me answer this? You know what I'm saying? Black people in America have a heritage in America. And basically that's part of our identity. So what you want to do is have black people in America be completely homeless. This is America, for the most part, is our home right now. This is where we spent 400 years. We built who we are. So there's no detaching from America until we have a nation of our own one day and whatnot, until what you want us to be is homeless.
No, that's not at all. No,
not
at all. I said
so in other words, basically, when you say, hold on, when I say African American, I'm talking about, I know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about my people here in the 50 United States and whatnot, descendants of the transatlantic slave trade that lived in America 400 years, right? That's what I'm talking about. Just like you have the Scott Irish. You know what a Scott Irish is? A Scott Irish is somebody basically who are a Scottish descent, but spent like 700 years in Ireland. They have a different ethnic culture than the Irish Catholic, right? Just like the African American is completely different from somebody born in Nigeria, because we have a history in America, where you land at, right? Just like your Afro-Canadians, right? They have a different history. We're all African people, but we have a different ethnicity. Black African American is just not a race; it's an ethnicity based on a common lineage. We have an African American almanac, encyclopedia. We have many, many books telling our history, our music, our culture, our foods, everything that identifies us as African Americans, right? Now, some people, black people in America, are more inclined to identify with America. Some of us like Africa. Some of us are both Africa and love America, right? But what you want to do is say, oh, you should stop calling yourself American, just African, because I know the term African American means people are great people. And a lot of people are jealous of that. I know that for a fact. A lot of people are jealous. Oh, you guys shouldn't call yourself this. You shouldn't call yourself this. Black people in America, I will be a race traitor if I told my people, oh, man, don't call yourself African. I know Black people basically contribute tremendously to this country, and the building of this country, the founding of this country, everything. So therefore, to take that, deny that, right? I'd be like this, I'm saying that what we have in America, we could take that, right? Take that and something to build upon because we have an identity, And like I said, we have the African Methodist Episcopal Church, right? We have the African Missionary Church. We have the African Masonic Order. We have all these things that show that we always were into our African. In fact, the people who brought the idea of Africanism to Africa were Black African Americans, right? Because when we went to South Africa, they saw themselves as Zulus. They didn't see themselves as Black Africans.
The white people in South Africa called themselves Africans, and that they feel like they was born there. They built infrastructure. They even dominate the infrastructure. But you don't want the Europeans to call themselves Africans. But you think it's okay for black people to call themselves Americans in America. You don't know history. It's an act. You flipping it.
Navigate.
You're not consistent.
Hold on, you never read a book in your life, so you never hold
on.
The African National
so Black
Congress,
Americans is okay because we built this country, so we can call ourselves African Americans. But white people in Africa, they cannot be. They're not African. They are not African.
Navigate.
That's what you say.
Hold up, mute this dude.
Don't make sense. Don't make logic.
One thought.
It was African Americans who founded the Pan African Congress, the African National Congress, the African Methodist Episcopal Church in South Africa. African Americans have almost 170-year history of building in South Africa. That's old. That's really old. Henry McNeil Turner built the first Black church in South Africa, and Black people from America settled there in Johannesburg, Durban, and Cape Town, and all these other places and everything. And the modern Black Africa was built around the African American community in South Africa. People don't even know that history, And so therefore, the idea of Africanism was started with the African Methodist Episcopal Church and everything. It was a modern term. We're Africans, Before that, people called themselves by their tribe, by their stuff like this. So we brought the idea of Pan-African was born in the West. It's a Western ideology. It says that we're African, Black. When you say Africans, we're saying Black people. You could use Black and African interchangeably. That's what it means. So when the question was asked, what about white people? White people are not Africans.
Right.
White people are not Africans. They can never be Africans. So stop talking like on that level.
Okay, so Kala, I got what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying. Let me just make a quick comment, and then I have a question that I really wanted to ask you from the beginning before I came on the show. One is before Zimbabwe became the country that was formerly labeled as Rhodesia, I never assumed that any Black people in the country were ever Rhodesians, even if they lived there. I assumed that they were Shona and Ndebele and Tonga and a whole list of other people. So I assumed that Rhodesia was the name that white people gave the space, and Rhodesia was in their image, and the African people who were there were not Rhodesians, even if they lived there.
Well, they actually, to be perfectly honest with you, right? When they created the education system, just like they did in the United States and everything, they basically, you have no choice. You're the country you live in. That's your identity, what you're a subject of Rhodesia. Black people, they were called Black Rhodesians and white Rhodesians. Just like you have Black South Africans and white South Africans.
Right. And I saw a Black Rhodesian as an oxymoron, and I saw white Rhodesian as oxymoron because I saw white and Rhodesian as the same thing. But the question that I wanted to really ask you was, have you noticed in media recently that the term African American is being pushed out in preference for this term, or being pushed Black American.
I
And,
don't see that. All I see that is
if so, is this an attempt to create a situation where the Black people are kind of like positioned not to really see themselves as African?
How can they do that? How in the world can they do that?
Because as this term Black American is constantly pushed in media, they're saying that they like this term. Some of the Black people are saying they like Black American.
Those are people. Let me tell you something, bro.
African.
Those people have been around for a long time, right? Those are the type of Black people. They're vocal, loud, they're a small part, right? And they basically hate being called African. They think Jesse Jackson came up with the term African American, everything. Actually, Malcolm X used the term African American. Edward Wilmot Blyden used the term African American, right? Several
the term is perfectly fine, but Black people live in India. Black people live in Australia. Black people are, live in many places all over the world. And so everybody with black skin, is technically, not an African. Everybody with white skin, everybody with white skin is not French. Everybody with white skin is not Russian.
Jason,
everybody,
that's not what we're talking about.
Skin color is naive.
Jason, are you here to friggin' like that? We're talking about a bloodline, a heritage. It ain't about.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, ethnic that's ambiguous.
If you don't want to
be ambiguous,
if you don't hold up, you don't
want to ambiguous. You can't build a nation.
Identify as Black. If you don't want to identify,
I identify as Black because I understand what the definition of Black is.
Navigate, that's fine.
I identify as African.
You know what I'm saying? So what are you talking about?
It's some white people identify as Black and African too.
Hold up. Why are you friggin' wasting my time?
You wasted my time with this nonsense you see.
You
just want us to keep playing that Willie Lynch, divide and conquer. That's what the Europeans did. They divided us.
Everybody chat with Kala.
Race is just another weapon in the arsenal of the races. They use that.
I've been dropping so much knowledge here tonight. You come here.
No, you haven't been dropping only in your mind.
I'm saying, well, look at the chats. Want me to read you some of the chats?
No, I don't want you to read me none of the chats. I'll read those later.
Teach Kala. I got your book or not. What books have you written, Navigate?
This not what books we having a conversation.
You've never written a,
and you trying to say that a white person in Africa, can't be an African, but you saying a Black person in America can be American. You're saying two different things. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
First of all, an African means an African is by race. America is not a race.
Well, African is not a race.
Okay, so you
don't know where the word Africa came from? I thought you read some books. You got to get back into the books and find out where Africa come from.
Navigate, you are a race trader. You're an abomination.
No, I'm not a race trader. I'm a pragmatic. You're an idealist.
You are a race trader.
You're an idealist. You think we can base everything on skin color? Just because a person has dark skin, that don't mean they're gonna be your friend.
They need to take your plotters association away because you are a race trader.
Somebody needs to wake you up. Somebody needs to hit you upside the head so you can realize that skin color is not gonna move us forward just using skin color. Skin color is not the primary thing. Even Africans realize that. They make some white people chiefs around here, because it's not about skin. It's about who's gonna give love and move the nation forward.
We don't need your love.
If you ain't gonna do nothing but talk about skin, you ain't doing nothing.
Okay,
absolutely not.
Bottom line.
Navigate, appreciate you. I've got to meet you, please. UNZ, hold on. Kala, finish saying what you're saying because you need to be able to.
The racists keep us divided and.
I'll say,
you gotta judge. You can't judge people by the color of their skin. You gotta judge them by
the color of their skin.
Navigate. We're not trying to be rude, but Kala need to do his analysis.
Bottom line is this idea that's going around that's dangerous, right? Bottom line, the only group of people that's having this conversation is a Black race and everything. Why? Because when we say Black African, we're talking about Black people, right? The Black man, what's ours? I don't believe any white person or non-Black African person on the continent is an invader. They don't belong there, and they're just a guest. That's all. Period. End of story. At any time that this stuff could be revoked. And I will not join with any movement that recognizes white people as equal to me when I hit the African continent. You know, that's why I'm glad my ancestors in Liberia did what they did. Every white person you see in Liberia realize they're outsiders. They'll never be a Liberian. They'll never be like this because our ancestors were smart when they wrote that constitution. The white people come over here with this Christianity, is Islam, whatever it is, and you got black, oh, we're all one race and everything. But the thing is, though, you go to countries like China, you could stay there, but you'll never be Chinese. You'll never hold public office. You go to Japan, you'll never become a Japanese. You'll never become a Singaporean. They'll let you sit there and everything. You can go to Europe and all stuff like this, and you'll never become a real German. You'll never become a British part of the British, no matter what they give you as far as citizenship. And the only reason why they give you that because they're taking more from you than you think. They got all your wealth. They got their hands in it. Perfect example of what I'm talking about is this. Right now, Australia has a serious problem with gangs, black gangs, right? Now, people will say, you know something, I thought gangs were America. No, gangs are all over the world. This gang problem is a worldwide phenomenon. They say, who are the black gangs? Are they black American? No. These are Somalis, South Sudanese, everything. They got the black American street culture lingo down, but they're attacking whites. They're doing all stuff like this and everything. And then one South Sudanese guy said something this. He goes, you think they brought us here because they love us? He goes, Australia and Canada is in my country right now, sucking oil and got multi-billion-dollar oil contracts. To basically get those oil contracts, they gave us green cards and everything. So therefore, they take all their best minds out of South Sudan, right? So they can loot their oil, loot their stuff like this, right? And basically, the African basically does not have a home for himself. You know, doesn't have a home for himself. So he's around the world. He doesn't fit in. The reason why they're angry like that in South Sudan, Australia, is because they don't fit in. They know that bringing you to their country is a small price to pay for what they gain. These are New World Order globalists. These people go into our countries and everything. They loot the continent. They loot everything. They dump their goods on the African shore. And the trade-off is, hey, we'll let some of you guys come over here and study. And you can stay. Like, why do you think you have these Africans in Ukraine? You know? Ukraine's a huge wheat supplier to Africa, you know? And so, therefore, it's a trade-off. This whole dirty world order that we've been living under this idea of a global citizen, this idea of multiculturalism, all this stuff is basically like this. Like in the Bible, in the Tower of Babel, God said he didn't want all nations to speak one language. He didn't want all nations to be together. He said he gave men command over the nations. If he wanted to make a Chinese, a Japanese, he would have made him like that. If he wanted to make a Chinese, a Russian, he would have made him like that. If he wanted to make an Englishman or a Congolese, he would have made him like that. He made a Congolese to be a Congolese. He made an Irishman to be an Irishman, and that's the way it is. So all this nonsense about let's all come together and nonsense, while the same people can't even come together with their own race, but you want to come together with everybody else.
Don't put words in my mouth. You want to impress me? Creating a straw horse, putting words in my mouth that I didn't say, and you coming up with ideas that I never even I didn't say at all. So you the one that's creating the narrative so you can beat it. You don't listen to nobody. If you listen to somebody, you might agree with them.
You said the world should come together. Color just divided.
I didn't say that. You said.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say the world should come together. I didn't say that. What I said is you said that white people in Africa, can't claim to be African even though they were born there. And then you said,
they need to go.
Then you said black people in here, they can call themselves Americans because they built this and they got infrastructure. So you talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Let me ask you a question, right? Did we invade America? Did our ancestors invade this country?
But no, our ancestors didn't invade this country.
All right, then that's the end of the conversation.
That don't end the conversation.
Yeah, that's in the conversation.
We're in.
Okay.
Some of the Africans there, their
Bomani,
ancestors
did your
invaded the
ancestors
country.
invade Jamaica? Did your ancestors invade Jamaica?
No, my ancestors didn't invade Jamaica. That don't prove no point that we can call ourselves Americans because we didn't invade. We was dragged over here. But the white people that came to Africa and they just took it They can't call themselves Africa because they didn't do it
line,
the same, get there the same way.
They're
But
invaders,
they're there.
settlers. Don't
They're
compare
there. They live
them
there,
to
and
us.
everybody
This is what I'm
white,
talking about with
is not black
Negropeans.
people's enemy.
Hold up, with Negropeans like navigate, right? They always want to equate all the hell white people put the world through to us. Whatever. We didn't ask to be brought here to America, but we're Americans now, right? They just have to toughen
That's
up.
right.
Right?
We didn't ask to be here. We got dragged. That's not the point.
Bottom line,
that's not the point. The point is, if a white person is in Africa, they was born there and they live there. They can call themselves whatever they want. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that white folks are supposed to be in charge.
That's gonna be then when they're all swimming in a pool of blood, and when they can call themselves African all they want.
They can call themselves what they want. It's not about what people call. It's not about what people call themselves.
Can I jump in between you gentlemen? Can I jump in between you gentlemen for a minute?
Navigate. Whose side you gonna be on when this race war breaks out?
It ain't gonna be no race war if we smart.
Okay,
we're gonna take what's ours.
Just don't be on the other side of my gun, bro.
Gonna control the continent. This continent, that white.
We're gonna control nothing, man.
Shut
up.
Let me jump in between you gentlemen.
And some of the black people is gonna have white skin. Because that's ambiguous. The Africans, they come in all shades. Even down to white. Africans all colors, and so it's not a matter of color. It's a matter of world view, how you think. It's not all about color. I want to see all dark melanated people controlling this continent. With help from anybody around the world. That's what I want to see. I'm not gonna just demonize a person, that has our well-being at heart just because they got lighter, they have less melanin in their skin, and I'm not gonna glorify, somebody, because they fully rich with melanin because they're the ones that would stab you in your back. You got to judge people by more than just skin color.
All right, Navigate, appreciate it. Kala, can you respond, and then who wins the
like I said, man, I thought things were bad, man. Like, but I've been kind of down lately and everything. But Navigate made things even worse. I mean, Lord have mercy. It just if you after 500 years, you can't understand that basically the world is basically based on race. We have not reached any plateau. White people still dominate everything. Navigate. I know he's sobbing over Queen of England's death and everything still, so I give him a break. Bottom line is this.
There you go with that nonsense again. Of course, everything is based on race because that's what the racists, developed this system for. That don't mean we got to go along with it. That don't mean we got to think like they do. That don't mean we got to, just react to just that.
Navigate. I want to be a racist. I want to be a racist. So how about that? I'm a racist.
Well, you can't be a racist because racist ain't about color. Racist is about being a racist. Is about power.
I'm a racist.
You don't have the power to be a racist. You don't even know what a racist is.
See how upset you're getting?
No, you don't even know what a racist is. I'm not upset. You don't have the power to be a racist.
If I can influence somebody over here to do something and say, something. I listen to Kala Genesis, right? I was on the fence about the white people's future in Zimbabwe.
You don't have the power to be a racist.
Hold on. And I've got my Zimbabwean, my Zambian friends listening right now. Say we're not sure, but because of what Kala said and whatnot, something, man, it's time for these people to go. That's power.
Well, it ain't power because it ain't happen. You don't have power.
How do you know it's not gonna happen?
Just because somebody listens to you and agree with you, don't mean you got power or they got power.
If they act on it, it's power, right?
Well, if they act on it and it's successful, they got power.
Well, that's
just acting on something don't mean you have power. Power is the ability to get what you want or stop somebody else from getting what they want. You got to have power.
The bottom line.
You don't know what power is.
Every bit of influence I have to stop white people,
which is not much.
Bottom line, you don't know what power I got.
I know what's going on the continent, and I don't see no Kala Genesis power being exercised here.
Bottom line, just keep waiting.
I'm waiting. I want to see it. If you got that kind of power, I can't wait to see.
Don't be on the wrong side of that power, brother.
I appreciate that.
Well, that's your opinion. I'm not on the wrong side of power because I consider that the enemy of my greater enemy is my temporary friend. I'm strategic.
You ain't got no enemy. You do like you don't have none. It's the worst.
Well, you don't know what I have. See, there you go. You're building a straw horse so you can beat it. Don't put your flawed words in my mouth. Do not put your flawed words in my mouth.
Check this out. The most pathetic man.
Only thing I do is quote what you say.
Not the one who's loved and love lost, right? The most the most pathetic man in the world is the man who's never made an enemy in his life. That means you didn't.
Well, I didn't say I didn't have no enemies. You the one that said I don't have an enemy, and I don't listen to everything you say because what stuff you say is flawed. I say the enemy of my greater enemy is my temporary friend because I'm strategic.
Yeah, you ain't strategic.
I'm not idealistic. You know, go half cock. You know, thinking I'm right. You know, and failing. You know,
what you say?
Skin color is a weapon in the arsenal of the white supremacists, but you can't see that. For 500 years, they've been using that weapon. You're correct. But, you know, that don't mean we got to fall in line with that, what make the weapon effective. We can move beyond that because we're more sophisticated. And we have, you know, even Martin Luther King saw that. You didn't hear it. You know, it's not primarily about skin color. It's about world view. And some Europeans have the proper world view, you know, and that's not mean that they can come in the Africa and they be in control and they should be able to take control. No, I prefer melanated people, you know, with like minds to control the continent of Africa, you know, with the help by any means necessary. If they got to get some help from Europeans to do that, cool. You know, but you don't want Europeans, you know, you want to be racist and you ain't got the power to be racist. Well, racist is about power. It ain't about skin color. It's about power.
I Navigate, appreciate you, brother. I've just showed the message that our brother posted earlier on the screen. So that's what we were talking about earlier. So if you don't agree, that's fine. But we do need to hear from Uwenzi. So go ahead, brother. Navigate had a lot to say, so just want to let him say what he needs to say.
Hey, Brian, before you do that, can you post a link in the chat? I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna get on my cell phone. So I'm gonna come back in. All right.
All right, cool, gotcha.
Put the link in there. Okay.
Okay.
All right, UNZ, go ahead, brother.
Okay. So I wanted to I put a article link in the private chat called Black American as a term for African people. Nah, just pick a Bantu name. And that was out of a foundation in Zambia that printed that article. So I wanted to say that I think Mr. Kala Genesis misinterpreted my view about African people who live in the United States. Basically, I was saying that probably an African linguistic term was needed to define the group where all of the group's accomplishments, whether it be, you know, jazz, certain types of cooking, philosophies, etc., were housed underneath that, so that we're not connected to a term that white people gave to themselves, but, you know, it leans on our origin, you know, in Africa. I thought that would be more powerful. But with that said, as I'm listening to you, gentlemen, I may have some differences a little bit on certain things, but I think that we're maybe all in the same camp. I look at my definition of Pan-Africanism is basically sustained Ubuntu. Now, we don't have to get into what that means, but maybe people may kind of understand that. So I think on this panel, you know, I see people having different opinions, but I see everybody having, you know, a love for Africa. So as a critique, Kala, let me just say this. I don't know Navigate freely. I have not, you know, engaged with him on a one-on-one, you know, discussion and debate, but just listening at the conversation that you were having with him, I don't think that you were correct in identifying him as a race traitor.
Well, if you say something, let me say this, right?
But
you could say things. I don't know if he's necessarily a race traitor, right? But if you say that white people have the right to be in Africa after all the stuff they did to us and everything. You're basically being dismissive of all the deaths.
I didn't say they have a right to be there.
Yes,
right, but I think we can hash these things out without that kind of
well, sometimes, bro, sometimes I say stuff like that. I that's just the way I am, bro. You know,
yeah,
if
I
he's not a race
That's just the way he is.
and that's
if
why
he's not a race trader,
that's why, Kala,
you know, I've been called worse, bro. People call me, so people sit here and call me colonizer, right? And I broke it down last week what a colonizer is. But, you know, I don't come from a mother country. I don't have an army. I don't have a European mercantile system.
You have no power at all.
But I can see
the bottom line is about how is it that people get away with calling me a colonizer, calling Bomani a colonizer, what he's doing when I. But yeah, when I say stuff like this, I really do believe I really don't like people who I think are race traders. You know, somebody says if somebody says that color doesn't matter and all stuff like that, that's a red flag to me. You know, because I
didn't say that either.
But I think let me say this: navigate freely. See, I think that we may have differences of opinion, but I think at the end of the day, we got to concentrate on what I would say on Ubuntu spirit. So, like between me and you, Kala, actually. I appreciate your intellect. I've heard you on different shows. I might want to engage you on some things. Maybe I might disagree.
Well, join the BAIO. Join my social network. That's the first.
I got you.
That's the first thing to do. Engage me. You join my social network and sign up for a chapter wherever you're at and whatnot. Engage me through there. That's how I engage. That's how I build. I get to know people.
Okay, I got you. But what I'm saying is that I could see your dialogue with me where I may agree with you, you know.
We don't always have to agree.
I know it, but I could see that your tone eventually with me may have gotten out of hand to an argument that I didn't want, even though I appreciate your intellect. So I just kind of like stood back.
No, it wasn't an argument. It was just that I thought you were going over. You asked me one question, right? And then you keep going on. And when somebody asks me a question, right, and they make a point, right? That's a real powerful point. And you made the thing, well, why you guys call yourself African Americans? And I said, that right there deserves immediate response, right? Because black people in America, and most people call themselves African Americans, right? And so the bottom line, to basically say something that we as African Americans, and what I'm saying is this is my problem what I have in the Pan-African world. People have no respect for each other. Somebody says that, like I have a Nigerian that tell me that they're Yoruba, right? I said, no, we're all African, but I'm a Yoruba, right? I'm a Yoruba Nigerian, right? I got to respect that. I learned that dealing with Liberians, right? There's like, they hold on to their ethnic, why are you bossa? And then I found out that a lot of the names in Liberia were named by us, right? There was no Mono tribe. We gave them the name Mono, right? Just like the Vi had several, we called all these different groups Vi, and it stuck, right? But they're still proud of that, right? I can't go to them and say, you ain't a Vi. You're a Liberian like that. They're like, no, I got my Vi culture. You know, if people understand that, you don't go to them and say, no, in the name of Pan-Africanism, you got to stop using that terminology. That's what it sounds like what you're saying. Stop calling yourself African Americans because I think you should do that. That's so disrespectful.
No, it wasn't. It was just my view.
Yeah, I know, but that viewpoint is disrespectful. That's why I said when we start talking about Pan-Africanism, a lot of times you don't even know you're saying it, right? Well, I'm telling you how you're my brother. I love you, right? I understand where you're coming from, right? But to the average African American, even the people talking in the chat, that sounds so friggin' condescending and disrespectful. That you take a whole group of people and say, I think this ought to be better for you. I learned the hard way. I can't say that about Africans. People hold on to their different heritage and everything like that, the chieftaincy and everything. I can't be dismissive of that. I got to respect that.
I see. Well, I just simply gave an opinion. But as I say, I kind of look at where people are coming from and kind of figure out a way to, engage people, right? So I wanted to engage you, which I have, but I know the temperament that you may have. And
no, also, go ahead. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna take a couple of minutes. I gotta switch devices. I'm gonna go downstairs, have me a cigar. I'm gonna sit out there on my porch or whatever, and just go ahead, get your thoughts together. I'll be listening.
Yeah, so I like to, engage people, and I think that we have to do that, in a spirit of love. And even if we disagree, that's fine. But I think in this kind of setting, I do think that everybody has a love for Africa. And I wanted to say that, navigate freely. When I heard you talking, you know, maybe I might have some disagreements, but then there were some things you said, okay, I agree. But I just think that, you know, if somebody's going to be called a race traitor, that's something different than their differences on Pan-Africanism, or to even the level that they thought that even white people should be accepted in certain societies if they already are there.
Yes,
I mean,
we must think and talk for a much better understanding. You know, if we don't engage,
All right, this is also. I don't think you look.
That means we have to have enough respect for one another to listen to one another.
Check this out, Muzi. I think
listening is the number one part of communication. Sometimes we have to shut our mouth and open up our ears.
Yeah, I agree. Check this out. Well, I answered your question. You asked me about the whites that live in Kenya. If these people are legally nationals of that country, you got white people who are Tanzanians, white people Kenya. I can't do nothing about that, right? All I'm saying is that we cannot call these countries Afrikstans, right? And the whole thing is this. I think basically this is a legacy of being conquered. A lot of Africans don't even realize why this is going on. Why you got an elite class of white people in their countries and Indians and everything? Why the Lebanese, all the people got it so much easier and everything? They don't understand the thing. They understand why they got Vietnamese living in Ivory Coast and whatnot. Because the French was Vietnam, Indochina, part of the French Union and everything. And the bottom line, that's why you're integrated into the French system.
I agree with you, Kala. We cannot call those type of places an Afrostan. I agree with that. We cannot call those places dominated by Europeans an Afrostan. I agree with that.
Now, my point I'm trying to make is this, right? The idea of an Afrikstan, right? We know we can't impose that on the masses of Africans, right? I can't impose that on Ghana. Ghana has deals with European countries. We got to respect that. Like I said, it's all about respect, right? And all these countries are moving forward, right? And I said that I started the show off earlier. I said you got countries like Togo who's trying to join the Commonwealth. You know, Togo has nothing to do with Britain, but it's trying to join the Commonwealth. You know, we got to respect that. I'm saying that Black people in America, we're becoming more global and everything. We have to start building communities and everything that's complete. I want the African American to have a new identity. You know, I get rid of African American. We cannot do that until then. What Brother Muzi was saying, we should identify. No, why don't we get a land of our own first, right? And then we can talk about a new identity. Everybody always sees this is about African Americans. Everybody comes into our community telling us, oh, you should do this, you do this. We're Muslims now. We're the Nation of Islam. We're Daddy Grace. We had Daddy Grace. We had Father Divine. We had Yorkies. We had all kinds of people, 780 coming, and we're still the same freaking Negroes sitting in America. We don't need no more names, no more titles. What we want is land, infrastructure, nationhood. That's the thing we're talking about.
I agree with that too, Kala. You know, we can do more within this land area, you know, by acquiring things of our own, building a independent economic infrastructure for Black people in the USA. That's essential. That's vital. But we already, as Black people, as Africans, you know, we already have land. We have the richest land in the world. We have a whole continent. All we got to do is subdue it. We just have to subdue it and take it back.
No, all you have to do is build. All you have to do is build alternative territories and whatnot. Just like the United Arab Emirates.
We got to work with those who are here.
The United Arab Emirates built Dubai and whatnot. They said, look, you know, we're gonna make neutral territory. That we're gonna build these new city states, so not infringing on all the Emirates land and everything like that, you know. So they built a new territory called Dubai, and it's making trillions of dollars and whatnot. It's a remarkable success. They're making money, and the Kingdom of Oman still stayed intact, you know. And now Bomani shot the video about a new city state they're building in Egypt, in the desert. They're building a new city state, you know. And so the bottom line is Korea is building a new $50 billion smart city, you know, and they're going to have all people from all throughout the world in Asia mostly living there. So the only people that's not building anything to that level is the Black people. That's a joke.
They're building Echo Atlantic.
Yeah,
well, I got
that thing ain't going nowhere.
Navigate freely if I can.
Well, I have more confidence in them than you do.
So navigate.
No, bro, I've been watching that for years.
So if I may jump in, for navigate freely, you live in Ghana, right? So,
Yes.
my question for you is, what do you see as the potential of the African Americans and other African diaspora in Ghana to, maximize their potential? How do you think that that potential in Ghana can benefit the Black people who still live in the United States? And what is your view of Kala's plans, or how do you all interact about communities and stuff? Are y'all kind of on the same page? Do you all have some commonalities about that, about communities in Africa of African American people? I'm just curious.
All right, whoever want to answer it, just unmute yourself, because we have to keep everybody muted while we.
Yeah, that was really for navigate freely. I was asking.
Well, okay. Well, Black people in the United States, they can benefit, by engaging with the continent of Africa, because like Kala said, Black people in the United States, they accumulate $1 trillion, of U.S. wealth per year. Although it's still, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, it's still 0.5% of the nation's wealth. When Black people have a problem, they don't just, the government don't just pour billions and billions of dollars, to solve the Black people's problems like they're doing right now, as far as Ukraine is concerned. Every week they send in billions and billions and billions of more dollars. But that $1 trillion that we get in our hands, goes right back to them. So, Africa can give the Black Americans in the USA, an alternative place to spend their money where they can get more value and do more good. That's one thing.
This when they're still in the U.S., or they would need to,
whether they're in the U.S. or not in the U.S., it doesn't matter. Because many smart Africans, they go to the USA, to get the dollars and send them home. I know Africans, like from Niger, one of the poorest countries on the continent. I met an African there. He had a regular job in the USA, and he was sending money, taking care of damn near the whole damn village, with that meager job he had. So I'm just trying to say that, the economic value of the resources that Black Americans get in the USA, will be, will increase exponentially if they spent them here on the continent. That would benefit not only the continent, but it would benefit the Black Americans as well, that has an African consciousness.
So where, for example, just so I get a better perspective, where do you disagree with Kala Genesis? I mean, even though you're in Ghana and maybe Kala maybe not be, maybe he's not concentrating on
what
Ghana,
I see,
what
I see with Kala, he appears to, wants to, disregard, the Africans as a vital key, to our success. The way he talked, he talk about Black Americans that way too. Like none of us have any sense, nobody knows what they're doing but Kala Genesis. Everybody should listen to Kala, because Kala's the only one that knows. The Africans, they're too ignorant, to take over their own thing. They should, he complained about the president Nana Akufo-Addo from Ghana, what he said, on the world stage, and he called them queen lovers and all of that, but a leader in Africa, must protect their people. Look what happened to Gaddafi. Gaddafi stepped out of line with these Europeans, and they
can you honestly think that any president? Let me give you if you say the leader of Africa to protect his people. Let's say I agree with you, right?
That's his job.
Where was the leaders in Africa? Hold up, navigate. Hold up, you made an assertion. Now, when all those Africans were stuck in Ukraine or not, where were the so-called African leaders at? Oh, I know what they were.
They were doing what they
giving
can
Ukraine. Hold on. They were giving Ukrainians. Hold on. In Zanzibar and Tanzania, they put the Ukrainians up in.
Those Africans were not at home. Those Africans were not at home.
Take time. I know, but I'm saying when they got stranded out there, where the
The
African
African
countries
leaders
do
are
nothing.
limited
You
in how
know.
they can protect their own people in their own country.
All right, okay. Let's say I agree with you on that. Then why did they put the
It's the
Tanzania?
truth.
Hold on. Why did Zanzibar, Tanzania, put up all those Ukrainians up free of charge because they were stranded because of the Russian war? So they said, you know something, you can't go back to Ukraine, so we're gonna pay your hotel bill at our poor country's taxpayers' expense. You know, because we're just such good people, we're so good to white people. You know, please spare me with
But
that
those little
African leaders.
isolated cases that you're trying to paint every African leader in every African country, you know, with that's what you heard in the media. You know, he who controls the printed page controls the thinking of the
That's
age.
happened.
You know, so
What I tell you
everything
about
you
your
hear in the media
quotations, man.
is, you know, some of that is propaganda. They'll highlight this and leave
Yo,
out
it
this, you
happened.
know, and then you're the type of person
Yo,
you will grab it
I
and
seen the
run with it.
African leader. I seen the African leader with a watermelon smile, like he was sucking on some bushmeat and chitlins. Talking about, yeah, we got our
Yeah,
Europeans.
plenty of black Americans do that every day in the USA. That's you know,
Yeah,
black
but we don't.
black Africans, they subject to the boule as well. You know, that's what I'm
But
saying.
we
You
don't
can't
run
go by
states.
black skin. Black skin is not the criteria primarily. You got to go by how they think. You know, you the one that said, I don't think we should be worried about his color. If we worry about color, we get them skinning, grinning, boot licking Negroes, you know, either in Africa or in the USA, you know, selling us out every time because we're too naive to recognize that it's about more than skin color. Skin color is a weapon that they use against us.
I don't say something. Check this out. We got a girl, Black Hand in there. She seems to love navigate freely. I don't know,
We
man.
got to
Navigate. I
grow
think
up.
you could have a. I'm saying she loves you. I don't know what you're saying, man. You know, maybe you're speaking in a coded language or whatnot, but she loves what you're saying, bro.
No, I'm telling the verifiable truth. That's what I'm doing. Verifiable truth. God is
You know, you got one
verifiable
person
truth.
that agrees with
You
you.
know, hype. You know, you full of hype. You know, Kala, and you know, don't believe the hype. Hype is a tool for hyperbolic rhetoric is a tool for mind control. People don't want to have their mind controlled by a bunch of hyperbole. You know, people want to hear the verifiable truth that they can go verify for themselves. You know, about pragmatic issues. Now we can be idealistic. We got to be able to separate idealism from pragmatism. You're very idealistic. I like your ideals, you know, and I even agree with some of the things you say.
I
You know,
agree. I believe in LARP. You know what LARP means? It means logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. You know, and so
that's what
I
I agree
know.
in LARP too. Yes, I agree with that too.
Bottom
You know, but black
line is
Americans
this. You
coming
know,
to the continent and carving out, you know, a whole nation in the continent just for themselves, you know,
no, we never
it's going to
said
be
we never. Whoever.
problematic. It's
First of
going
all,
to
let me
be
ask you a question.
problematic.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Whoever said that?
You, Afro stand,
I never
you
said.
know,
I
you
never
want
said.
to come over to
I
the
never said
continent
that.
and carve out an Afro stand,
So
you know, for ourselves. You
no.
know, black
Let's say
Americans
something.
in
Say something.
charge,
First,
you know, and the
I
Africans get
never said.
disregarded.
First of all, Bomani, have I
That's where
once
you
said
come
that?
off.
First of all,
I
That's where you come off.
the
I
last thing I want
hold
is
on.
Negroes in America in charge of anything. So
And
that's a lie right there.
Well, see, Colin, this is interesting. See, like
and
as I sit
Afghanistan.
back, as I sit back, what Navigate Freely said. He may misinterpret, Colin, what you
He
mean,
deliberately
but
misinterpreted.
I
He hears
think
what he
that
wants to hear.
but I think that when people have heard, you know, like even when I would hear you speak from various times in the past, not just on the show but others, one may get that impression that you were just talking about, you know, carving out a country from ceded borders of nations.
Let me ask you a question. Let me say this, brother.
But I think
Let me say this, right. First of all,
let me finish it because I was going to make a point for
I
you.
think I hold. Let me.
Okay, let me just make the point for you though. So, but as I listen to you, I know that that's not exactly what you mean, but I think in just the way people communicate just in general, sometimes there might be misinterpretations. And I think that may be what's happening. Maybe you and Navigate Freely are somewhat on the same page, but as people hear different words, they get triggered by different things, and people have misinterpretations. So maybe that needs to be addressed.
let me say this, brother. First of all, we say African. We're talking about a geopolitical entity. A geopolitical entity could mean a municipality, someplace on the thing where we have some sort of geopolitical control. In other words, basically, what city do you live in? You live in the United States? Do you live in the United States?
Yes.
What city do you live in?
I live in Florida.
What city?
Oh,
What's your city?
Jacksonville. I'm sorry.
Okay, you live in Jacksonville, Florida. Isn't there Jacksonville? What's the county?
Duval.
Duval's the county, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inside Duval, right, you have Jacksonville is in there and everything, right? And that's part of northern Florida, right? You have overlapping jurisdictions, right? You have the board of it. You may have I think when the prosecutor and why the prosecutor in the Trayvon Martin's case, she's from Jacksonville area, right? Why does she prosecute all the way down in Polk County? I don't understand that, But what I'm saying is this: so you see what I'm getting.
Yes,
right?
well, that's why I
you have a local magistrate. You have a local. So therefore, let's say if we're building communities in Africa, right? It's in our best interest, right, to have it concentrated in one area, right? Because we have to have jurisdiction. In other words, Africa has to develop, right? And we can't go any thing. Africa is very, very underdeveloped, in many ways. Okay, so if we're building something, right, we're gonna have to basically have a municipal center, right, where we can basically tend to the needs of our people that's coming over there. We need to have our own police. We need to have all this stuff as we grow in numbers, right? And also, think about this: who would benefit the most if we become an economic hub? Wouldn't the local people in the country benefit? Who do you think we're going to buy most of our goods from? Who do you think we're going to be employing? We're putting billions of dollars. It's a win-win situation. The reason why we talk about Afghanistan is this: is we want to be able to engage the country and the world from a position of standing on our feet. That's really stand. And it doesn't mean you seceded from the country and become an independent nation. It does mean it's a homeland for the diaspora. We tried it with Garvey Town. Now we got this, and we're building communities over there, right? So we're gonna give all the amenities and services to our people on the African continent, right? We want to have our own hospitals, our own fire departments, our own auditoriums, all stuff like that we can build, and we can show the world that yes, we're coming home, and we can duplicate this all around the African continent.
Right. Okay. Now, see, this is where,
as it grows and whatnot,
Right. See, this is where, right there, I and everybody else has to keep listening, because if people just hear a few sentences of that, or they have misconceptions, they're thinking about some type of country that's carved out within another country. So what I would say is, just in hearing that I think that one of the things that
we would never say. Let me say this, bro. I would never. We're 100 years away from carving out our own independent country. We're like 100 years away from that.
I know it, but sometimes people would mistake what you're saying for that misconception. So I would say that just in hearing that probably one of the things that might be a great suggestion, if not already adopted, is that when you present this idea about a community being a municipality, that it's got to be stated that this is a way to basically for the African diaspora population to transition most effectively and beneficially into the country where these different municipalities,
and they got protections, they got support, so they got support system.
Right, but it is a means of transitioning.
Exactly, and you know how you transition. You transition by that municipality being able to send representation to the national body and all those things, and have our own council on mayorships and governorships
Right.
and all stuff like this.
Right.
I would
That's
be
how you
satisfied,
transition to a country.
But you see, the key word that I'm saying is that it's got to be presented as this is a
We all,
transition.
it turns out, if you go to our website, we clearly state that.
Well,
I know
We
it.
what is
clearly,
a transition?
But as you're
A
talking,
transition
I'm
is
gonna
they
remaining.
might not get that impression. That's
well,
what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It's not.
transition is remaining the
that's why you
Negro
guys.
kings that we are in the
That's why you have to go to our thing. The majority of Black people in America are going to be in America. We need them here in America, right?
Well, we don't even want to
If
be
we
with
have,
each other in
well, you
America.
don't want to be with each other. We don't. I don't know where you come from, but I get
Most
along well
Black
with Black
people, they
people.
get a little bit of something, they move into the neighborhood with white folks. They don't stay in the
No,
Black
check this
community
out. Check
and
this out.
develop that.
Check this out.
all right.
Check this out. Check this out. We have Black people in our communities here that get along well, go to restaurants, go to everything. Black people hanging out, chilling out, socializing with each other and everything. So I don't know where you live at in America.
All right, let me mute you. Appreciate your call and navigate the Wednesday. Black Anna, welcome to the call. Introduce yourself and go ahead and share what you want to share.
Greetings, brother. This is Black Hannah from St. Louis. Thanks for
Greetings.
having me, Bomani. Listen, I love all of you brothers. I respect all of you brothers. I do have a specialness in my heart for Navigate Freely, though, because his thinking makes sense to me. But I'm on here, and Brother Kala, you are a tremendous thinker. I have much respect for you, brother. I don't always understand where you're going, but I really do respect you, brother. The reason I literally was on like 30 seconds before Kala called me out, so I had to call in. And because
I just want to know, man, is that a love connection or what?
well, you know, I do love Navigate Freely. His rationale makes sense to me. But you know what? About a year ago, and it may not have even been that long ago, I'm just sharing this. I watched on YouTube a clip before all this Ukraine stuff where Russia was on a screen, the president, Putin, and he was talking to 15 other country leaders, Kenya, some of the islands, I can't remember them all. And what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make is they were linked to a stronger power, these smaller nations. And I guess they looked to Russia to be their power, stronger power for whatever reason that they have. And the point I'm trying to make is, you know, as Black people in the US, you know, we have been fighting for so long from all sides. We've been under attack. Even new nations that other countrymen that come to this land, we're on the defense against. So I'm just saying, Black people have been fighting so long from all sides that I just feel like we just don't even realize when we need an advocate, when we need to stop swinging. You know, God did not leave us out here by ourselves. We're going to have to partner with someone. It's going to be impossible for us to make such a long transition, a tremendous transition without an advocate. And the Africans, as imperfect as they are, as we are, we're going to have to learn how to work together. And that's all I'm saying. Black people, I just feel like we've been swinging so long and fighting so long by ourselves over here, far away from everything, that we don't realize that we need an advocate. We need to partner somewhere. And that's all I'm saying. That's the point.
Let me answer that.
That's the point I wanted to make today.
You're absolutely right. The bottom line is this: when Black people in the 1960s decided we was forced to become Americans, right? Before that, we didn't really give a shit about America. My grandfather told me shit. My grandfather was a Garveyite. My great grandfather ruled with Marcus Garvey in Harlem. You know, and my grandfather, right? You know something? You know what we did? You know, my grandfather told me. He said, "Yo, look, man, we can't make it to Africa, build everything, build Africa." But guess what? We built South Jamaica, Queens into a thriving Black enclave. That was our Africa in America, you know. And we built families. We built all the stuff like that, you know, to supplement. We can't get to the continent, so we're gonna build what we have right here. We just made do with what we had in America, you know. And so, the point I'm trying to make is this: when we decided that we're gonna become Americans, and we watched Superman and truth, justice, and the American way, and all stuff like this. We watched all these things, and we got inundated with American culture and everything. And I grew up in American culture and everything. We basically became de facto Americans, right? What that did was this: black people before that, right, and even during World War II. Do you know that there's the United States government didn't want to put black people in uniform because they were like, well, they really didn't consider us Americans after, especially after the Garvey movement. They said, so what are we going to do with these people? They didn't want us to fly planes in certain areas because they thought we fight against the wrong side. They thought we spy for the Germans. They didn't trust us whatsoever. And
They never
the
have.
bottom line, they never have. But the whole thing is still though we decided that we want to make a goal, show that we're Americans and everything like that. Some Americans said, you know something, we're gonna give you a shot to become Americans, right? So what they did was they took the best and brightest out of our community, made them a part of their community, right? And the whole thing is the masses of black people, right? The masses, right, are left in low paying jobs and in communities that were dysfunctional and everything. That's the truth. And so, like Malcolm X said in his speech, a book I think everybody should get is Malcolm X's Last Speeches, published in 1990, right? I think that book had more of an effect on me than the Philosophy of Opinions of Marcus Garvey. That was his last speeches, right? It was published in 1990. This guy had to go to Peru to find it, and one of his followers were living in the Andes Mountains, and he published them. And what he said in his last speeches, his last 2 days of his life, shocked me to this day. And he said, look, black people in America, right? He said, look, this is what happens in America, right? He says the civil rights people are introducing this thing called affirmative action, right? By which they saying instead of building black people building their own infrastructure and all stuff like this, or leaving America, going to Africa, building something in Africa, because he said what the Africa said they're open for us to come home and build. He went with Kwame Nkrumah and everything. He said these people are talking about taking some jobs away from white people. He said that's going to cause hatred and more racism and more violence against black people. And sure enough, he was right. Black people had made so much progress in the late 60s to the 80s, right, that there was a backlash, right? There was a backlash. There was a backlash because seeing black men in America get multi-million-dollar contracts called minority set-asides and all stuff like this, right? That a guy named David Duke came along and whatnot. And it was so bad that white people were leaving the Democratic Party, right, to the Republican Party, right, on the racist dog whistles. And then, therefore, Joe Biden, to basically keep the white vote in line, and like that, he introduced the crime bill, saying we're tougher on crime. Black people became the face of crime, the face of problems in America, and we've never recovered ever since, right?
We're always gonna be the scapegoat for this country. They're gonna blame us for
We're the
everything.
we're blamed for everything that's wrong with America, right?
Everything.
And now we don't have nowhere to turn to. We turn to the federal government.
Oh yes,
we turn to the federal government as a savior.
We have a
we're
home.
Americans now.
No. We have a home. And the bottom line is we just got to wake up and realize that we have a home. Their biggest fear is that we're going to wake up and realize we have a
And
home. In fact, they're rushing to hurry up and beat us there to overtake it. So
check this out. Has a caveat to that, right? A lot of African countries, right? There has never been an official condemnation from any African government over the deaths of police brutality and stuff like that. They may say stuff offline, but the official thing is no African country ever said, you know something, because of what's going on in Black America, in we treat Black America, we're going to refuse American aid, we're going to refuse American foreign. America is going to always keep Africa in a position of dependency. I told this on the show today. I said, look,
we're the economy,
America,
so of course.
No, this is what I'm trying to say.
Actually, Kala, I heard the Chinese leaders confront after the George Floyd thing, confront the American leaders about.
Yeah, but they were doing it, but they weren't sincere. They weren't sincere.
I'm not saying to defend us or to advocate for us, but I'm saying at least I see what you're saying. They have not spoken, the African leaders, but they.
Let me say this: the Chinese people only did that, right? because there was questions about the Chinese brutality of the Muslim minority called the Uyghurs, right?
I'm
They were
just
Chinese
talking
were
about the
brutalizing them.
Chinese acknowledging how we are treated. That's the only
Yeah.
time I've ever heard a leader from
Well,
other
China, when the
country
Chinese
recently.
could say, you know something, we're going to give a big $10 billion to black colleges, black businesses, and we're going to buy exclusively from black businesses. They didn't do that. They used our
It's a
like
lot of
everybody
things
comes
that
along and uses
African
us.
leaders do, but that don't get back to the United States. You know, the media
Yeah,
is
I don't think
controlled by the
everything.
race.
I don't think everything they need to know everything that they
They
do
don't need to
either.
know everything, and there's a lot of things that the races don't tell. You know, you
Let
guys.
me,
You
They
let
know,
me,
they
let me, let me ask
shouldn't.
you a question.
They
I
shouldn't
got a
because
Let me ask you a
question,
question. Let me ask you a question. The when the U.S. Obama extended sanctions on Zimbabwe, not one African country stood up for Zimbabwe. There's still sanctions on Zimbabwe right now, which is basically genocide, and not one African country says anything about that. You know, African countries didn't stand up for
well, the
Gaddafi when
African
I
Gaddafi
got a
was
question for
funding
Black
a lot of
Canada.
Gaddafi
African
stood up
countries.
for him. You know, it's plenty. It's African countries did stand up for
No,
Zimbabwe. You know, but that wasn't
no,
reported
no.
in the
Wait,
media to the
wait.
consumer.
Let's say so. Let me ask you a question. What do you mean you stood up for them? You know, how? I'm talking about do diplomacy and everything. Did anything change? Did they say, you know,
Well,
something? We're going to
you know,
basically
because
suspend on
there are no
business. And
superpowers on the continent of Africa.
We're not. Oh, we're not. Well, we're not going to. We have the African Union, as people say. We have the African
Africans get
Union.
in
We have all the stuff like this.
have meetings with the African
And
Union, and they stand up. They can get in the UN and stand up. You know, but that don't mean
yeah.
it's gonna be televised for your consumption.
No. But I'm saying it doesn't matter if nothing's going to be come of it. You can talk all you want, but if you're not going to basically
Well, don't
change the
forgive
needle,
them for not doing what they do. You
now,
know,
now,
when they
now,
don't have
now,
the power to get it
now,
to you.
now,
Exactly, navigate.
hold on,
I see it exactly where you see it. I navigate. I see that exactly the way you see it.
take us out. Navigate's wrong, but let me tell you something.
No, he's not.
African countries, right, went to. Let me say this. Let me finish what I'm saying. African countries basically said they're going to stay out of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. Joe Biden, right, who's supported by black people in America, right,
That's what you
said
was
any
told.
country in Africa. Hold up. Joe Biden, they have a law stating that any African American, wherever, that's meddling in the Russia right, that is going to be penalized by the U.S. And also, that was one of the stipulant points where Joe Biden met with President Cyril Ramaphosa and said, "You can't tell Africans who to be friends with," you know. So you got to look at that very carefully.
That's
And
true. I
basically,
mean, how they gonna dictate who the hell?
well, I know that. What I'm saying is this. So what I'm saying is, so this idea that Africans don't have the ability to do something, like Navigate says, well, is not far. They're saying we're not going to get into Russia and Ukraine because they wanted Africans to send troops over, and also Africans. We're not going to get involved
We're
with
not gonna
Russia
do that.
and stuff like that.
They would be stupid to do something like that. You know, that's white folks' war. Let them kill each other. You know.
Somebody said, how many African Americans have Cuba? We have several African Americans that got huge companies or that do everything. The stadium in Pittsburgh was built by African American firm. There's a suspension bridge in Washington State that was built by an African American company. We got many of them in America. You know, we got African Americans. Steve McKenzie, right? He runs the oil transport company that operates on six continents, right? We got plenty of African Americans that got all these things that you think the Chinese have. We got African American companies that can do the same thing. You know, so this idea African Americans don't have this. The whole
They
thing
need to come to
weird.
Africa with all of that. With those resources.
Exactly, navigate. I agree.
Hold on. Let me say this.
But
right?
they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Most of them don't want to. Yes. Who is that? I'm sorry, I can't read.
This is my point. The point is, those countries like China and everything are backed by their government. They got billions of dollars to say, "Hey, go to Africa, do this." The U.S. government is not behind any black firms in America doing it. America doesn't really does business like that in Africa. They leave that to the Europeans and everybody else. America's not really. So if America's not in Africa, so who exactly is going to front and support black businesses?
America is not our government. Our government is here in Africa. We should bring our skills and talent to our government.
I love
okay. What
You
government
win, Z. What's the
navigates?
question?
Yeah. Okay.
I love navigate.
Okay.
What
This is a
you win,
question.
Z? You have a question, sir?
Yeah, I had a question for you. I just wanted to take you back a little bit when you first came on the show. You had mentioned that you really thought that African Americans, African diaspora people should be partnering with the Africans on the continent.
Absolutely.
And I wondered if you came on and brought that issue up because you didn't perceive in Kala Genesis, general narrative where you heard enough of him saying or conveying about partnering. And if that's so, then why did you perceive that he wasn't talking enough about partnering?
I'm not saying that he didn't, sir. I literally just came on right before 30 seconds, and Kala Genesis called me out for my love for Navigate's rationale. So I was literally agreeing with the original point that I came in on. I did not hear his analysis, so I can't say that he didn't say that.
Okay. But I think that partnering is the case. And then, so Kala, then I would like to ask you, could you emphasize just in a nutshell how you think the partnering should be the case with these municipalities or communities that you would like to create over various countries on the continent?
I'm sorry, can I say something? I forgot his name just that quick. Did that one Black actor just go to Uganda and ask for some land over there?
Terrence Howard.
What's his name? Yeah, Terrence Howard.
Yeah, like I said, this is my point I'm trying to make is this, right? When we talk about Black America and stuff like that, most Africans basically, unfortunately, because of the bad rep of Pan-Africanism has given a bad taste in a lot of Africans' mouths, right? They still look for people that they call Black Americans, they call reputable. They talk about Oprah Winfrey, Jesse Jackson. They talk about Roland Martin. They talk about all these people that they see in the mainstream media, right? Unfortunately, the Pan-African world, that's why I'm trying to change the narrative with Brother Bomani. What Bomani's doing right now and we're building right now is going to give the Pan-African movement. That's why I started the show out, talk about how we have to have legit businesses. We have to do everything by the book and everything on top notch. And so therefore, the Pan-African movement is not just a feel-good thing. We have real businesses. We can operate factories. We can operate this stuff at a high level of professionalism because the Bomani requires professionalism. This guy, so am I. And Bomani is basically a really hardworking man. He runs the best tourist operations I've ever seen. Black, white, anywhere in the continent.
Much respect to you, Brother Bomani.
So therefore, what I'm saying is the Pan-African, this may not be Pan-African. Right now, we have an organization that's been around since the 50s, 40s, called the Africa America Institute, right? It's a multiracial organization, but it's made up of African Americans and Africans on the continent, right? To facilitate relations between Africa and the United States, right? Well, here's the thing, though. It's not, Professor Davis and I debate about this all the time, right? It's not a Pan-Africanist thing. Now, a lot of Africans, right, have used African American Institute, right, to get multi-million-dollar loans, business agreements, and grants, everything like that, and it's one-sided. So therefore, it's not this. Now, I'm gonna tell a story, right? Back in 2009, when I first got on Blog Talk Radio, there was a friend of mine named Alege Alongo. Alege Alongo. He's from Cameroon, right? And his brother lives in Atlanta, Georgia, right? And he loves African Americans, just loves us to death, right? But he had a group called the Pan-African Business Network, right? And I came on his group, right? And I noticed that there was a lot of whites in there, right? White people who had, he was bringing all kinds of stuff to the African continent, right? Tech companies, business, everything like that. So it was a name group, right, like that I have right now, right? And so I created a group, right? And I was talking a lot of Black Power, Black national stuff, right? And then one of his moderators had to suspended me from the group, and I asked him, "Lengy, what's going on, bro?" He said, "Let me tell you something, bro." He said, "Look, I get that, but," and then I understood, right? He has to bring business back to Cameroon and all the places he's going to. And he said, look, the African Americans are not what we need right now. We really need this technology. We really need this investment and everything. And I understood that, I understood. I said, so therefore, what I did was I changed my strategy. I said, look, I'm going to be focused on making Pan-Africanism about business, science, business, all the stuff that I know and everything. So I started doing shows on Ujama. I had a Ujama network night, right? I wasn't talking a bunch of hotep, foot shuffle stuff. I was talking about the stock market. I was talking about trade, hedge funds, all stuff like this. And I had people come in there, and you call yourself a Pan African? You're talking about business. You're talking about stocks and trades and all stuff like this. And I said, brother, I was ignorant like you are. But I realized that we're up against a lot of competition. These people, the Africans on the continent, are engaging people on levels that we can't even imagine, right? And so they got to get more from us than just emotion and feeling. We have to come to the table that we know what we're talking about. And then the Black people that are business people, right? The business people in America, right? They're not going to invest in the kind of Bomani will tell you, right? Until there's basically the Pan African world shows that we're serious about business, we're serious about checks and balances, we're serious about oversight, we're serious about all these things that basically make business work, feasibility studies, all the stuff like this, all the things that make modern business work. That's what we have to transition to. Once we start transitioning, then we can be worthy partners in Africa. But right now,
Kala,
Black America, we're not ready.
So Kala, where in your view has Pan-Africanism broken down, and why do you think, or why is it that some people think that Pan-Africanism should not include a business core to it?
Because let me say this, right? And like I said, let me say that's a good question, right? Let me say this, right? Now, I'm glad that we have brothers like Bomani and brothers like Dynasty Samir, who's very educated and everything, and brother like Brandon Pan African Strikes Back. We talk about business stuff like that, and several other people. Basically sound like really business people when they talk and everything. That's something new. You got a lot of people who talk about business, investments, and stuff like this nowadays. Everything before that wasn't the case. Pan Africanism was a feel good thing, fight the power, red, black, and green, RBG, and all stuff like this, right? And emotion, right? But now we have to transition to business aspect, and a lot of old school Pan Africans haven't adjusted to that, and they resent a lot of this stuff. The whole thing is, the white man, this, that, and the other thing, and they don't understand business. And my brother Mark Blanton is in South Africa, him and his wife are doing a business. They moved from Culpeper, Virginia, middle class people. His wife's a doctor. She sold her practice, and they both in South Africa doing real estate and tours and everything. And they're living a beautiful life in South Africa, and they're bringing Black people over all the time, and everything in South Africa. So therefore, it's not going to be the fist pumping Pan African as we used to. We're making that social change that Pan Africanism is not just all about radicalism. It's also about practice, about LARP. I said LARP: logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. And so therefore, that's the transition that we're trying to make. But the thing is, though, the media is always going to portray Pan Africanism as radical. Not said some radical stuff tonight. I said some stuff I shouldn't have said tonight. But the whole thing is, when we start talking about Pan Africa, we're talking about a legitimate way of connecting Black people in America and Black people in Africa together to do pragmatic things to basically build together. If we stay on that course,
that's what
and everything,
Pan-Africanism always has been. You cannot listen to that media all the time.
No, Pan-Africanism.
No.
What I'm saying is this, though. Go ahead, bro.
Kala, let me ask you this then. So, if you're telling me that Pan-Africanism, as thought of in the diaspora, was in large part of a feel-good movement, but you're trying to change the narrative to make it about, business and economics. Would you say
And
that
geopolitics.
yes, would you say that on the African continent, would you say that, let's just say, the mechanisms and visions of the African Free Trade Agreement is Pan-Africanism from the continent standpoint? And if that's so, how does that differ? If you feel they have a different definition of Pan-Africanism, how does that differ from what Pan-Africanism you think meant to a lot of people in
Okay, now a lot of people
Excellent
who
question.
say, okay, it takes out the African continent says a free trade zone, but it hasn't. It was supposed to launch a year ago, but it hasn't kicked in yet. Why? Because there's a lot of stipulations. For example, right, when we say Pan African, we talk about unity of Black people and everything, right? In Africa, right, Pan Africanism has a different meaning, right? You could be an Indian company, right, based in Tanzania, right? If the free trade zone has it, that means you could go to Nigeria or wherever like that and set up shop. That doesn't the cause of Pan African. Pan African always has to be about race, as a cause, because Africans are being put. Let me give you an example. Have you guys ever heard the African Growth and Opportunities Act?
Yes.
AGOA.
Yes.
Okay, now guess what group of people benefits the least from AGOA?
African people, African American.
Right. Who now? No, African Black Africans on the continent.
Asians and the Arabs.
The Asians and Arabs, right, who are making money hand over fist, shipping goods to the United States duty free using AGOA.
Well, maybe,
you know what I mean?
Maybe Kala. See, this is interesting. The reason why I said African American, I thought you were saying who benefits the least, but maybe you said who benefits the most. But maybe it's
I said who benefits the least from AGOA. Okay. It's Africans on the continent, Black Africans on the continent.
On the continent. Okay.
Black Africans on the continent. And also, not only that, so I remember when they re-signed the bill with George W. Bush as president, right? It was Black leaders, Congressional Black Caucus, and whatnot. These people don't underestimate it. They got power. It's still in Congress. They got power. If George Bush signed it and everything like that, Barack Obama really wasn't really interested in it, because the bottom line, he almost threatened AGOA when Africans refused to do the LGBTQ stuff. He suspended AGOA because he kicked. Several countries like Mali was kicked out of it, for disobeying France, something like that. Mali got kicked out of it, and I think Ethiopia's on the line kicked out of it because of the dam they're building.
Right.
And so therefore, all this stuff I've been studying for years, and so therefore, the AGOA, now Rwanda's benefited greatly because they exporting branded coffee. You can order Rwandan coffee right there on eBay, and they get their coffee and stuff like that into U.S. markets, duty free, And so my point I'm trying to make is this, though: some countries are benefiting, but the thing is, though, it was never African race specific, It's basically says African. So in other words, if you have a factory, a garment factory, specific garments, right? You Chinese have moved a lot of their factories to South Africa, Southern Africa, right? And they're manufacturing, putting people to work, right? But they're basically taking advantage of the AGOA agreement. Now they hire Africans as supervisors and everything like that, but they're getting access to the U.S. market. It's called AGOA. So what we thought was a Pan-African movement, right? It's not really a Pan-African movement.
So Kala, so this is the question that I wanted to raise since you brought that up. Okay, so you say that Pan-Africanism, has a racial core to it. I'm fine with that. But when you brought up about, there could be East Indian businesses, on the African continent that are either circulating their goods and services on the African continent, or people who are East Indians who live in other places outside of Africa, and they're having business imports into the continent, or it could be white businesses or whatnot. And this idea is accepted, let's just say, by many African countries as part of the components of, say, the Africa Free Trade Agreement. Would you not say that then many people on the African continent don't necessarily see Pan-Africanism as only having a racial core, but they see it about economic circulation and whomever is on the African
Let me say this though.
because
Let me say this, right?
yeah, but
Let me say this, bro.
let me finish that because I
Let me
want
say
you
this.
to answer this little part.
Yeah.
If this is so, then wouldn't you have to, from your vantage point, educate or re-educate people on the continent to make Pan-Africanism more racial when maybe they don't really see it as racially as you do?
Yeah,
Now,
can I make a comment?
the past generation, the new generation basically has been taught multiculturalism, and now they're talking about gender. Now they're forcing gender neutrality on people. So they're trying to get rid of gender, race, all that to make us weak and vulnerable and everything. They're trying to destroy the African family, destroy the idea of black man, black woman, child, all stuff like this. They think is unnecessary for the future, you know, and that's what it is. And I know Hannah wants to talk. Let me say this: African countries, right? Not only do African countries when they do that make their money, right? There's the Lebanese is Lebanon is a failed country, you know, it's a war torn country. They make all their money in Africa, right? They suck all the life out of Africa and make themselves rich. Same thing, they take their money back to their country. A Pan-Africanist world would be if you have a business, even if it was on the continent, right? The money stays in circulation on the continent. That money that the Indians make go to India, go back to their home countries. Only African, the black American, African American, we would open up banks on the continent and integrate our money. It ain't about integrating people. You got to integrate money and resources. We integrate those resources and reinvest it back in the country. Foreigners and non-black people don't do that. But Africans have no choice. You don't understand how black Africans are in a situation where they have no choice but to accept what's going on. You know, so race is like a privilege. Like white people, race is a privilege. Everybody has a privilege because they're in a position of power. Black people in the world, but we have to take whatever the world gives us. The world says we're going to open factories, but you know they dictate the terms of everything. That's the
We
situation.
don't have to accept anything that's given to us. Black Americans are taken advantage of economically in the USA all the time. You know, in
but
Africans,
we're not living on dollar days.
Europeans, you know, when they come to the continent, they can take advantage of their money too.
Navigate. You're talking nonsense, bro.
What?
You know, it's not the same thing.
Money it's all about economics.
African,
you know, white people take advantage of Black Americans, and everybody else take advantage of us too. They come to our community, they set up their shops, and then we spend our money with them, and they take the money and the resources for their community.
Yeah.
So when the Europeans come to Africa, we can take their money and keep it. We don't have to let them
keep their money. They take their money. They take their money and send it right out of the continent, so they make it.
Well, hey, that's what we got to stop. We can't let them do that. We got to take advantage of them.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. You have no advantage
of the Europeans. But once the Europeans realize that they've been taking advantage of it, Europeans got the power.
Europeans and Arabs. Hold on. If you come to a country like Ghana, right, and like Ghana opened up a steel fabrication with Indians, right? They got a 15-year tax holiday, right? They set up all these agreements that they're not going to be taxed and everything for 15 years and everything. And it's an agreement treaty. So tell me how they
agreement they make. If that's the agreement they make, you're correct.
Because they have no choice.
Well, they have a choice if they got smart Black Americans like you coming over there helping them negotiate better deals, you know, and hipping to what's really going on and showing them ways how to make an independent economic infrastructure that will work, you know, for Africans better, you know. But, you know, if you can't protect what is yours, it ain't going to be yours no matter what you do. You're going to always be dominated. You know, so security should come first. You know, just like the Europeans, they protect what's theirs first. You know, your security come before freedom and justice.
Hey, Bomani, you want to chime in, brother? I haven't heard from you all night.
Nah, I'm just chilling. Got a lot of people that want to talk, and I'll just listen, and that way I don't get into the fight of talking. But Black Anna, you had something to say? Go ahead.
Well, I hear what Kyle is saying. It sounds like we have to come up with a new strategy with a purpose, because what's happening is because our experience has been over here in the States a race struggle. A lot of people don't necessarily connect with our understanding of white supremacy's hold on us economically. So I do understand that component. And the other nations, what they have on us, they have the industry, the manufacturing, they have the resources. And the Africans, it looks like what they're doing is just clinging to wherever the resources are coming from. So, I mean, I don't really care about all the antics of how we name ourselves and all that. I just believe first we got to get, like Navigate was saying, get to safety. And, God has promised in his word already that he will not allow the poor to be oppressed forever. And I'm sorry to have to throw that in, but it's just, it's written. He will not allow the poor to be oppressed forever. And their time is almost up treating us this way. And they know it. And so, we have skills, we have things to bring to the continent. We have every area of specialty, but unfortunately our people aren't woke to come into the land. We have contractors that can build and have heavy equipment. We got business people, we got people in every arena, but they're not all willing to come. So I mean, that's the issue.
But see, Black Hannah, my follow-up comment to what you're saying is that, a lot of people, Black people in the US, unfortunately, don't see themselves as being like African.
They don't.
So,
and that's too bad.
That's a source of a problem. So whether or not they're in the United States or how they see Africa, they wouldn't necessarily think that that's the major strategy about connecting up with the continent. Whether they stayed in the U.S. or repatriated or had dual citizenship, they don't see necessarily linking up with the African continent as benefiting them where they are in the United States. So
we'll leave them. I don't think we have time. I don't think we have time to convince everybody that we need to get into safety. You understand what I'm saying?
No, but if they don't see themselves as being African in general, then that means that most of the plans and ideas about upliftment still circle around a so-called Amerocentric type idea where we're not getting further.
But once we create a critical mass of like-minded people moving forward, all of those guys, they'll fall in line.
Exactly. And Navigate, we don't only have Black, I'm sorry, whatever your name is. I'm sorry, I wear glasses and I don't have them on with the U. We don't, you Wednesday, I'm sorry. We don't just have the Black Americans who have skills. We still have the UK Blacks. We have other Blacks from other areas that can bring their skills. Like Navigate says, just the like-minded people come together and build with what we got. We ain't got time to wake everybody in the US up. We just don't have that kind of time. We even got Europeans that think Black that'll come, bring their resources and skills too. So we got to take it we got to move forward by any means necessary. That's how I see it. I'm so sorry, y'all. I love the way Navigate thinks. We ain't got time to be trying to wait.
Basically, you believe that Navigate says we should bring white people along too. That think.
Well, you know what? If they're gonna bring some resources, if they're gonna bring some resources,
we got to keep an eye on them. We got all these Black folks.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal, Kala. I really wouldn't. That's not my preference.
It's not ideal.
But
not my preference.
But if they willing to put some resources down, I don't know.
I'll take it and keep an eye on it. Ronald Reagan said, "Trust but verify."
The main thing we're talking about is building a global Black business pipeline.
Because black people can stab you in the back just as easy as white people that you let in. They can do it easier because they infiltrate, under the cover of blackness.
You talking about them Negro pens, Navigate?
The Negro pens, they're coming in, the Black boule, that work for the white supremacy.
And destroy everything.
Pay them $1 million, they'll sell you out quicker than hey, look what happened to Marcus Garvey.
So
and Malcolm X and all of them.
So Navigate freely. I'm sorry, Black Hannah. I'm sorry if I
cut into what you said. No, it's okay.
I was just about to ask Navigate Freely. How strong do you feel like the African American or African diaspora community is in Ghana, and what do you think they should do or could do to enhance their leverage, and what do you think that vision should look like?
I think it's getting stronger, every day. This is a unique era, because when I'm here, it seems like, the African diaspora here in Ghana, is basically just getting started good. Although I've met, plenty of diasporans here that's been here for 30 years, and they, and they just got their official citizenship during the year return in 2019. So but that opened the floodgates. So plenty of diasporans, have eyes turned to Ghana.
30 years. Those are
2019.
old people, bro. Those are old people.
Well, what's the old people is people too. And a matter of fact, the young people should stay. The young people should stay in the USA, because those are the soldiers. Those are young people are the ones that's going to get what's ours in the USA. The old people should come to Ghana because they have more economic resources, to build a structure, for those that's coming around later. It should be a assembly line, the old people is not needed in the USA. The young people are needed in the USA, because they're in the living room. So when the white folks in the USA get out of hand, they're in the living room. They can break up the furniture if necessary.
So here's a question for Kala based on what Navigate Freely said. So Navigate Freely saying that that the African American community in Ghana, if I heard correctly, it is getting stronger, has more potential for leverage in whatever ways that he wanted to outline it. So, Colin, my question for you is, then, if that be the case, why wouldn't Ghana be perhaps an emphasis country for you, or is it, to carry out the kind of things that you're talking about, given that there seems to already be
because
a
Ghana doesn't have the sort of. Ghana is all right for like people who are older, retired. Bomani's community, I support Bomani's community over there and everything. But you have a lot of people in Ghana, right? A lot of people in Ghana that aren't working together. They're not getting together. They're not networking and stuff like that. I try to put people together for years. That's in Ghana. Oh, I went there. He didn't show up and all stuff like this. So I don't know what Navigate's talking about.
So
I'm here,
that
and I disagree with you.
discuss.
There's plenty of us do work together.
A lot of people that's doing stuff, and everything is all individualized and everything. And some people, you got
a lot of that is going on individualized. We still have some plantation psychosis that we have to overcome. Everybody didn't come here in their perfect mind.
But that's what you did.
But we're healing. We're healing.
Pop it over there.
Right. It's going to take a while.
You says pop it over there. And I'm telling you that I talked to a lot of expats. I have a lot of BAO members.
Well, I'm here.
I have a lot of BAO members that live in Ghana. They're saying,
and we just had a meeting in Steve Coakley Jr.'s think tank, Wednesday. I came home and I seen cars and I went inside and we had a whole round table of Black Americans, diasporans sitting in a circle, planning on starting another group organization, and most of us is more mature people. Wasn't very many young people in there. The more mature people that got pensions and on welfare, got pensions and got Social Security and businesses in the USA where they can come and spend their money and build.
Are you guys gonna start industrializing? Because I've been asking you guys if you guys have an office there. So you're talking about
every day I see lots of land has been sold here, and they're coming.
Well, perhaps Navigate Freely and Kala should get together, because if Navigate Freely, if you're saying, hey, the community there is getting stronger, but Kala has some reservations
No, Kala wants to go to Liberia because he said he wants to go to Liberia.
But maybe they should get together and try to figure out a way to improve the situation.
Angola, in Angola and Zambia and whatnot. I mean, real stuff that's going on
Right,
and everything. I'll leave Ghana to the old folks.
Right, and I'm saying that it seems like, okay, that if both of you all got together to figure out what would be a better way of healing whatever deficits it is amongst the African American community in Ghana. Kala, I don't know whether I would, based upon what you're saying and what Navigate Freely is saying, I don't know if I would write off Ghana, because even if you chose other countries, as you said,
I didn't write off Ghana. I'm supporting what Bomani is doing in Ghana. That's my contact.
The thing of it is, as far as what he's talking about, Ghana and countries that he mentioned, the countries that are perfect. He mentioned Angola because of certain regions in the area that are, that could be used. So it's not the same in countries like Ghana. So I mean, I don't know, Kala, if you can just re-break it down. If you can just re-break it, just break it the whole thing back down within like a minute and explain it to people why some countries can and why some countries can't, and why you're looking at certain countries.
Good question.
Let me say this: Angola is like 3 times the size of Nigeria. Angola has only 30 million people, and it has a GDP of $300 billion, almost half the size GDP of Nigeria, and only 30 million people. Angola has diamonds. It has everything. It has well-developed infrastructure. Luanda is like one of the most modern cities in the world. When you look on the streets of Angola, look at the videos on it, you don't see a lot of poverty. You see the kids well-dressed. They're wearing backpacks, nice sneakers and everything. They're playing. They're doing also, I guess, those are different vibes you see in Angola. Angola loaned Portugal's former colony $32 billion 10 years ago. Gave $32 billion. Angola has a sovereign wealth, which they invest in different European markets and stocks and everything. Angola has the money. I talked to Angolan officials, right? I'm friends with them. And they said Angola just built a railway line in Benguela across to the subcontinent and wants to connect to the Indian Ocean. And I told the one guy, the banker, I said, you guys trying to compete with Cape Town and Durban? He said, that's the plan, my brother. He said, we want to have this railway go across the Indian Ocean into the Congo and everything, and give people a new access to the sub-region. Right now, South Africa dominates the sub-region, with its railway system. So Angola wants to be a thing. Angola got plenty of territory. Angola got plenty of abandoned towns, territory. Most of the country is completely empty. And so when you talk about building, or just not even building new towns, just building existing towns. They got existing towns that have properties for sale and everything like that. And not only that, Angola got a stock exchange, and it's a very vibrant country. You got billions of dollars flowing into the country and everything. And so therefore, it's not a struggling country. It has plenty of money and everything like that. So them and countries like Zambia and countries like South Africa, Rwanda, is on track to be a first world country. There's a vibrant African American community in Rwanda right now. There's an African American community in Kenya, Tanzania. There's a lot of countries, that we got to think outside the box.
Do you see Kala? Giving you a breakdown about Angola? Do you also see Angola as being great because it's in a region with other countries that have either pretty modern systems or great infrastructure, mainly South Africa
everything.
And Namibia and Botswana?
Big countries also with lots of land.
Lots of
land, and not only that, fertile land. Everything's a beautiful country. And so the whole thing is, Angola has a lot of coastline that the Portuguese used to settle there. Cities that when the Portuguese pulled out, that are still developed pretty much, right? They got a 1960s, 70s feel to them, right? With abandoned whole streets, with tall buildings that are abandoned and everything. And I'm saying, my God, man, this country is like tailor-made for Black people to set up shop and everything. So
wow, I had interest in Angola. I wanted to scout that place out. That's one of the places I really wanted to see.
Are there any advantages, Kala, in your view, now that you've outlined, let's say you've made the case for Angola? I can probably think of some other reasons as well that you gave for Angola, but great job on your part to outline Angola. Now, in
Well, I'll
your
tell you
view,
this, right? Let
and
me
in
tell you
your
this.
view,
Let me tell you this, brother. Now, Angolans tell me, right? You know what's the easiest way to get a job in Angola? If you got an associate's degree and you could teach English, that's the biggest thing they need right now. That you can get a job tomorrow. If you got
Where?
a certificate to teach
Tell me
English.
where so I can apply, Kala, because I need to get out of here next
Well,
week.
first thing you do is join the BAO social network and join the Angola group. You know,
okay.
and like I said, I got people in there and stuff like that you can contact and everything like that. Join our social network. I'm already plugged with all the people. My girl,
Okay.
my queen mother Celeste, right?
I'm gonna join it for
Check this
real,
out.
because
It's Queen Mother Celeste, right? She's my queen mother. She's my queen mother and everything like that. She is a modern day Queen of Zinga. This lady is the head of the Natural Resource Bank of Angola and the Gold Bullion Bank, you know, and she does cryptocurrency and everything. And they got literally billions of dollars investments in Congo and everything like that. They monetize
What is the
natural resources.
unemployment rate? What is the unemployment rate for the indigenous Angolans? You know,
Well, why is we gonna what's the indigenous?
What is the employment rate
Everybody
there?
in Angola is modernized. There's no indigenous Angolans.
There's no, they got, everybody got a job. You saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what I want to know. I want to know if there, you know, if they're poor Africans like there is in most African countries, they can't get a job.
The Bible says the poor is going to be among us, but there's a shrewd middle class growing. You know,
Yeah, navigate freely. What you have to understand about countries like Angola, they're some like top 5 in Africa. I mean, they're there with
Yes,
Nigeria, South Africa.
yeah,
yeah,
They're there with
Angola has a great, you
Algeria.
know,
They're there with
yes, I've
Algeria.
noticed. I
And
know
they're there
got
with
plenty of
Egypt.
oil coming through to Angola. I don't know how much of those resources they keep, you know, as opposed to what the Europeans get. You know, I don't know. You know, all I know is that in many African countries, it's not. You know, you, it would be more idealistic not to come to Africa looking for a job to compete with Africans. You know, for the limited amount of employment that's available. You know,
Yeah,
it would be more ideal. It'd be more ideal. I'm just being idealistic now, you know, for, you know, us to bring resources that create jobs, you know,
yeah.
well, I
you
got
know,
check it out. A couple of years ago, 2 years ago, before COVID.
yeah, and navigate. That's also the whole energy of everything that we all talk about is to make those things happen. But what
yes,
we also explaining is like
Check it out.
literally
Two
that
years ago.
not
2
every
years
country.
ago.
We already know not every country in Africa is poor, but what we talking about is countries with not only lots of land, countries have done well for themselves. So
yes, this
okay,
place.
Check this out. 2 years
it's
ago.
not
2
saying
years
that
ago.
it's not saying that there's no poverty there, but you have a bigger middle class. I mean,
I
that's
agree. I
the
agree.
Check this
labor.
out.
You
Check
know,
it out. And the per capita income is like really getting up
Yeah,
there.
there's rich
exactly.
people in Africa too.
Kala,
Exactly.
this is a
Right.
question that I have for you that I didn't get a chance to ask. Okay, so since you outlined the benefits of Angola, do you feel that Liberia in any way is competitive,
No.
or they don't have
Liberia,
any?
our plan is Liberia is like our home base. That's going to be the place where we launch really into Angola because Angola is so far away. I got Angolans. I'm going to bring Angolans on this trip to Liberia that we do. We're going to have a team of Angolans come up to Liberia. You know, I already got them lined up. They want to invest in Liberia. They got people that are involved in diamonds, gold mining, everything. Black Angolans, oil, everything. And they said they would love to be a part of Liberia because Liberia is close to Black America, and Angolans want to get close to Black America. The president of Angola just recently went to the Smithsonian African American Institute, and he's reaching out to Black Americans. Years ago, I had a friend of mine, Mr. Bemba, older elder. He's Angolan, right? He lives in Philadelphia, and he told me, he said, "Man, whatever you guys need, man, we got plenty of land, whatever like that." And when I talked to the ambassador, the consulate, the assistant ambassador. And I told him about what we plan on doing. I said, we ought to build a smart city in the city. He said, what? You mean to tell me we thought about that, but we never thought there was any Black person in America that would be interested. I said, no, bro. I said, and so therefore I said like this. I said, yeah, one day that's going to be the end game. I said, we're going to basically build that smart city in Angola one day. And then a couple of years ago, Mr. Rosenthal, one of my partners, went to Angola and he talked to the people that said we're going to do it. And then what happened was they had a change in government. And my partner Celeste had got swept up in a dragnet. She went to jail for 2 years, under some stuff like that. But she was cleared. and she came out of jail on Christmas of 2019. She called me the first day she got out of jail. She called me, and the 2 years in the jail, she was communicating with me. When I told Kala, we're still going to build this and everything. But in the meantime, he went over to Zimbabwe, and I got pictures of him with Robert Mugabe.
Oh boy, I'm always on the edge of my seat, thinking you're gonna hit the punchline and you just go somewhere else.
No. What I'm trying to say is this. I'll say then this lady, Dr. Arikana, right, found out about the idea, and she started calling it a Wakanda project, right? And I was like, oh. And then she started going and talk about, oh, we're gonna build a Wakanda city and all this stuff. Like, and I told Rosenthal, we call it an Afrikstan, not a Wakanda city, And so that's how she started. Then she's talking about doing a Wakanda city and
Please, not another Wakanda city.
Yeah,
I've never even seen that movie.
Yeah, so stuff like that. So
garbage.
It was right around that. It was right around the time the Black Panther came out and everything, and she started calling.
But that's not the critical question. The critical question is, where is the resources, the money is going to come from to build this Wakanda?
Like I said,
where's the resources coming from?
That right there, like I said, Angola has a sovereign wealth. Angola does not need.
Oh, so you want them to pay?
Let me finish what I was saying, bro.
And let me put the banner up.
2 years ago, I was gonna send 2 of my guys, a guy that's mastered IT and everything like that, and a guy that's that lays fiber optic. One of my guys in Chicago, right? And then we're gonna get 2 contracts. One, my guy that does IT, we're gonna redesign Angola's internet system because they said it made it hard for people to travel the country and everything. He was gonna do the whole thing, redesign the website. And then my other guy was going to get a contract for fiber optics,
Well, did they get the job?
No, because of COVID, right? And the country went on lockdown.
Well, woulda, coulda, wanna, that don't count.
Well, the bottom line is it's better than what you're doing, man. So the bottom line is, we're still on. It's still going to happen. It's still going to happen.
Yeah, brother Kala, the main thing that people are not thinking about is Black cooperative economics, and that's how I've gotten most of what we have done as group projects done. We put our money together and got a lot of things done over the period of time of us going back and forth to Africa. And it's a simple concept that could be expanded beyond that. People always asking where we're going to get the money from, Last I remember, a lot of our people work and we have lots of cash. So the issue is that we spend
But that's not what Kala said. Kala said we're going to take our skills to Angola and offer Angola our expertise, and so they can,
That was just one thing. That was just one thing. The Angola got money for contracts. They give them out to Chinese.
Navigate. You really have to look into the country. It's I've had other people.
Not everybody's poor. Navigate.
I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem if we can go over there with our expertise because we do have expertise.
Can't go nowhere.
If we can get the contracts, get money from Angola to build, in Angola, it's better for us to do it than the Chinese. But ain't nobody. Right now, I saw 3 Black American businessmen, get made chiefs just last week because they bring in money, and resources in building and investing in the nation.
Yeah, the thing of it is, a lot of what we have done in certain countries in Africa, it has not translated to much of anything. So we do have to rethink in some countries that we need to connect with, and some of the issues is some of us have making decision based on language.
But I hope Kala get a job in Angola. I hope y'all get those jobs. More power to you. Get those jobs. It was COVID stopped it last time. Reapply. Get them jobs. Don't let them Chinese get all the good jobs. They ain't the only ones with expertise. They might have a little money sometimes, but they ain't the only ones with expertise. And we got money too. We just got to be willing to invest our money, at home. We already got a place to go, like my sister said. We already got a home. We just don't recognize it.
And that's what I'm talking about. Black cooperative economic investment. That's the way you get these things done. So people just have to connect with people and build relationship where they can work together. And it's something that takes work by just engaging in an atmosphere of doing business. So that's why we're
that's
pushing.
Good. I agree.
What would be the advantage?
Global Black business pipeline. Go ahead.
What would be if someone can forecast this? What would be the advantages also, say, in a country like Zambia that is a neighbor to Angola, And also, what do you think could happen if we had just satellites in these various countries that are regional, like say Angola, Zambia, Mozambique, kind of going left to right. And I bring that up because I remember that a couple of years ago, there was a diaspora group out of Virginia that was basically highlighting the fact that lots of Africans were forcibly migrated and stolen from Mozambique and were tracked through what's now present day Zambia to be taken over into the waterways through Angola and then shipped off to different places in the Caribbean and the Americas.
I was in contact with that group.
Okay. Well, what has, Kala, what in your view, since you mentioned Angola, what have the government officials told you, if I can ask, of how they want the African American people to engage with them? And if they do, as you say, then are you writing up some kind of plan that you can present?
I've been doing this for years, bro. If you go to our website, you go to our social network, you learn everything we're doing. People can't take 5 seconds to sign up for the website and find out what we're doing. Reading is fundamental, brother. No offense.
I get enough.
I understand, and I didn't take it. I didn't take it offensively at all.
I screenshot the website, Kala. I'll be looking into it, brother.
But I guess what I'm saying is I mean, just in general, I mean, what is their buy-in? I'm just trying to say, what is their buy-in to what you're saying, and who's making available the resources? Is it just that, just Black businesses from the U.S. need to just come over and go to work?
I'll tell you right now is this: the Black people right now. I was told by Celeste that they're looking for African Americans to get into the oil sector, management, the skills. We have a lot of management skills, stuff like that, because the oil company was owned by the former president who just deceased, Santos, his daughter, right, Sonoko, right, and so therefore they got a management crisis and everything like that. In the one area that I thought I told Bomani that we should build a city at, his town at, is in Soyo in the northern part, right on the mouth of the Congo River. There's oil refineries right there, even in that small town. It's a small town, beautiful town and everything like that, has its own airport and everything like that. I said that'd be a perfect place to build a small town and city and stuff like that. And matter of fact, my friend Celeste, her niece is the governor or premier of Soyo, the city, right? So I'm well connected, right? And Celeste, her daughters call me Tio, I mean uncle, and Portuguese and uncle. They call me uncle. They go, Tio Kala, what's going on? So bottom line, I make friends and connection with key people on the African continent, people that can get stuff done. My only problem is Black people, the YouTube and everything, everybody's all over the place. I've been telling people about Angola for years. And everybody want to go to the same country, Gambia, these poor countries. I'm not dissing any countries. They say poor countries that don't have anything. Angola has plenty of resources and plenty of money to take Black people in America seriously.
You know the reason for that, right? It's because the so-called African American people have been led to believe that they mostly come from, so that bubble.
Most Black, I traced my ancestors. My ancestors come from Angola.
Right, I know it.
It's more. It's a lot of Europeans in Angola as well. There's lots of Europeans in Angola.
But they've been mostly taught that they come from Nigeria.
A bunch of nonsense and whatnot,
Right, but what needs to be the education is that even most of the African American people and just those in the diaspora period actually come from so-called West Central Africa, which would include Congo Kingdom and Angola, but we don't have a larger context of those areas. So, for example, Angola is a country that 300 years ago was referred to as the lower Guinea coast, then part of West Africa, but then some people think, oh, it's Central Africa, and now today it's Southern Africa. So we probably don't have a good idea about
all
the
you do is
geography.
take your DNA test. 50% of my DNA comes from Angola, the Congo, and I got Eastern Nigeria,
Right.
I got Mali, I got Benin, Togo. I have no ancestors in the Senegambia region.
Right.
My ancestors were the first African Americans brought here.
Right. But if they knew they were basically Bantu peoples, then that wouldn't lock them into, okay, I'm just from Nigeria. Okay, I'm just from Senegal. Okay, I'm just from, Ivory Coast. They would basically be able to see
and also, let me say something, bro. Let me say something, right?
Of borders.
What you don't like, what Angolans tell me all the time is like, and I didn't believe this for years ago. I had no idea tribalism was bad. He said, look, yeah, man, in West Africa, man, you guys, there's a lot of tribalism up there. And Angolans, I don't know what it is about Southern Africa, maybe because Angola fought a 32-year war and they executed the Portuguese. They had a real bloody war and stuff like that. But these people are not tribal at all,
Right.
And I don't understand why West Africans, because why West Africans were never really colonized. They were protectorate, and they never really had European. West Africa never had any European settlement, so there was nothing to unify them based on race. And Angola, they see themselves as black. They resent mixed race people, and they resent Portuguese. They hate Portuguese. They really hate Portuguese and Chinese. They really hate them. My girl Celeste, she can't stand the Chinese. She goes, I want strong black men from America to liberate us,
Right.
I said, Celeste, if I ever come over there, she like this, Kala, she goes, this is your kingdom. I was like,
and Kala, because of that reason, Kala, that places like Angola, all the way across to Mozambique, all the way down to South Africa, some parts of East Africa, were what I would call partly Mzungu or white settler colonies.
Correct.
It is true that they have more of an understanding of race and apartheid, and probably have a better understanding of the situation of African people who were forced to migrate.
And they know all about Africa.
Yeah.
But also what they do have also is more of a knowledge that the various African peoples across the continent, but particularly those who live in East and Southern Africa, really are basically the same people, Bantu peoples, and are not really tied into the colonial borders per se, about recognizing each other as being the same people. Case in point, that just happened just last week or the week before, as everybody probably knows, that Botswana, the government of Botswana and Namibia both signed an agreement saying that you no longer need passports for citizens of both countries to move back and forth. You only need just the national ID.
And also, there's a lot of Zimbabweans working in Botswana, and in Botswana, they're white people. What do you think about this? Like, well, they're black people. They're like us. And you got Zimbabweans out there working and everything, walking freely. They're like, they're black people. So what?
There should be a whole sub-Saharan African passport, period. Just all the way from east to west, just sub-Saharan passport, just all the black people.
To do that in West Africa, because they're very tribal, and
yeah, see, and that's really what turned me away from Ghana. When I saw Mama Amicus live 30 years there and get up and at 80 years old and get up out of there, I said, oh man, that was like a major chess move on the chessboard to me, because I grew up with my grandmothers. I said, wait a minute, what was that? So yeah, we got to move on.
Protect what is yours is not yours, and a lot of African countries cannot even, dictate their own governmental rules as far as immigration and citizenship. The Europeans have lots of control. They don't have to be colonizing physically to control what goes on in African government.
Nonsense, bro.
No, I'm not. I would never accept you ignoring reality. Power does not have to be kinetic.
So in other words, basically, when Ghana does something, right, it has to ask for European permission.
Yes, just like you in the
That's
USA.
stupid.
Black
That's
people in the
stupid.
USA can do nothing without being allowed,
Don't say that. Don't say
without
that in
permission.
public in Ghana, because they'll smack you in
But
the
it's
head.
the truth.
You know, it's not the truth.
That's why we got to have security and
Byron,
power.
you're making excuses. You know, you're making excuses.
No, I'm telling you like it is. If you
picked
don't
the wrong
focus where the
country to move
problem
to
is,
and whatnot,
you ain't
you're
gonna
stuck.
never
You know
solve the problem. The problem is having the power to do what you need to do or you want to do. If
So,
you don't
in
have
other
the
words,
power,
basically,
otherwise they would get punished.
So you're
The
saying
Europeans would punish them.
everybody in the Ghanaian parliament, right, has to go to a European handler and ask for permission.
No, it's not like that. They don't dictate, micromanage. The important thing they already.
You just said they did.
I did not say they micromanage. I said you don't have
they
power. They're gonna
Europeans
dictate
control
certain
everything.
things, and you got to stay in those guidelines. And it's just like in the USA. They don't care how much money you make in the USA, but they do care how you spend it. They care how you spend the money. They don't care if you make $1 million every day, Kala, in the USA. As long as you spend it in the USA, buying the stuff that they provide for you.
She asked about citizenship. Somebody spent 30
And if
years.
you don't do that, then they will punish.
It was European. So it was Europeans that basically passed in the British Parliament. Ghana, you can't give citizenship to Black people in America. It was the Europeans that did that, not Ghanaians themselves.
Well, the Ghanaians, they should be kind of, cautious on who they give citizenship, especially with Black Americans. You just can't give any Black American no citizenship just like that. But it means absolutely nothing, because all the Black Americans, that comes over to Ghana is not Ghanaian friends. They be working for the CIA, the FBI, and everybody else.
Why in the world? Why would anybody
navigate? I would be careful about saying that because
that makes I'm not gonna be careful. I'm navigate freely. I navigate.
The reason why I would be careful about saying that is because that makes it seem like to people that the African American people are some kind of throwaway people, or they need to be watched, or something like that.
Well, that's not what I mean. A lot of African Americans are good people, but some of them is rotten to the core.
Yeah, but I don't think that should be the
it's safe here in Ghana, but in Chicago, it's dangerous in the hood. It's dangerous.
I don't think that should be the tone, because what that does is it makes people think that African American people are some kind of poisonous people. And if that gets conveyed, that gets mangled and misnarrated, that you just basically
misconstrued. Well, I mean, come on, we all know, everybody knows, even on the African continent, there's devils in every race, okay?
Yeah, but people sometimes think that the African American people are somehow the worst African, and I don't think that should be a narrative that should be promoted. And I noticed that
he's not promoting it.
Everyone, I'm gonna mute everyone because brother Uwenzi, finish up, and then I'll jump in, and then I'll let Kazurian Empire.
I was just okay. Thanks. I was just saying that on various platforms, I'll just point out a few of them, like Afrodamus Report and the like. They take special time to try to make it seem like African American people are poisonous people, and that people on the continent should be wary of African American people. And so I just don't think that kind of narrative should be.
You mean African dumbass?
Yeah,
absolutely. Uwenzi, and me and Kala Genesis is with you on this one. It's a situation where whenever we're having conversation, is like we're gonna analyze all different aspects of us, here in America, and also us as a people on the African continent. And
a nation should be wary of anybody that enter their borders, regardless of their ethnicity.
I navigate freely. I have you muted. You guys talk for hours. I just want to analyze things and let someone else.
No, I'm the only one you're muting and not letting talk. I'd be.
Brother, just be respectful, please. You
mute me. I don't talk. I've sit here and listen all half the night, and when I
navigate, Uwenzi was speaking, and I was trying to analyze something you were speaking, so I can let the brother came in. You guys already made your point already, so you guys don't even have to even stay on the call that long, because it's a bunch of back and forth and a bunch of shouting. Let me, Uwenzi, I'm with you on that, brother. And respectfully, for those of us as a people who have worked here and struggle here, we have our issues with, where we live at and things like that. But I'm telling people based on my experience of traveling to Africa for 18 years, the connection of Black America on the African continent have been the difference maker. It's a situation where, example, even when you're doing tours and you're going around countries and you look at who is actually come and invest their money and set up shop and actually doing something for the kindness of their heart and trying to actually really connect to the African continent. Our people are doing it. Do we have some bad apples in the country that have done certain things? I've called out a few of them also, but I would say it's a very small percentage of people. Most people are there, they have sacrificed what they have worked for all their life in America. They could easily just stay in America and live a great life. And, and no matter, regardless of whatever people think about here, they could just live a great quality of life. Like Kala Genesis, next time I come check you out over there in Chesapeake, you're over there living a great quality of life and
You're
things
right.
like that. But people sacrifice that life to, fulfill whatever dreams, whether it's living on the African continent, connecting with their people, and whatever the situation is, and that should be respected, and so I'm with you on that, and because you have people like Afro dumbass, literally just putting that narrative out there, and it's and people are listening to him, and it's a disrespect. People like myself have a great military career, aircraft maintenance, great civilian career, aircraft maintenance, now doing a few different business in the world of entrepreneurship, and the majority of it from the Black Star Pan-African community to the Africa tours, majority of it as far as, when I look up at every accounts that have to be paid, that's majority of Ghana and other parts of Africa that we do business in. And, you have many other people like myself that's out there doing this work and things like that. You do not get much credit, but as soon as a few idiots do a few things, it's like it makes all of us look bad. So we're gonna keep on pushing our narrative as far as the connections that we have as a people. Number one, some of us are here in a strategic position to where we can make moves happen. Like people always trying to get me to say, "Hey, you need to move to Africa. You talk so much about Africa," and I tell people, you know what? Last I remember, I'm running my business and building my business, and you don't have a business, and you're just someone on the sideline looking, looking in. We have to be able to just put ourselves in the best position to work this situation. I'm always telling people, don't let nobody, don't just because you're doing certain things in Africa, don't let people run their mouth. Like say, or you go back and forth to Africa. Why don't you move over there? And start telling them, why don't you mind your business? Why don't you do something productive to help your own Black people? But
I'm not the one that patting myself on the back.
But we're the people. Yeah, brother. That's what I do, brother. I gave up 2 great careers, and I'm there sacrificing my time just like other
I've made
people.
sacrifices too, but that's not the.
All right. So after it continuously being disrespectful and rude, because Zoran, I'm just gonna let you in so you can go ahead and talk, brother, and I'll just because he just threw me off my point. But my point, family, let's keep on supporting our people going to Africa. And support the ones that are really doing positive stuff, because we get tired of hearing about the 1 or 2 negative people. People like myself out there that have sacrificed a whole lot don't get enough credit for sparking a movement and bringing big groups of people there on the African continent in early 2000 and taking up a mantle from our ancestors who were doing these tours, mainly roots and cultures, and pushed it towards investments and repatriation, living and doing business and things like that. So these are the things that we have here as an energy, and we influence a whole lot of people. And we want people to understand that the more of us go there and organize ourselves properly, we can get things built. And you have people out there that's out there all about free land. There's nothing wrong with you putting your money together and paying for land and investing back in a community, because some people are going and they want free land, but then what happens to that town, that community? What do they get? So anyway, family, also our people on the African continent, love to see more of us that are here in America work together with those of us that are connected back and forth to the continent to make certain moves. And that's all we pushing, family. We have other people on the panel to push their other stuff. That way we can just shut them down. But we're pushing straight Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, because last I remember, Pan-Africanism and that energy is what gave us that spark to where we realized we need to come together and realize how we can work towards independence, regardless if we think independence movement was success or not. Those ancestors was up in the age, and now it's time for us as fresh blood to to work this thing out. Kazorian, go ahead, brother. That way I don't keep on.
Yeah, what's good? What's good? Uh, Shout out. Yeah, so I wanted to make a few comments about, like, let's say, Africa in general, and economics. So, from my analysis of sort of staying over here on the ground a little bit, so I agree with what everyone says typically about the macro level economic playing field, where they say the white man is, interfering with our leaders. All that's true. However, even if that's true, that's more of like a long term strategy to make sure that we don't sort of build up the infrastructures on the ground level to actually have a reached level of success. So, from kind of dealing with the people here, some of our challenges, you can kind of characterize some of them. So, from experience, it seems like um, in general, people here don't, people in powerful positions, government or even police and, the likes, they don't do things in order to sort of because of principle. It's not like, okay, I'm gonna try to catch a criminal because crime is bad. It's more of, okay, and I think it's cultural. Part of it is cultural. So let me give the context here. If a police over here in Africa catches you skipping the red light or even driving on the wrong side of the road, etc., just basic traffic violations, they're not gonna try to. Their first, um, instinct isn't to kind of put you through the court system and make you pay a fine and go through it the clean way. Their first instinct is to, well, you pay them, right? And obviously they do the money, whatever they do, they give it to the upper levels, etc. But the point is here, and I think it's something that we have to kind of contend with culturally speaking. I don't think on average Africans understand or Africans don't care enough about the concept of breaking the law is breaking the law regardless, like people do in the West. Over here it's more of, did you do something wrong, right? They kind of conflate morality with the law. So let's say, yeah, like I mentioned there. So what that means is, though, is sometimes this kind of can breed corruption, because the system that we inherited from the colonialists, these people have been developing these systems for a while, so it's kind of culturally their system. Meanwhile, in Africa, it's not really there. It's not really our system. So, for example, traffic violations. Why is it that in Kenya, that is a crime that you go through a legal system? It really should be as simple as you pay off to your local police in a way that that money can actually go towards taxes, and maybe you can get your points taken away, etc. If you keep violating certain things for safety reasons. But the point is, we've just inherited systems, yet we haven't really kind of culturally become it hasn't really become part of our system. And I think this allows corruption because, like, let's say most corruption cases is very rare. Corruption is going to be on a murder case. Corruption tends to be on things which, people can argue, is there a wrong that's done, or rather, you pay off the victim and then also you pay the police off, etc. Now, I'm going to get to the point why I brought this all up. So it just seems to me like when we talk about geopolitics and just generally creating a stronger African economy, we really have to contend with the local mindset. We can't ignore it, right? We can't take our westernized mindset and expect them to sort of process things the same way. A simple example here is, like, I'm just saying, I don't think there's a concept here of sort of just providing value for the sake of value. Honestly, I think the governments here are actually making money from you. So, give me an example. I tried to import my gaming computer from the UK. My brother sent it to me, and the government tried to charge me like 100% tax. And I thought about it. It's like, I've never been charged 100% tax on anything when I was in the UK. The most will be 30%. Mostly it was actually 0%. And I thought about it and I was like, okay, so this is how the government makes money. So instead of focusing on creating value that can be traded internationally, right? And internationally can even include just Ethiopia or Tanzania abroad. So instead of like focusing on the market economy and creating value for value, they're actually making money from us. So as in, where this it's almost like a scam or pyramid scheme where the person that can finally, make a little bit of money. That's why cars in Ethiopia is like 400% tax, right? It's like this is what I've been seeing in Africa in general. It's like there is a lack of initiative by, I'll say, by government in general, because they're the ones controlling. They're creating the environment that obviously kind of controls the economy. So, for example, high taxes on imported goods, it doesn't make sense. Why don't you actually do what Kenya did when they had this jobs for vijana, which means jobs for young people. You know, this whole border thing where young people can buy or rent or whatever a motorbike, and then they use that as some form of taxi. That's actually helped lift up a lot of young people from poverty. So the government really needs to have more initiative, because the reason why that was successful is because to import these things, remember I said 300-400% taxes. So they removed the taxations on people who are buying these motorbikes abroad and then bring them to the country so that the young people can start it. They need to have more initiatives like that instead of just sort of focusing on, because I get it, it's a stable way of getting taxes from the rich, you know, people who can afford to do business. But at the same time, I think these kinds of things is what's going to frustrate, let's say, Black Americans or any other diasporan who are wanting to come in, right? The Chinese can be okay with paying these ludicrous prices because they tend to be supported by their governments, banks, and other institutions. So of course, for them, they already, you know, they can fork off $6,000 easily, you know, just to import some heavy machineries to set up shop, etc. But for a lot of us, we don't have like a centralized system supporting us. So a lot of us will start getting what's that word, frustrated at the fact that every time you try to do something, the system is just not designed for us to move forward. And you know, Africans, and maybe this is why we need people. I will try to go in politics at some point, like to actually change these structures, because I'm looking at it and I'm like, because now I will not be trying to import anything ever again, right? It's like I'll be so. It's almost like you feel traumatized to keep trying in a certain way because the system is just designed to sort of. It's like the crabs in the bucket mentality, right? It's, like I said, Chinese companies, Lebanese, these people are supported by their families, friends, banks. We're not, and that's something I think we need to contend with.
Exactly. I said at the top of the show, people said, somebody in the chat said, "Oh, Chinese." I said, Chinese are backed up. They got money to throw at this. They basically corrupt African. They say, "Oh, to get something done, oh, I have to bring an envelope. An envelope will get you a nice way, a suitcase of money and everything, and you can buy the whole country." And people, how did you get that project in Zambia? There was there was a couple of years ago where these Zambians stopped these Chinese and Indians doing road project, and it was like, and one guy, he said, "I'm the mayor of this town. Who gave you the permission to do that road?" Oh, it's negotiated on the top. You know, somebody in the government greased somebody's palm, and the people like, no, you know. So they basically ran the people off. The people had to abandon their equipment, the bulldozers and everything. You know, I think a couple of days later they got it back and everything. But the Zambians like, no, what the hell's going on? These people and all these deals that the Chinese made, like this, they bring their own people in. They don't bring their best people in to do these jobs either. They bring substandard people in. The Chinese need a place to dump their people that they need jobs and everything. And the African countries, like your government is supposed to be your immune system. You know, I don't want to hear that crap about the white supremacy and all that. We make every excuse. Just like the fact that people hold Black America all the time to every account, like it's some people are devils and everything. But you got Black people in America tell me they live in Africa. They don't get on YouTube because they're tired of the negative stuff people say about them, you know. And so we vilify our own people, but nobody got smoke for the Chinese and everybody else. That's basically they just arrested, put a lady on trial, Chinese lady on trial for illegal gold mining. A Chinese lady. A couple of years ago, there was an ivory queen killed thousands of elephants, right? And they're trying to smuggle tons of ivory tusks out of Tanzania. These people are all over the continent doing all kinds of fair stuff. The African rhino is going to go extinct, you know, because of the Chinese and everything. And so therefore, African American goes to Gambia, makes a little mistake, may get into a dip. Oh, see, that's why y'all can't come over here. And the bottom line of the people, if you're not going to support your people on the continent, to me, you're a race trader. You need to shut the hell up. You know, I give my people the benefit of the doubt. Charity begins at home. I give my people the benefit of the doubt, right? Until I get proven otherwise. And then after that, I'm willing to forgive and say, let's move on. You know, but this idea of demonizing everybody that going to the continent, like Bomani said, that's doing their best effort, could be living a good life in America, but they choose to live on the African continent and everything, choose to contribute, choose to build for the local people, but they don't have to, you know? And so,
Thank you for describing me.
What are you talking about?
Thank you for describing me.
You live in a mud hut, man. Come on, bro.
You don't know where I live. I don't live in a mud hut.
You're in a mud hut with a solar panel.
Come on. Navigate. Go ahead and and respond to Kazorian
But I'm not gonna get denigrated, and start calling people nasty little names like Kala does. It's non-productive. And the word is not negative or positive. Negative and positive are two necessary energies. Like energies repel and opposite energies attract. Basic science 101. The proper word, Kala, is productive and non-productive. And and as far as there are some Black Americans that are toxic. Not all of them. So any nation worth their salt is going to control their borders. They're going to screen who comes through, and they're not just going to hand out citizenship. Where you can vote their leaders just willy nilly, like they're doing in the USA. The Democrats are letting people pour over the border, by the millions, because they trying to change the dynamics. They trying to turn the USA into a third world nation, and they're going to just give those people that's pouring over the border welfare. They're going to give them the right to vote. Everything that our foreparents slaved, fought, and died for. They just going to be handed to them. They're just going to hand them the legacy that our foreparents, earned. And nobody's saying nothing about that.
I wanted to make a comment.
Well, appreciate that. Hold on, but since we have a new guest, I just want him to, I don't want to just leave him stranded again. Kazorian, go ahead, brother, and share what you have to share in response.
Well, I'll let the lady speak. She wants to say something. Go ahead.
This is Bomani's house. He said he wanted Kazorian to speak. I'm not gonna disrespect the house.
Yeah, Kazorian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, shout out. So I think this is part of the whole sort of reconciliation process. Not everyone who's going to be part of any movement is going to be 100% cultured to that movement, especially if it's a budding pioneering movement. So I think giving people benefit of the doubt, allowing people to come in and get their feet wet is a great thing. And also encouraging people to sort of learn from their experiences, so that next time, or as the movement kind of grows, there's that kind of much deeper, stronger community. Once that kind of breeds through, I think because really what we do need like a trans African, whatever you want to call it, sort of support network system. Because if we come in as individuals, it's good for figuring how things work, but at some point we do need to become organized, so that we can be very effective and hitting things with full load.
I agree. Bomani, can I make a quick comment?
Yes, sister, go ahead.
Piggybacking off of, well, I saw Wodamaya interviewed recently. I can't remember what show it was, but basically he was saying, I wish that Ghana or whoever, somebody in Africa would make me ambassador to the Chinese, make me the ambassador of Africa to the Chinese. He said, because I speak their language, he said, and I can negotiate contracts for our country and our peoples. So it's like, it's not like they will be able to be saying one thing behind his back and doing something because he knows the language. That's the type of thing that Africa needs, is people who are, can strategize. Some of our younger people who are bilingual and things like that, who can hear both sides and advocate like equipment, like Kala was saying down in Zambia. For those Chinese to get there, they should have said, hey, okay, well, you can build a road, give them a little corner somewhere, but then say, hey, you also have to give us some of this equipment, and for us to own and help train our people. We need those types of thinkers and strategists. And I mean, I sent a comment into Wodamaya's thing. I was like, that would be awesome. And a lot of people in the comments was basically saying, but it's the older generation who, are kind of overlooking the young people. But that would be awesome. You know what I'm saying? But that was my comment.
I have a question.
Yeah, let me say this about that Zambia thing. Those people in Zambia already had training in construction. These were construction workers. They're sitting around with no work and whatnot, and they see a freaking Chinese company, an Indian company pulling up with hard hats on. They're like, "What the hell's going on? We've been out of work for months, and y'all got." Yeah, they had the skills and whatnot. They say, "Yo, look, we've been out of work for months, and you guys got the contract. What the hell's going on here?" And also they refuse to say, "You ain't building this road. You can't stop. This is as far as you're going to go. And it's really stuff. Like I said, I got a Zambian brother in the chat room. He could probably verify it. What's his name? Zambian brother. He's still on.
Yeah, it's
Nyembe.
Nyambe.
Nyembe.
I'm trying to get him
Montezuma.
connected. I'm trying to get him connected to the call so he can talk. So,
The
brother,
Chinese Belt and Road Initiative is
had
not
a-
about
Bomani, if you need
giving out.
somebody to leave, I can go ahead and close out for the night. I'll just listen for the rest of the show.
no one has to leave. We can add up to unlimited amount of people to the chat. It's just this person's not connected. I'm trying to bring them in. So,
I have
try
a
Kala,
telling
question
once
them
he
for
to
comes in, then you
Kazarian.
can go ahead
maybe
and
they need
talk.
maybe
Kazorian,
they
go
need to
ahead.
mute.
Yeah, I had a
Yeah,
question.
tell them
Chinese
maybe they
Belt
need
and
to
Road
mute.
Initiative
I
is
had a
not
question.
about getting contracts from the host government.
I had a question for Kazarian Empire, if I may.
Go ahead.
I remember on a previous program, and it could have been on this show or another, but it seems like I asked a question of you once about some conflicts that you noticed on the internet, so-called diaspora wars, and why they occurred. And it seems like you were saying that you were based in Kenya, so you were kind of looking at the diaspora wars maybe from an outside standpoint. And if I'm correct, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you said something to the effect that you thought that where some of the conflict had come up between African Americans and various people from the continent who moved to the United States was there was that conflict because those Africans who were coming from different African countries thought they were basically most entitled when they went back to the continent to build, and they thought that African Americans were competition for them that might move them out of what they thought in quotations were their rightful place to be on the continent. Now I hope I summarized what I thought you were saying, but if that's what you were saying, and then hearing some of the conversation now, as Bomani was saying about combating negative images that might persist on the continent for various reasons about African American people, what, in your view, as being somebody in East Africa, do you think that the African American community specifically needs to do about changing a narrative on the continent, or a negative narrative, if one exists, that would better help the group build on the continent, interface on the continent for the best of what we can do as African people?
Right. Yeah, really good question. And yeah, actually, what you said, that was part of the statement that I did make. So I just want to make, that is correct. Okay, so I'll start with East Africa, then I'll go to West Africa, because I've been to Ghana as well. My sister got married there. I didn't go for the full wedding, but I went for the pre stuff. Now, the thing is, I will say that African Americans in East Africa generally have a great reputation. There's several reasons why this is the case. But in East Africa, like for example, let's say, I don't know if you know this guy or if you like or dislike him, but someone like O'Shea and his studios, I know his workers, they're all great people. And also other African Americans around Uganda, really great people. They're doing things on the ground, actually starting up, let's say, media platforms. They're actually using the media platform to share African and as well, diasporan businesses like farming techniques, sharing the networking to actually sell the products once they reach produce quality and all that stuff. So in East Africa, generally, I think African Americans have a very good reputation. In fact, they have to be careful of the women over here because, they're going to be prioritized by the women for some reasons. I think the issue really comes in West Africa, specifically countries like Ghana and Gambia. And let's use Gambia as an example. So in Gambia, there's a lot of diasporans who want to go back. Land is going to be more scarce there. And also, I feel like there's some African Americans who have gone there, I won't name names, who demand certain things like immediate citizenship, which I get, right, from wanting it. But then what the diasporans fear is that these Black Americans will come in to what they believe is their country, which is already small, and they fear that these people will kind of begin wanting to make political and legal changes, and then if things don't go right, let's say economy collapses or things backfire, they have dual, well, they have an American passport. They can always escape. So they don't have any stake in the game. Meanwhile, the diasporans feel like, okay, they got parents, aunts. This is a country which they can't escape. They have to pay black tax back home and all that kind of stuff. African remittances. So over there, there is that fear, and that fear, these people feel justified because they feel like they're not being heard, and that their concerns aren't really being considered. And I get it from both sides, right? Some of the Black Americans just want to be home. They just want to find a place. For example, they don't want to wait until they get their residency and then they can buy the land in this way and get the full 99-year lease. They don't want to do the 50-year lease thing, and I get it. In fact, I agree with them. But I think that conflict comes really out from specific countries, Ghana, Gambia, and the sort. I don't know much about Liberia, to be honest. I've not really looked
Liberia, you
into
could
it.
all Black people in America could own land outright. Same thing with Angola. You could buy property.
Ah,
Angola is very well. Its property is really cheap. Because Angola got so many abandoned towns and everything. Angola's
mhm.
problem is underpopulated. And there's land,
Right.
properties that the Portuguese left behind. There's whole
Mhm,
cities like the Namibia province, right? Beautiful
mhm.
city, completely empty, man. It's like shit, man. It's like
Wow.
buildings that were nice. I gotta give it to you. Portuguese built some nice architecture. You look at some of the
Yeah.
architecture they built. It's unbelievable. And so they left all that behind. When they in '75, and the Angolans, for the most part, had 30-something-year war and everything like that since. And a lot of these towns, are war torn and everything like that. And but they still got good basic infrastructure. It's same thing with Western Zambia. Western Zambia, Barosi land. You look at, I seen a whole abandoned town like southern towns in America, streets empty and everything, once shopping centers and everything, because people moved to the capital, Lusaka. So you got a lot of space in Africa, unoccupied
Mm,
land not being used, throughout the southern continent. And like I said about the this part of Bantu Africa, it's not that tribalism, and I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I know West Africa's culture is very, very highly developed, and they still cling on to a lot of stuff for identities from there. But in Central Africa and
mm,
Bantu Africa, Southern Africa, they basically. Let me say something controversial here. Considering yourself black, right, or black African, or black African, or Negro, whatever like that, is modern. Is pretty much modern. Going by your tribe is basically, ancient. You're connecting to the history and everything. In Southern Africa, for some reason, people say themselves black. They just identify as black people. And that's something black people in America could build with. And you don't have to do that tribal stuff. You don't have to, all that stuff like that.
mhm.
I don't know how it is in Kenya.
No,
But
that's a good point. Like, because if even let's say I think that you're making a pretty salient point, because if you look at, in general, I'm going to generalize West Africa. You look at Ghana, right? The national language is going to be English. Nigeria, it's English, etc. Why? It's because the tribalism, right? No one wants to have the language of another tribe as the main tribe. Meanwhile, if you come to the, let's say, southern parts of Africa, let's say if you got even Kenya, right? People speak Kiswahili. That's the official language. English is used as a legislative thing, but people don't speak English. When I'm out around here, they can speak it, but they don't speak it, right? They usually speak Kiswahili. It's only this new weird middle class who think they're better than other people. They want to speak English to show off, like I'm a high class sort of situation. Come to South Africa, same thing. Most people can speak isiZulu or an English, and some obviously the other languages, etc. So there is less kind of that tribalism thing. Kind of even Ethiopia, Amharic is the national language, right?
yeah,
So in most of these regions here, there is, I would say, a little bit less of that innate tribalism, and just you can just look at the languages that, like, you come to Congo, Lingala is the it's the main language with Swahili in eastern parts, etc. But in general, in West Africa, nobody wants to speak Hausa if they're Yoruba. No one wants to speak Akan if they're they're from one of the other tribes that's not there. So they just kind of went on with the other one. So I think if you are right about South Africa, I think with the history as well with South Africa and Black America, it's very, you know, parallel to each other. So I think there's a lot to build. You know, people do see themselves as Black. In Kenya, people might call each other Black, but I think only just to differentiate between the Arabs and them. I don't think they actually think they're Black.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, they just say, "Oh, us Blacks." It's more just, you know, because there's a lot of Arabs and mixed people over here. The term Black is just used as a differentiation term, but I don't think anyone claims it exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
Khazarian Empire. I got a question for you, if I may. Thank you for addressing my previous question. And if you want to say a little bit more about what you think that the African American population can do, you know, to have a better narrative in the areas that you thought there was rift, please say so. But I noticed as you're speaking, not just now, but maybe on previous programs, I noticed that you use the term Black American a lot. I don't hear you use the term African American a lot. And when this show first started tonight, we started, you know, talking about, you know, names, or at least I brought up ideas about names. What is, and because you don't use the term African American
Well,
very
his
much.
name is Khazarian Empire. Khazarian Empire.
Yeah, Khazarian Empire. Did I make a mistake?
That's his name.
Did I make a mistake?
No, it's cool. It's
Okay, I'm
Empire.
sorry. Khazarian Empire. Okay, so
You have to understand his name.
Okay, all right. So I wanted to know, do you see a difference in these two terms, Black American and African American? And why is it that you don't say the term African American very much when in the United States on census forms or so, you know, the term African American has been used? Or
Yeah, good question. Yeah, I actually say Black American purposely, and the reason I say this is because, you know, like with the term African American, you can get a lot of tethering that's going on. So let's say, you know, Elon Musk is an African American. He's an African in America, for example. Or you're going to get Nigerians or other kinds of people. I want to make, you know, I think Black Americans should kind of be seen as a 55th nation within Africa. So they're their own nation, part of Africa. So it's just it's a nation that's stuck within you know, America, and it's actually part of Africa. So I don't want to take away Black American culture, history, or make Black Americans, if I'm trying to, you know, work with them in Africa, make them feel like they have to let go of some form of identity that they have collated in America, and so just kind of coalesce, just call them African. Yes, they are African.
Let me say something, Kazori. There's a lot of, like, for the longest time, right? Alvin Poussin. You ever heard of him? Alvin Poussin. You know, he was
I'm
a
not sure.
well famous educator, right? He's from the islands, right? He's an African American educator. Robert Guillaume, you know who
Right.
he is? You know who Robert
Yeah.
Guillaume is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Benson. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He's from the islands, right? He's an African American. Sidney Poitier is what? An African American. You know, the bottom line is this whole idea of delineation between who's the African American is a recent thing. Anybody who's born in America, right? Born in America, right? Slave descendant, right? From the islands, whatever, is considered African American. You go to Harlem, right? If you got to study the history of Harlem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once basically you had Caribbeans and West Indians, we always call them West Indians in our community. You had Caribbeans, West Indians, people from the South, right? When you walk down the streets of Harlem and that, we understood that we were one people. There was no question about that. We had leaders from the islands, so the Caribbean people always made up the upper echelons of Black America, right?
So
Madam
what happened?
Stephanie Sinclair.
Right.
I'm telling you,
Because
social. I'm gonna tell you. I'm
go
gonna tell
ahead.
you. Social media happened. You know, Madam Stephanie St. Clair, right? Madam Queen of Policy in Harlem, richest lady in Harlem, right? She was from the Virgin Islands, right? Marcus Garvey. You know, we had so many people, prominent people in Black America that came from the islands and everything. Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman congressman, right? She was from the islands, you know. And we basically always had leaders. The leaders of Kwame Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture was from Trinidad. You know, he's an African American. You go to the African American Almanac, Encyclopedia, he's going to be in there. This idea of this is what happened. Let me tell you what happened. I'm going to say drop a jewel on everybody on the show right here. Over the last few years, we had an influx of Negropeans, right? Mostly black people from the UK and Caribbean and everything. They've been coming to the United States and they're not assimilating into black culture in America, right? Becoming African Americans, right? They basically want to hold on to whatever thing. And what happens is this: the negative aspects of black America, right? Which is propagated by the white media, nobody wants a part of. Africans don't want to identify with it, right? So it became like when you talk about African American, you talk about ghetto ass people, oh, people, bad people, whatever, like that, right? So people began saying, "Oh, I'm not like that." And we know the Caribbeans, there's more drug dealers from Jamaica, Barbados, and Belize, and we don't know. But African American gets stuck with the bill, right? And so people have been delineating from this African American term because it's been negative over the last few years through social media. Now, back in the days, we were unified as a people. You know, Caribbean, everybody was black because of collective racism. White people figured out that what we're going to do is isolate African Americans from all these other black people who are coming here, turn us against each other, turn us against Caribbeans, everything. That's why my brother Bomani is Jamaican. That's my brother right there. And there's no doubt in my mind is that's my brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about like that's like that. That's the way we roll. This is my brother. There's no Jamaican, African. We're all same. If he says something about Black America, I know it's out of love and everything. I say something about Jamaicans, it's like that. The bottom line, but we don't go there. The bottom line is this:
Bottom line
everybody
is,
wants
if
to.
you don't understand the
Okay,
psychology of a person or a
hold
group,
on. Can you let me finish talking?
well,
Yo,
you didn't
You let
let
me
the
finish
other
brother.
it.
guy finish.
Hold on.
You're
You
not
let me
gonna finish.
finish talking. Oh, let me finish talking. I don't need you to
Go
put.
ahead. Go ahead. I mean, I hate to do that to people, but Kala,
Yeah,
you're on a roll. Just
I
go
was
back
I was
a little
on a
bit.
roll, man. I was
Go
on a
back a
roll.
little bit, and then I'll continue.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this though: the black people in America, right, through social media, right, everybody gets, and I didn't notice until social media, right, that there was this divide, right. So people get in their own camps. Even people like even sectionalism is popular in Black America, right? You got people with New York groups and everything like that, or I'm from Queens and everything. They're talking shit about people from the Bronx. You know that was always there, right? But people, there's a dislike for people from the Bronx. People from New York look down on people from Jersey. Now people from New York are saying that the gang problem in New York aren't native New Yorkers. They're people from Philly, Chicago, the Vice Lord. They're coming in, taking advantage of New York's social system, and now the gangs and everything, which is the truth. A lot of the problems you see in New York are people that are transplants from other cities. So the people are basically are divided based on city because of social media. You only click up with things. Social media is dividing people based on the most frivolous lines.
I
Skin color, light
disagree.
skinned people versus
I'm
I
confused.
disagree.
I just heard Kazorian say he said Black American to make a distinction that he's speaking about Black Americans and Black Americans specifically because of the diversity of Black, how African American can be used. I actually have a coworker who is white who was born in Swaziland, and
She's not African.
she calls herself African
Oh,
American.
that's a lie. You know why? Why's a lie? You
Well,
could be
Sir,
born
Elon Musk is African
if
I
you
American.
can't tell.
if
I'm
Elon
not
Musk is
she's
saying
lying.
African American.
this is
She's
her
not African American.
experience. Her
No,
listen,
so
her
she's lying. I
parents,
don't care what her experience is.
Let
People
sir,
her
say they're
finish talking,
born a
Carla.
woman.
Let her finish making her
her
point.
parents came to Swaziland for missionary work. She was born
Oh
in
Lord.
Swaziland. I'm just telling you, sir.
Let her
This
finish
is one of
making
my
her point.
she was born in Swaziland and she considers herself African American. Now I'm just sharing, and I this is why I understand Khazarian Empire, how he
But see, that's
said.
what this. Hold on, let me say something.
See,
That's
because what
why.
you're doing, Carla, is getting in the weeds of the African Americans
Divided.
confusion
No,
that was
no,
pushed on
no. What I'm
us,
saying.
and he doesn't
No,
need to
no.
know.
That
I
wasn't
mean,
pushed on us.
what?
How was it pushed on us? We call ourselves.
If you
Most black
don't
people call ourselves African
understand,
Americans.
if you don't understand the psychology of a person or a group, you don't understand them at all. You said that the Negropeans, from Europe, they if they don't assimilate with the Black Americans, that's a problem. But the Black Americans, they are an assimilation group too. What is a Negro pen? A Negro pen is black people that assimilate to European culture.
Yeah, like you.
No one has assimilated more to European culture than black people in the United States.
Where are you from? Are you from New York? Are you from New York?
Let
Are
me
you from New
finish.
York? Are you
Let
from New
me
York? Are you
finish.
from New York?
Let me
I
finish.
don't see no European culture.
Let me
I'm from
finish
Harlem. My
talking.
family's from
Let
Harlem.
me finish talking.
My family, we're talking a bunch of nonsense, bro.
But Bomani is not
No,
going to mute you
Kala,
when I'm talking.
stop.
He's not going
You
to mute you
guys.
when I'm talking.
Well,
Let me
bottom line, I
finish.
wasn't
I'll be
finished what I was
finished in
saying.
a second. I'm not going to talk all night like you. Let me finish. You know, because only difference between black Americans and white Americans is the color of their skin. You know, we eat the same foods, we go to the same grocery stores, we watch the same stuff on TV, the same news, we celebrate the same holidays, we worship the
Bomani,
same
are you
God.
saying? Are you saying? Bomani, are you the same as white people?
Let me finish
Hell
talking.
no.
Be quiet. Let me finish.
What is he talking about?
Let
What is
me
this fool
finish.
talking about?
I understand what he's trying to say. I think I
Let
do,
me
man.
finish.
We're
I'm
not the
almost
same as white
finished.
people.
I'm
We're
not
almost
the
not
same as
the
white people.
same, but
I'm
we
almost
are
finished. What I'm
So
saying
why
is that
we're not the same or not?
I'm saying that when they dragged our fourth parents, you know, over here, you know, they wiped out our hard drive
Oh, you
completely.
had a rough life, bro. You're
And then,
65
you know,
years old.
after they
You didn't
wiped
No,
learn
out our
nothing.
nope,
hard
he's
drive,
right.
they
I'm sorry,
reprogrammed
he's
us.
right.
Look,
They
I had my
reprogrammed us.
own
That's
black
why
culture.
we are Negro
I
pens.
came from. I had a
You
black
don't want to
family. I
accept
came
the
from a
fact.
black family.
I'm going to tell you the good,
I had a
the
black. Let
bad,
me.
the
Oh, let me.
ugly, and the beautiful.
No,
Why
you're
don't you
talking about the
let
He's
me
right.
stupid.
finish?
You're talking about the stupid stuff. Hey,
I'm
look.
going to tell you the good, the
No,
bad, the
In
ugly,
my
and
no,
the
family,
that's
beautiful. You're
true.
gonna be idealist. You're
my
gonna
family's from
talk about the
Harlem in the
hype
South.
and
Ain't
you know
nothing. There's
and the
nothing. There's nothing
idealism.
white. There's
But
nothing white about my culture
we are
right now. What
just
are you
as
talking
much
about? I don't know where you.
Negro pens as the ones
Hey,
the black people in
you
Europe.
guys,
I don't know where you. I don't know where you were raised at.
you
You
let
a
No,
me
Negro
speak.
pen.
we
You think
are.
I don't know
We
you
what
black
you're.
are.
Americans that's been
I don't know
trained
what you.
by
I don't
Europeans
know. I
is the
don't
only
know.
ones that can
I
talk
don't
to
know where. I
Africa
don't
and
know
say
where.
anything
I don't
right.
know. I don't know where. I don't know what kind of
Kala,
I
family you
got
were
more
raised in.
confidence in
Hey,
Kala,
Africans
yo,
than
stop
you
it.
do.
navigate. Were you adopted by white families?
We were totally whited out,
I was
Kala.
not
Come on.
whited out. I was not
Yes,
whited
you
out. What are you
are.
talking about?
Yes,
No,
you
it's not. No, how was I
completely
whited out?
whited out.
Oh, hold on.
If
I
you
learned
look
about
at,
Africa. So what's that? How's that whited out?
We was born in
sir,
a prescribed
How,
paradigm
how
matrix.
tell you
We was
tell
born in
me
a
I had two parents. I had
he don't
aunts, uncles,
understand.
He
everything.
trying to
I'm
be
around like this.
stupid
Like,
now.
what are you talking about
He
white?
act
What are you
like he
talking
don't
white?
understand.
I eat black foods when we eat black.
Kala, Kala.
Is any white people got oldest rated plate in their
If you
house?
look at, okay, can I say this real quick?
Hold on. Do you know what P Funk is?
Yes, I know what P Funk is.
Okay, all right. Do any white people doing P Funk, but not, you know what I'm saying? That's what I grew up
Okay,
on. Ohio
okay. I'm
players.
talking about culturally.
Now he's
Now,
No,
wait a
talking
that is
minute.
about
culture.
adopting the white
I
culture that we
saw.
have.
That is culture.
That's why they take what
No,
we
it is
do
culture.
because
That is not
we're
the white culture. That's
developing
black
their
culture.
culture.
You know what I'm saying? So
We're
you guys
developing
sound
their
stupid when
culture.
we got our own music. We got our own music. We got our own music. We got our own
We're
rhythm. We got our
developing
own
their culture.
language. We
What
got
language?
everything. We're
What
not nothing
languages?
like white people are.
What
All
You know what
that
I'm saying?
was
You know what I'm
languages?
saying?
developed.
So we have our own slang, everything like this.
Yeah,
We're
that
What
not.
was
language
all
is
No,
P
developed
Funk?
under
no.
duress,
You
Kala.
guys maybe you guys
Under
hold on.
duress.
Hold on.
Under
You guys may
duress.
want to be white people, whatnot, but I got nothing in common
Oh
with.
my God. Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
You know what I'm
And the
saying? You know what I'm
bottom
saying?
line is the thing is culturally, if you look at all the places that the diaspora, the slaves were distributed, I'm not kidding. Whether it's Brazil or Jamaica, the Jamaicans actually seem to be acclimating back to the continent better than we do. Because they were able to maintain some of their language and the culture and the peoples. We were completely stripped. That's all I'm saying. We were completely stripped.
I
It
don't know
wasn't
about
our
that. I don't know
I don't
if
think
you
that's
understand.
true. Most of the
and
same is African culture. It's just that it's not been named as such and therefore comes underneath the banner of Southern. For example, many of the foods and cooking
It's all
preparations
African culture.
are African.
I did see that documentary. Yeah.
I'll give you an example.
People don't know that. People don't know that. Let me say something.
Yeah,
Black people, I saw this. This one.
I'll
I
give,
didn't give a finish what I was saying. Let me say this, brother. I was this one sister, older sister, on TikTok, right? And she was talking about stuff that I knew back in the days, right? Do you know voodoo and whatnot? My ancestors practiced voodoo in North Carolina, South Carolina. Still had them from Africa. People had the root lady would come around, something like that. If you're not in the black culture, you're raised around white people in the suburbs and whatnot. Yeah, you would think that. but I come from the South in Harlem and whatnot. I knew my culture was black. Do you know what watch night is? You know all this stuff like this. If people are not into that old culture, they won't know what African American culture is.
See, this is the problem. We
That's
have
right.
an
Do you know? Do
identity
you know?
problem.
Do
We have an
you understand?
identity
Yes, we
problem.
were,
Black Hannah, have you ever heard of
and we
watch night?
still are
Have you
systematically
ever heard of watch
altered
night?
and
Do you know what
culturally
watch night
engineered
is?
like cats and
Hold
dogs,
on, hold on, hold on.
dumbed
Yeah,
down, lack of function property
this
and
guy,
stuff.
navigate is a coon. Check this out. Check this out.
No, he's not.
Check this out.
No, he's
Yes,
not.
he is.
That's why I
Stop
want.
that.
That's why I
That's
Check
want.
this out.
I'm not gonna
disrespectful.
call him those derogatory names.
Black Lantern. Have you ever heard of
Hey,
watch?
I'm
You know what
better
watch
than
night
that.
is? Do you know what
White
watch night
night.
is?
Yes.
Watch night.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not
Do you know
familiar
what
with it. I
social
might be
engineering
old.
is?
Okay. Hold
Do you
on.
know
Okay.
what social engineering is?
This is what I'm talking about.
And when
If
you
you
get through,
Called
Kala,
social
I
engineering.
still
all
see that
right,
we were stripped.
all right. You were stripped. You were
No,
stripped. So
come on.
So you never heard of watch night. You're black. You're black. Were you raised in a black community?
Actually, no.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You were
I was
raised in a black
raised in a
community.
Negro
So that's
Pen
why you can
community
talk like that.
I was. I mean, it
with
wasn't my
Negro
choice,
Pen.
but that's
You was raised in a white community. I was raised in a black community.
yep.
That's a
Yep.
difference there. So you can't talk with me.
Listen, I can look around our community and see we
Yeah, you look
completely
around, you
whited
don't
out.
know a lot of stuff. If you were not inside the black community, around black people, black churches, black mosques, everything, you cannot speak on black people.
That's not true.
Well,
That is not
let's
true. That is not true. But I don't want to go back and forth with Kala. He doesn't
So
see how we have.
watch night. So things like watch night is fundamental in African American culture, right? If you don't know what watch night is, right, you were not in the black community.
African
You
American
know,
culture is Negro Pen culture. That
you know, whatever.
you know,
Yeah, it's a
no, that's not
self-hating,
that's
so
what it
a
either.
is.
self-hating. This is a
That's not so
self-hating
either.
buffoon right
That's
here.
not so. For
I'm going to
example,
tell
I
you the
wanted to
good,
give
the
an
bad, the
example.
ugly, and the beautiful, whether you
This
accept
is
it or not.
this
I
is
wanted
an
to give it.
issue.
I
This
wanted to
I
give it.
identity
navigate through.
crisis is an issue, man.
I don't
Yeah, I
have an
want to give an
identity crisis.
example of something.
Yes, you do.
For example,
I don't have an identity crisis.
if you
I
were,
know the traditions in our culture and whatnot. You know, black
okay,
We ain't got no culture. Our
African American
culture was
culture.
stripped
You
away
know,
from us,
I know
and
all the stuff like that.
we
For
was
real.
downloaded
Because
with
you
a
know
new
why you don't have a
culture.
Yes,
culture
navigate.
no,
That's
that's not so.
exactly right. That's
because you
exactly right.
y'all say you don't have
No,
a culture.
no,
You don't know who you are. Navigate. You're 65.
I
You don't know
got a
shit
culture,
about
but it's
Oh
not
your
my
African
culture.
culture.
goodness.
I didn't say I don't
Well,
have a culture.
what it is that African people who are brought to what became the United States came from all sorts of different places, obviously on the continent,
Yes,
and
different culture.
melded what they could remember from Africa, but it got tapestried into the United States and mislabeled and not our narrative, and therefore it's not necessarily promoted as African, but it is African. So
Uwenzi,
if
you're
you would look
African
That's
at
not their
American.
history.
if you
That's
would
Are
not
look
you
their
at,
history.
African American, Uwenzi?
I guess I consider myself to be Bantu.
And he didn't give the correct history of how we got here.
Well, I can, but let's go
That's
for
not how it went
example.
down.
Let's go for example with the term barbecue, right?
Oh
So
God.
we'll
How the
take.
hell do you
I
guys
know,
have?
I know, Black Candy, you don't like black food. Okay.
Oh, you're kidding me.
You don't know. You are
I
raised in
love
black
you. I
food. You
love
don't
you
know
anyway,
that.
Kala.
Of understanding.
Kala, I
You don't
love
know.
you anyway.
So the
I love
African
you, Kala.
people,
No matter what you say, I love you anyway.
so the
I love you
African
too, but
people,
still, yeah, you gotta say, listen, you following the wrong person. Navigate, you know.
I
so the
love
African
navigate
Ain't
people
nobody
too.
who were
following nobody. Ain't nobody following you. You a black man, so I'm gonna engage with you, Kala. I'm not gonna
Okay,
denigrate
stop.
you and call
But
you names.
what I was saying
I'm
about
gonna try to reason with
Kazori's point was, like African American, like with Africans, it's only when it becomes the word becomes powerful that people, oh, I'm African American too. Now
That's
everybody
not
wants to
true.
claim it, you know. That's
That's
the truth.
not true.
Oh, we're not
Stop
African
creating a
Americans.
stronghold. That is
Now
not
we
true.
said it should be a time where they told us, oh, we weren't Africans. Then we start saying, you know something, let's call some Africans, African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African missionary, this, that, and the other thing. And we we had 25, 30, 40 years. We had a festival on the East Coast of the United States called Afram Fest, African American Festival. That was the biggest event in Black history.
Yes, and when
Kazorian Empire. I have a comment. Kazorian Empire, let this be a cautionary tale to Africans. If y'all keep letting white people in your head, this is the confusion they're going to cause.
Well, the name Khazarian is white people.
I'm just here to tell you.
Let me make a point about the word barbecue as I was.
Oh my God. Okay.
Why do you say, "Oh my God," Black Hannah?
I'm listening. Let me learn something from
you. All right, great. Let me start with that. So, for example, if you were to take the African peoples that were forcibly brought before the country was called the United States or colonies or whatever, all that the African people did got tapestried into the colonial.
That's not how it went down.
For example, let me finish this. So, for example, if you were to look at African people like digging a pit and creating a coal pit and putting bamboo and stuff over the top of it and putting leaves on top and then cooking meat on the top, that became the basis of barbecue. Now, when we say barbecue, that comes from an older word from the Senegambia, barbecue. This is research has already been done. So much of the culture in the South, which should be African, that white people adopt in the South is actually from African people. Everything down from not only like the banjo and things like that, coming from even African words, rumbo, etc., all these things. But because we didn't have the narrative to
go to the Gullah Geechee area,
that they should be linguistically listed as African, then they just get absorbed as Southern culture. So
Southern African American cooking is called Southern cuisine.
I'm not saying
this idea that we don't have a culture and also like that's being ignorant of your history.
Remnants. I'm not saying that we don't have remnants of our home or remnants, but I'm saying we were mostly whited out. Come on, guys.
No. Check this out. Have you ever been to the Low Country in South Carolina? You swear you was in Africa.
I was married. I was married in Dillon, South Carolina, in 1996.
Okay, have you been to the Sea Islands? Have you ever been to the Sea Islands?
I haven't.
Yeah.
Okay, you go down there. You got African basket making. You got African basket making and stuff like that, and also like this. And also, if
I can't listen to two people. I can't listen to two people.
The Gullah Geechee dialect is directly from Africa. They said that all the words, how we pronounce our words, what we call black slang, is actually African vernacular. The way we talk, people don't realize that.
I kind of appreciate you and the Kazurian the reference of the conversation is still about what you're talking about. So I want you to respond. You got people thinking.
Because and I think that's why, like, I do say Black American because I don't want to ruffle too much feathers because you do get the Nakmizi type as well, and there are a lot of them these days. Right. So
Nakmizi don't want to be African. He hates being African.
Right. Yeah, he's a special case. True. He's a recovering Pan-African. So
he was never a Pan-African. That's a lie. He was never a Pan-African. It's another lie. I never heard of him, but mine never heard of him. This nigga came out of nowhere. I'm recovering Pan-African. Never ever heard of him.
There you go being nasty. You're just a nasty person, Colin.
Let him finish.
No, I did see one video of him, like an old video when he first went to Ghana and Africa in general, and I think he was
anti-African then.
I think that's when he kind of really started becoming anti-African, because I think he kind of saw that the treatment, right, and I think he kind of didn't realize that Africans get the same treatment, rich Africans, like for example over here, if you're basically me, right? If I'm seen around the streets, I'm going to slightly get higher prices, but then again, I'm going to get better service for the treatment. I'm going to be expedited time and all that kind of stuff. And I think he kind of felt that people thought because he's Black American, that's why he was getting that. And it's not. It's just because you do have more money than the average person, and they do this to Africans, so everyone alike. I think that's just the spirit. Then obviously he kind of got wounded But I think you believe
That
in
ain't
laws
enough to
like
me
that.
to turn on somebody. But getting charged another 5 cents or something, man. Come on,
It's not that,
you
yeah.
know.
It's not exactly right. And for me, what I do is when I get good service, like there's this guy who was selling me my fruits and vegetables. He actually very intelligent brother. He noticed me. He came up to me. He's like, "What would you like?" And he was very honest to me and said, actually told me, "Look, I want you to have a good service." He gave me free extra avocado and everything. And he's like, "Please, if you like the food and everything, patronize me. I mean, come back next time when you think of fruits and vegetables." And that's exactly what I go back to. So, anyways, that's not really relevant. Let me go back to the discussion. Yeah, so I think with Black American culture is very unique, and like I said earlier, Black Americans are the top 10 countries. If you just look at the Black American population, and you kind of coalesce the amount of money that they generate a year, several trillions, right? That's a economy of a decent top performing country, top 10 country. People can say estimates of top six, right, with a 2.3 or so trillion dollars turnover. So if honestly, if Black American community can become a fully cohesive community, there's so much they can do for themselves, and obviously for the betterment of the continent. Because I will say this, right? Black Americans, middle class, upper middle class, African diasporans, and also Africans, they're the future for setting up the systems. The Africans on the ground, they're the ones who are going to be working and producing that kind of labor in the market. But the people who are going to be sort of creating the work, it's going to be the diasporans, and including Black Americans, because frankly, they're the ones with the skill set to understand global economy. Like even the African on the ground. Let's say the guy in Zambia who has a construction company, unless he understands the sort of know-how of how to actually grease the right hands, which again, when we start having like some kind of pan-African banking system that can actually kind of help our people, he's not going to get the contract over the Chinese, for example. So we, the diasporans and Black Americans, when I say Black Americans, I'm including Caribbeans in this circumstance. I think I should, this is global Black diasporans, Brazilians, anybody who claims Black and looks Black enough. I think we really do need to become more organized, man. Because if we
Hey,
don't,
Karzar, let me ask you a question, bro. What do you think about the fact that the African Development Bank,
I
right?
was hoping he could finish
Oh,
his statement. He said, if they don't, what was you going? Can I just hear what he was going to say? If we don't come, what were you about to say, sir?
yeah,
Miss,
if we don't come together as a fully organized collective, we will not stand a chance against the Chinese because they're already
I
there. Like
agree.
our biggest strength is actually us working together because it costs us nothing. That's the thing. It's a one, like it's like the low hanging fruit that we have right now. And if we just simply put our efforts in a streamlined position, we can make like centuries worth of change within a much shorter time frame. Because right now, that's what we're missing. We're missing us, the people. Everybody has got so many skills. I'll give you an example. In Africa in general, the concept of, let's say, customer service doesn't exist yet, right? In general, it doesn't exist. Why? Because they haven't gone through certain steps in modern commercial or capitalism. And where you feel about that doesn't really matter here. We need to work within capitalism, because that's the most effective system right now. We can decide our own African money system later on, but we need to actually catch up in certain key areas, so that we can still survive. And I think the point I wanted to make earlier, just before I leave the mic, I was gonna say, I mean, God, like if honestly, like we have like some creative people in governments, like let's say Gambia. Gambia is in a perfect position. Why? Gambia is a small country, like less than 2 million people. Imagine if Gambia invented TikTok. TikTok is turning over what, like how many trillions of dollars? Like, I think it's over
yeah,
two.
1 billion subscribers.
Exactly. So imagine if Gambia did something similar to what China did, right? You go on, you interview all these kids, like 13 to 12-year-olds. You look at their, interview them. You make them do certain tests to see, if they're gifted in some ways. You train them for 6-7 years in something like a pharmaceutical technology, like a bilateral stream, like pharmaceutical technology with robotics, or programming, software development with advanced cyber security and all that kind of stuff. We could be Gambia could actually be one of the countries that could take itself from poverty to the next level because the population is so small. Like imagine TikTok is GDP is higher than even Nigeria's GDP with over what 200 million people. So you know what I mean? As in Africa, we need to kind of look at the way where we can exponentially make money without thinking of just I'm selling peanuts, right? I'm growing cocoa in Ghana. We need to actually add value to the products that we're exporting. And like I said, China did really well with TikTok. I mean, they've made it right now. It's competing with Google, actually beating YouTube. And there's so many different kind of metrics. Like people are using TikTok for search engine stuff for the best place to eat.
I
Google
wish
search
it all
engine
was that
metrics.
simple.
Let me
I
let
wish
me
it all
let me
was
ask you
that
a question,
simple.
Kazori. I'm gonna ask you a question. You wasn't on earlier. I talked about the AGOA, African Growth and Opportunities Act, and I said earlier that Africans aren't benefiting because it's not a race-based component. So, in other words, Black people in America, African Americans, as we say, was the main ones pushing for AGOA along with African partners and everything. But here's it: Arabs and everybody, Indians and Lebanese are opening up manufacturing plants and employing Africans and hiring them as supervisor positions and everything like that, which is beautiful. You know, people getting jobs. I ain't gonna grudge them for that. But they're making a killing hand over fist shipping to the United States duty free, and they're taking that money going back to their own countries. You know, and like I said, although it's billed as a African Growth and Opportunities Act, it's like there's very few Africans who are exporting to the United States duty free. Now, some people in Ghana are exporting African Americans and Ghanaians and exporting shea butter. You know, but how many people are going to keep shelves? So they got 1,000 people selling shea butter to the United States and everything, but there hasn't been any sort of thing where first Ghana got into the chocolate business and branding. Rwanda's taking advantage of it. They're selling this stuff through Alibaba and eBay, and they're selling finished product coffee to the United States and everything. And so that's a good thing. But for on a whole, everybody that's on the continent, not even Africans, are benefiting from something that's supposed to be a thing. And then we were asked the question was asked me by Wazy, do you consider that Pan African? You know, I said, look, you know, Africans, I learned a long time ago, got to go what's in the best interest of their people and feed their people and create taxes and everything like that. So they got to put Pan African aside. I said the Pan Africans got to get serious about business and get to the level of these people, the Chinese and everything like that. Until then, Pan African is always going to be seen as a joke on to Africans and everything. It's a feel good stuff, but it's not practical if you're not going to do real business, you know, and
Mm.
do all the things that it takes to get to compete. You know, I was saying earlier. What do you think about that statement?
The
Yeah.
Belt and Road Initiative, you know, Chinese Belt and Road Initiative is about Chinese investment in Africa.
I was asking Kazorian.
I know who you was asking, but you know, I'm just like you. I'm going to interject myself into the conversation
Yeah,
like
we
you do.
interject stuff is smart. You know, if you got something intelligent to say, we don't
You do it, so you know what's good for the goose is
you
good
gotta
for the
say something
gander. Stop
smart.
arguing
You
with me
know,
and let me finish my
no, no,
point.
no. Kazorian, I asked
Stop
Kazorian a
arguing with
point,
me so I
and I
can
gotta
finish
get
my point.
and I gotta get up there because it's getting late. So, Kazorian, can you answer that
Well, you can
question?
do
What do you
that.
think
Just stop
about that?
arguing with me so I can finish my point. We don't
I
need. I
said,
don't need you.
Kazorian, what would you say? What do you think about that?
Yeah. Yeah. I think. Sorry. Yeah, and I think that is actually one reason why I haven't fully called myself a Pan African just yet. Obviously, I'm practicing it, but one of the reasons is it's like at some point we need to be able to focus, right? Like to just focus development. Like for example, you know, and I remember this guy called Bo. I don't know if you know him, but he used to be all around these spaces. And he used to kind of say that Pan Africans actually, he said they're mentally ill Black American. He's a Black American, mentally ill Black Americans, and they don't really want solutions. They want to sort of just talk about the problems. And again, he said that they repeated certain catchphrases like, you know, the white man this, white man that. And yeah, all of that is true. But at some point, there has to be some kind of cohesive element. And like I said, if it's coming from the African side, right? Let's say with this Go Act, I think, as you mentioned, um, this is something where, let's say, we could actually do a stream, look at which countries benefit from it, and we can actually break down the actual taxes, break down literally the exact amount. Like if I'm shipping off two shipment containers. How much is it going to cost me from my end until it reaches America, until it clears customs? And then then if people know that, right, they can kind of look, okay, I got this product. I can sell this product for this amount, and then I can actually get this amount, and then we can actually start doing
That's very
bigger stuff.
idealistic. It's not, the world don't work like that.
Okay.
The Europeans have total control over the global economic system. There's world banks, that require, African countries, to toe the line. China is coming over here spending money. That's why they're here. They're not here getting contracts from African governments. They got plenty of economic resources that, otherwise the African government with the money would hire their own people. China is coming, bringing the Belt and Road Initiative is about investing their money and building infrastructure in Africa.
China's investments, total investments in Africa is not that high.
Yeah,
to tell you the truth.
So I agree with you, brother. And but I think I'll specifically mention to this act that Kala brought up, which gives African people from certain African countries access to export into America. I think Kenya is part of one of those acts. I don't know which one exact, but
African countries don't control export. They don't even control import-export. Here in Africa, if you want to come to Ghana, for instance, and you want to ship your furniture and everything to Ghana in a shipping container, they're going to charge you in the USA for that shipment. And when you get your shipment to Ghana, that same shipping company in the USA is going to charge you again here. So
that's correct.
These nations, they don't have control over import export as much as they should. Right now, the last I heard, that Ghanaians, they're only going to accept the car. They're not going to let any cars be imported in Ghana that's over 10 years old. So they have some control, like that, but they don't have the infrastructure to let anything and everything come over here, and a bunch of junk being dropped, into the country. So they do have some control, but they do not control the global economic, like in Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, when they threw the white farmers out, it's not that they didn't know how to farm. It's just that they couldn't get any investment, for modern farming, because everybody was afraid, because, even if they produced the food, they would not have a market for it, because the Europeans control that market. Then, you might be able to grow the food and everything, but you're not going to be able to sell it. So, it's a whole lot deeper than, African countries not being willing to do these things. They're a country. They should invest and do this. They don't have that like that, because the Europeans control and dominate the global economics.
I'm thinking about getting our skilled Blacks over into the continent to be productive. I really believe that if countries in Africa would say they have a need for, I don't know, construction workers, I don't know, and they say, hey, have a council determine what's a need in their community, and then make a call out and say, hey, any diasporan who has skills in this area, you can get, or you have birth, you can get citizenship if you bring your skills to our country. I guarantee you that the Blacks will come.
They will come. The number one thing that Africa needs, especially in Ghana, is industry. We need to get Black
Americans know
that
that they don't have to jump through 1,000 hoops just to live and be at peace. They don't got to leave the country every 30 days and all kind of crazy hoops and shit. If they want to know, look, I will bring my talents, my skills, and all that here, but I need to know that I'm home.
Ghana has a law called the right to abode. If you come to Ghana, and you African,
yeah, but they don't want that. They don't want no right to abode for 50 years.
Well,
they want. Well, I think that if what is it? Not Senegal, but what's the one where you can get citizenship if you're DNA comes back.
Is it
Sierra
Liberia or
Leone.
Yeah,
something?
you talking about
Sierra
you talking
Leone.
about that
Leone.
Sierra Leone?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if Sierra Leone can do it, why can't the other countries do it? You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Sierra Leone is even connecting it to a skill set. They're just doing it based on your DNA. I'm saying if you want the skilled blacks to come and you say, hey, you know what I mean? You bring your skills
Mhm.
here, you can have citizenship. I guarantee you, I believe many blacks will come. I do. Our skilled ones. Now, I'm not talking about the ones that can stay.
Well, I
But they
understand, but
want to know that they're
citizenship,
home. They want to know that they're home is the point.
you have to understand what are the benefits of citizenship. How valuable is that?
Land.
It's kind of how reckless would it be just to give? It's kind of reckless to me, just to somebody go get some ambiguous blood test and say they're descendants of somebody that had some blood, that's predominantly in this area. That could be the truth, or that could be a lie. And then you're just going to give them
Well, that's
citizenship,
I see.
With that, I gotta go to bed. It's
All
been
right.
nice talking to
Good night,
y'all.
Kala.
based on that.
Now,
Something like
navigation give me a headache.
something like that can be manipulated,
I'm not.
and
That's
used,
true.
to take over a country.
No, but I'm
You
talking
can take
about
over the
the
country like
skilled
that.
workers to draw our educated skilled workers. It doesn't have to
Well,
be
that
DNA.
I agree.
They can make the terms what they want if they really wanted to.
We
You know
need
what
to
I'm
produce
saying?
industry in Ghana.
If
Ghana
you,
has to be manufacturers, steel manufacturers, all kind of product manufacturers. Machinery manufacturers, industry.
yeah,
Industry is the number one thing. You're gonna have to have an industrial age like they had in the USA and in China. Africa,
right,
don't have that kind of industry infrastructure. So therefore,
right.
it's gotta import too much stuff.
Hmm.
The
Absolutely.
resources to build it goes out, and then the finished manufactured industry product comes back in, at exorbitant prices.
Absolutely.
Black
Terrible,
Hannah,
terrible. Family, let me let in Big Black. And I got a comment that he posted. Greetings, Big Black. How you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Hey, yeah, just this whole notion that African American Pan Africans are just about feel good, history and complaining. What a lot of people got to understand is that, first of all, there's a fear of Black African Americans, Pan Africans coming over and just telling everybody what to do, right? Come in and try to move the wheels of government. So you can't have it one way and say, well, these guys, they're about emotions, and they're just feel good, and when they come at the same time, when they come over here, they're trying to run our government. You can't have it both ways. What I want to say is that, first of all, Pan Africans, African American Pan Africans, Africans that are in America, the Pan Africans, they understand, first, to be Pan African, you got to go under, you have to unbrainwash a lot of things that were taught to you. See, a lot of people on the continent think you can just, I don't say a lot of people on the continent, but a lot of people in general think you can just say, oh, I'm gonna start being Pan African, and I can just take it from there. No, if you still have those European ways, those European mentalities, that Negropeanism in you, to that deals with a lot of backstabbing and a lot of self-hate. I don't care how smart you is, if you bring that into government, it's just going to be a perpetual system of self-hate, and it's going to bring us down altogether. So there's a lot of people, Pan Africans, for the most part, Pan Africans in America understand that there has to be an unbrainwashing. But it is true also for those that are continental Africans. There has to be an unbrainwashing of what's been done, because just like a lot of us have a slave mentality, a lot of continental Africans have a colonized mentality.
Same thing.
So it has to be that unbrainwashing, that thing of self-hate, because there is a lot of Africans are suffering from a lot of self-hate, and continental Africans are suffering a lot of self-hate.
We
For
don't have
example,
time. We don't have time to unbrainwash everybody.
you do.
That's
You
true.
can't. You can't.
we
do that.
literally
Well, I'm
just
saying,
have to.
what I'm saying is
align yourself with like-minded people.
If you don't get, I'm not saying brainwash everyone. I'm saying the people that want to push this Pan-African thing and want to grow forward economically and power-wise. If you don't unbrainwash, the
You
mental
ain't gonna do
illness,
certain things if you're on brainwash.
you're still
So
gonna
everybody that has come to Ghana is special to me. All black people that have made the choice to relocate to Ghana and build here, they are a unique type of person mentally.
If you take that same mentality, if you take a Negro European mentality into government, whether you're a continental African or a diaspora African, you're going to get the same results. That's what I'm trying to say.
I agree with that. Educated or uneducated. Yeah, I agree.
Educated and uneducated. So it's not that, we're crying about what they do to us and what, the racial structure did to us. It's us pointing out, okay, this was happening over here. This is what's happening over there. This is what happened. Just because you're pointing out and you're aware of what happened, what's happening or what's happening, just because you're game conscious and, to use a street term, you're not game goofy of what's being done to our people.
See, I think what you're saying, Big Black, is us over here, us Black Americans who have been trapped and isolated with our open enemy. We just know them better than everybody else. I think we know them better because we just been over here trapped with them. Whereas everybody else is still can be illusioned and still be caught in the smoke and the mirrors that they put out. And that's
I
what.
agree.
And see, that is a dangerous infiltrate that can always harm us or always divide us when people don't understand what we know and the strategies.
Not to cut you off, but see, that could be a problem.
Right. It's actually lethal.
These guys are just crying and complaining. No, we know more about this system than you all. A lot of people that say that they're on the outside looking in. We're on the inside looking out, and we're seeing the game being played on the chessboard. At a better advantage, at an advantage point. Due to a lot of technology. We have people that's been diagnosing this problem for quite a while. When you go to the continent, I mean, it's a lot of people playing catch up.
That's why the positioning of African
I think
American
we all
people,
equally
the
arrested in
narrative
our
is-
development. I think
Okay.
we all equally invested in our development. Africans, the Black Americans, they all suffered basically the same thing. Only difference is that Africans, on the continent, they have retained plenty more of their cultural identity. Whereas the Black Americans and European Americans, blacks, they've been totally stripped. So we need each other.
Oh, yeah,
and I wouldn't say we're totally stripped, but what I would say is, though, I do think that the narrative of the so-called African American people, the positioning, needs to be made into a strength, not a weakness.
I
agree.
So if you say that the African American people have been up under around the Mzungu or white people and whatnot, and therefore have a greater knowledge about who the enemy is, then that should also be used as a strength and asset in the narrative.
If it's true.
But here's the thing. This is the problem we've been running to. When we say we do, a lot of people look at it as a continental Africans look at it as you're crying. Stop complaining.
Okay, so basically,
hold on. So
I'm sorry.
And that's what a lot of people touched on earlier. I think Kala touched on earlier, when people come over here and don't want to assimilate and say, "Oh, look at you, crybabies," which they don't understand. A lot of them don't understand. We look at them like you're just part of the brain drain,
Because the African American people have not established to people on the continent that they are an African people. So therefore, the failure to do that, creates a quandary about whether you are people that are behind enemy lines, and you may be the enemy, or are you not? In fact, I just there was a program earlier on this program called Afrodamus Report, in which that person was trying to give, in this particular episode, a narrative that people on the continent should be wary of this takeover from Black American, because Pan-Africanism is just now just a hype term to get so-called Black Americans onto the continent, where they can be used as stool pigeons or whatever for white operatives to take over the continent. And this is why I also brought up earlier in the program.
That's a legitimate,
concern.
Yes,
it doesn't have to be, but notice
we have to take all these. We have to take all these legitimate concerns into question. It's just one legitimate concern.
Right. But the narrative in part comes from, African Americans not saying they're African. And also this term Black American is used in many cases to say these people are not African. And the distinction is that they're not African, and you should not think of them as being African. And that's why it's dangerous on all sides, whether it be this ADOS movement or FBA or whatnot, who emphasize the term Black American to say they are not African, and also from various people on continental spaces who say, yeah, you see, they're Black Americans, they're not African. And
the lack of mutual respect, that's the problem. The lack of mutual respect.
But I hear what you're saying, and that's a legitimate concern. But that's why
okay. So how should we identify ourselves? Because it sounds like it's a problem if we're Pan-African. It's a problem if we're Black American. So how should we identify ourselves?
All I know is from the very beginning, from the very beginning of the program, this is why I was saying that what needs to be done is that the group needs to not mislabel itself and define itself as an African people by name and a linguistic African term for themselves, that whether they live in the United States or export themselves or repatriate or dual citizenship to various African countries, they are an African people, just like any other, where it would be Tutsi or Hutu or Tonga people or whatnot, so that you take all of what you have done in the Western Hemisphere, whether it be jazz, whether it be the cooking, whether it be Kwanzaa or whatnot, or ideas about Pan-Africanism in the macro of Africa, and house that underneath yourself as a power thing, so you can
I'm in Ghana.
The narrative of yourself. But as
the Ghanaians call me a Black American. That's what they call me, Black American.
As long as you are using the term that the colonizers said for themselves, American for themselves, and not just you're just a citizen of the United States, but you are the Maboma people or Wakanda, whatever name that's an
I tell the Ghanaians, I am training to be a Ghanaian. I tell them that all the time. I'm training to be a Ghanaian.
If you don't have that narrative for yourself, then you create questions in the minds of other people who are also African about whether you are with them or whether you're with the Wazungu people, if you use a narrative for yourself that is the same name as the colonizer.
I'm training to be a Ghanaian.
But here's the thing. Because you bring up some legitimate concerns, but there's legitimate concerns around the board. We need think tanks, African think tanks of our greatest minds, and and also we can't leave out the equation the racist system that pushed a lot of these things into fruition, whereas it causes this confusion. So to unravel that, we get together, talk it out, and then we can come up with the right way
I
to go.
agree. I agree. But we got to know that there is a problem with it. We got to know that there is a problem with it.
I don't have any
And
problem not identifying as American, but I do have a
do you
problem
see yourself as an
letting.
African?
I see myself. Oh yeah, I've been African, and also, but I can't not say that I'm not FBA.
Well, see, that's a contradiction right there. Isn't it?
Okay, so
Why would
okay,
somebody who would consider himself to have a narrative FBA?
okay,
Why would
so
that person want to be an African when they are identifying themselves by some kind
because
of
sir,
acronym that would state that they're not?
see, because sir, I'm not going to separate myself from my grandmothers who worked in the cotton fields of Mississippi. I'm not going to separate myself from my grandfather who was in World War II
No,
and
they
all
weren't an
the.
American. They were just African people that
Okay,
existed in
but
the United
they
States.
were foundational Black Americans who
No,
helped.
that's just a new term that someone came up with to
It
separate
probably.
themselves as an African.
Okay,
That's the
so
same
how do you
now.
classify the Blacks who have been in this country for the 18 generations?
See,
How?
that's the thing.
I
Because see, we're not.
There's been a concerted.
classify them as an amalgamation of various Bantu peoples who have trappings of Africa across the board, but they have been mislabeled by themselves and have been mislabeled by white people to keep them in a kind of a paradox cage and plantation where they never see themselves as African. They only see themselves as an appendage of their former slave master transformed into the 21st century.
Okay,
See,
well,
here's the
white people
thing.
didn't give
I
us
look at
foundational Black American.
Yeah, you mislabeled yourself as such.
see,
I did.
I look at
I
it like
did.
this.
And that's new
The
to me, so I'm
the
gonna think
ADOS
about
and
that.
the FBA is the reason why those names came up.
I don't
in my
associate with
opinion,
ADOS at all.
but I'm saying the general thought of the forming of both of those names and how I look at it is to take the word Africa off the table in those names. You know, we're not African descendants of slaves.
That's what they tried to do. You're right. That's exactly.
See, I don't
FBA.
associate with ADOS, so I don't associate because that has an LGBT connotation to it. We are though as descendants of American slaves and FBA in my mind, and I see where you're coming from, you Wheezy. I forgot. I'm sorry, I ain't got my glasses on. Waynesy, I apologize. I see where you're coming from. I do consider myself African, and I've been and I have actually a relationship with Africans here all my life, and I love Africans, and Africans love me back. So I agree. We need to come to the table and pull it and get this term together so that the Africans aren't concerned about our intent.
Yeah, ironically, when Africans come to the USA, when they look at us, with the aura of perplexity, what's going on in their mind is these Black people right here, they don't know nothing about being African.
Right.
We don't.
That's what they think.
We don't.
That's what they know. They say only thing,
think, but that's
only
not
thing
true.
about them, only difference between them and the white people is they got dark skin, and that's true because
when
we
they stay in America,
their culture. We speak English. We've been developing the culture in the United States. We do good at it, So then we equate that to some kind of special Black African, But they stripped us of our Africanism. They just took that. Most of it.
And those Africans that come here after they stay here a few decades, they start understanding the struggle a little bit better, and they start humbling down a little bit more. So.
And they start assimilating.
But check this out. Do you know one of the newest words in quote unquote English now, just in the dictionary, is the word inyama choma. Hopefully everybody knows what that means. It means grilled meat. See, and that's a Swahili word actually. So while the African people are confused about who they are, then white people, for their own purposes, utilize all resources of Africa into their own lexicons to expand even English, and that's true. So, for example, let's say we go to a store Everybody heard of the little woodblock game called Ujenzi or Jenga, I'm sorry, right?
Yes.
The Swahili name that came from the word Ujanga, which means to build. So we don't even have any idea about the tapestry of Africa in the United States because we're confused about who we are, but other people use African resources, not only just linguistically, but they use materials from Africa to build themselves. One of the hottest philosophies right now that corporate America, if I can use such a term, is using is the term Ubuntu. They're using Ubuntu as a term to talk about connecting people and business and management to create a better business environment. You can just put in the term Ubuntu right now if you want on your computer, and you'll see that the term Ubuntu is mostly used as a computer platform, right? So these resources are us. It's just that we don't understand the tapestry and the narrative of them, but other people use them for their advantage while we grow weak because we don't create our own narrative that we are an African people, but other people can tell you what you are, and they can tell you that you are an American, you are an African because you are born in a space that they identified the term, but for them, white and American does not have to be an oxymoron. So while they can just say, hey, I'm European, I'm American, then you're stuck as being Black American. And then what does that mean? So self-narrative is always the most critical point for any people to survive. And always for any people, they have to define themselves by the linguistic connections to their ancestry, not an appendage of anybody that colonized or enslaved them. That is the first rule to get beyond colonialism. The first one.
Yeah.
And we've missed that. We've missed that point. We've missed that point in general.
Well, it wasn't all our fault.
Well, but it's us to change it now.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think that with the proper training, Black Hannah, or whatnot, you would have come up with adopting the term FBA on your own unless somebody tried to define it in a way in which they have defined you as a non-African. And most of the people who are identifying themselves, at least on these YouTube spaces or whatnot, as FBA, do not see themselves as an African.
See,
so why did you identify yourself as such when the term is used as non-African?
Thank you for asking me that. To me, now I don't know how it's defined out in the YouTube space because I haven't even been out in this YouTube space, but probably since 2019 or 2018. But to me, it represents all the descendants of Africans and that we come through in this land to the 18th generation, all their suffering and sacrifice and torment and abuse that they endured so that we can be talking here today. So to me, that is my connection and my respect and of my way of never forgetting who they are to me. You see,
the they being the ancestors, right?
That means my grandmother who worked in the cotton fields of Mississippi, both of them. My grandfather who worked in World War II, and his grandfathers and his grandfathers, and all of those who were African, who came all the way down to the first ones that landed here in chains. That's my connection to FBA.
Who were never American at all.
Who were never American. I just got called a nigger by a 12-year-old in my neighborhood 30 days ago. So I know that they know.
At all, why would you accept the term foundational Black American to represent ancestors?
Foundational Black Africans. How about that?
Oh, well, then that's something totally different.
Yeah.
Now
Okay. I
that's
get your point.
totally different.
I get your point. That's good. I like
Well,
that.
I just tried to accept the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful. You know, and I understand I'm an African descendant of slaves in the USA. That's different from
Yes.
African descendant of slaves, you know, in
I would, I
the
would,
Caribbean.
I
You
would
know,
rather just,
because I'm going to
Descendant of
I would
African
just,
slaves. I like
I would
that.
in the
just rather
USA.
flip the, I would rather just flip the African American around. I'm an American African. You know, I'm a Brazilian
Well, whatever.
African.
No, I
But
don't
you know
want to
what?
I'm
call
a
We
myself
Canadian
a.
can't, right?
African. You know what I mean? I'd rather just flip it around. I'm a continental African. That
I
would,
Well, at
that
like
least
would,
we
that would,
thinking.
you know.
At least we thinking. See,
Yeah,
But
I
we
at
need
least
like that.
industry. That's what I'm saying. We need
the main
industry.
point is we all
Industry and
saying we
guns.
African in some kind of way.
And we
Yeah, but
need
we got
to
plenty of
all get on
engineers.
the
We got
same
plenty of
page.
engineers. Black African, Black Americans. You know, there's plenty of Black American engineers, male and female, in the USA. But they're not going to take their engineering skills, you know, to Africa, you know, because they can make more money in the USA. But there are some retired, you know, engineers. We got to talk to them to come over here and train, you know, more engineers and share their engineering expertise, you know, to build industry here on the continent, you know, in places like Ghana, because we need more industry, you know, manufacturing, you know, so there would be less import, you know, and bring value to the resources that's already here.
Yeah. It's always a way, navigate freely. We don't have to wait on these other ones to wake
It's
up.
always a way. We can get the
Yeah.
old retired ones to come over here and
That's
share
exactly
the
right.
knowledge.
Bomani, I have to say to you directly, brother, while you're on the line, I really enjoyed the brother who told me I was what was it? I'm M3 Black, who did the presentation the other week. I can't remember the Jamaican brother. Did you fall asleep, Bomani? Where you at? Oh, he might be asleep. Well, anyway, there was a Jamaican gentleman who came on. You was on that show, Navigate. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I appreciated that, brother. That was a good to see how white folks define all the races. Did you see that program? It was very good. It was a very good lecture. I think our host fell asleep.
And Black Hannah, if I may say, I certainly enjoy engaging with you as I have with everybody on the panel. But
Yes.
given my comments to you, I just wanted you to look at a couple of things in the private chat if you're able to see it on your side of the screen. One is an article that I posted that you can, before we leave, if you can, you know, click on the link to it that you can have for yourself. It's called Black American as a term for an African people. Nah, just pick a Bantu name. That's one. And then I left also in general three books that discuss the African tapestry of the United States. One is called The Bantu Speaking Heritage of the United States. Another is called Congo Across the Water. And the other is called Uwenzi, The Pan-African Factor. So I left those up, but I wanted to just make special mention to you so that you can pull those off of the screen for your own usage, if you like. Is everybody muted?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for those suggestions. I'll look those up, brother.
Oh, okay, sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bomani went to sleep. Bomani. Maybe he can
Yo, I'm here. I'm here.
Hey,
You ready to wrap it up? It
looks like it. Like it's about that time.
Yeah, I think that's it, brother. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely, I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Bomani. Hey, man, I want to say I've enjoyed engaging with all of you as a panelist. And Bomani, I particularly want to state, since this is your show and platform, thanks for convening this topic along with Kala, because I do think that it is, you know, constructive dialogue that we've been having, and perhaps people who are listening to the program can maybe just kind of take some notes, maybe it'll kind of like, you know, jettison in their mind some additional things they may need to think about that may put them on a higher level or put them on a new paradigm shift, that they would understand Pan-Africanism in the larger form by some of the concepts that we've been discussing. So thanks for facilitating this.
Yes, brother. Appreciate it. So family, we're getting ready to wrap it up. Black Anna, you want to say anything before we close?
I did have a closing argument, but I didn't forget it now. So, but just thank you for having me on the program, brother. Thank you for all you do for the movement.
I will appreciate your energy right there. So family, we are getting ready to close.
Yeah. So Kwaheri, everybody. Take care, Brother Bomani.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Colonial in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can be cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Stand, go forward. A message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Stand.